to go for Champagne, and he'll take the win. One more corner, and it's a win for Ronnefalk. What a fantastic performance. And Boots is champion. Boots takes it. Wow, what an amazing performance from Elliot Boots. That is remarkable. Burton turns around. Burton's going to get it. Anything me? Burton comes around. Burton is got in. Burton is the European champion. What a result. What a race. Come back as a new David Ronnefalk. He's come back as your new European champion. Three-time winner David Ronnefalk takes the Euros in fantastic style.
Yes, I still know how to win, I guess.
Well, good morning, and welcome to very, very early morning in Spain in what promised to be a pretty epic day of racing and qualifying and lower finals and last chance finals and junior finals and senior finals and the main final. Hello, RT Racing TV. Well, minimum 13 hours today. Maximum, who only knows. My name is Nick Damon. We're RT Racing TV. I'm joined by my friend Frank McKinney. Hello, Frank.
Buenos dias.
Oh, dear. On the camera is Ash Leontine. Frank, you excited about this very long day?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty good. Very exciting for sure.
Yeah, the whole thing happening. The reason the whole thing's happening is there's a very dodgy weather forecast tomorrow for rain, and if anyone's been to this track, it's multi-surface, it's on a slope, and whilst it's fine for the cars, it's not for the marshals. And as we said, we are going literally straight into it. We're starting, but they're not taking anything out of the program. We're going to have 2 rounds of qualifying, all the finals and the main finals today, and we are starting literally in the top heats
We're
of
at
round
the sharp
4.
end already.
Well, just arrived really, haven't we? So we are starting with, absolutely. We're starting with the top drivers. It's Elliot Boots, Matti Polito, David Ronnefalk, Austin Navarro, Adrian Parente, Renaud Savoia, Juan Manuel Martinez, Elliot Marcon, Eric Rollin, Tom Roban, Carlos Huertas, Huna Hatton. Those who worked with us yesterday, the top drivers in pre-qualifying were spread over the top 3 heats, heat 9, 10, 11. Round 4 starts with 9, 10, 11. Then goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then the final round goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So these guys are on first in the morning. They went back on for about now 4 hours. But it's a big day, so you might want to break in a nap after you've done your work.
Plenty of time to wrench on the car afterwards.
They've got something to do that for them. They've got their own wenching. Thank you, everyone who's joined us. Let's see who is Cameraman Ash selecting as our first victim.
I think we're on
of
Boots.
The day.
We're not Boots.
That's a brilliant start. Got that one wrong.
Well, it was this. It was the green side of the car.
It's Huna Hatton, who I believe is the recently crowned Nordic champion in a race that got called off because it rained on the Sunday. So this race will not be called off because it's not, even if it rains tomorrow, because it will have finished. Yeah, so we're currently thinking the main finals are going to go off something around 5 to 8 local time, 5 to 7 UK, 5 to 2 Eastern time, 5 to 11 on the West Coast. quite late if you're in Singapore or Australia. But if you're in Australia now, you're getting an extra couple of hours of free entertainment. So the 5 minutes hasn't quite started yet. I'm not actually sure amusing. We've actually got any feed from the timing. That could be fun. We might.
I think they were green and they just went clear.
Okay,
so
I've got
we'll
nothing.
See.
I haven't really got anything here. Yeah, it's working. It is working. Sometimes it needs to be fired up for the first time. Right, so we're going to have run unity. We see what happens.
Put another lump of coal on the furnace.
In the Barbie. Yeah, so we'll run with unity for a bit. Okay, here he comes up the hill. We've got some problem. What problem? Okay, so sorry about that, but just as always, we get ready. Have to get so down the roller coaster goes and up and around. So down the patio section, he comes into the Contramar corner and over this flat double, and then onto the other was a bit slow switching. Back up the hill again. As you can see, we've just got a little early morning. Camera's a bit cold in the morning. You get a rest every other frame at the moment. Anyway, right. So this is Mark Ronavat. That's interesting. So let's. Okay, so who we are? We're now with car numero, and by the way, we can see this picture stuff after this. The end of this heat will solve that problem. Sorry about the moment. It's just early morning. Everyone's a bit. So that's car 6, and that is Renault Savoia. So out of the back, no one. The track is first in the morning, and no one's doing those on the target to do a quick. Hopping round and down the multi-surface. Down the main straight. So it's been Ronefelt. Ronefelt didn't have a very good day yesterday, and he's already a couple of seconds off. Still got qualifying into semis, but having a bad day, but not what he'd want to do. Let's see if we can pick up our reigning European champion. I'll find him, Ash, and then you can, and I'll tell you where he is. This is one of the nice things. I actually recognise some of the paint scheme. Okay, so Ronnefelt's about to come up the main straight, Ash. Just coming onto it now. Yellow, orange and green. That is European champion. Currently scored first, but I think he's the first person over the line more than anything else. Nope. Doesn't look like he's put his eye in this morning, is it? Obviously not an early morning person. So there's 2 whole rounds of qualifying, followed by all the finals from 256, 128, 64, 32, 8, semi, junior final, last chance final, senior final, and final. That's the day. So if we get you value for money, especially if you're paying nothing. So Ronefelt goes through for another lap. 5 and 4.90. He's going to miss it by miles. Okay, let's see if we can pick. I don't know how easy this is a difficult shot. Can you go to Elliot, who's right now? And he's going for the second camera shot. Now he's showing you green. Now he's showing you red. Third fastest qualifier. Polito, though, is the person who's doing the best on this. A number of people going faster than so we know there's a heat. I'm sure you're screaming in the chat. It's glitchy. It's not your connection. It's early morning for you to worry. So green and red. Green and white for British Ray Carl Jackson, passed a few weeks ago. Obviously for Boots himself. So no one has here. 5:04 is the fastest. It is slower than yesterday in the early morning heat. But that 5:04 was 7th in the last round. Boots getting the end in with the 5:06. So that is the result there. Polito 5:04. That's one. Remember 2 heats. Then you got Boots, Savoya, Ronok, Parenton, and Robin Navarro. Huertas. Right, the screen's going to go blank for a second. We'll come back. So we're back with you in probably about 30 seconds. Early morning, everything gets a bit depressed in the morning. I know we all do. So we're back with you now. So he's not quite, he missed nothing. Just to warm up for the second one. Ongaro, Kilic, Burton, Neumann, Barufalo, Coelho, Montero, Parente, Robert Battle, Pecco, Ibanez and Escudero. And I'm not sure they've actually started yet, to be honest. No, they've still got 30 seconds to go, so you literally have missed nothing. It was fun missing nothing, wasn't it? There we go. And away for the start of the run goes car number 10, Pekko Evenen, being pitted, should I say, by JQ. So this is a heat that produced 2 of the 3 TQs yesterday. Bruno Coelho, he TQ'd heat 1. Ongaro TQ'd heat 2. And then we saw Canas put down the fastest time of the day to TQ heat 3. So No one can get overall TQ until round 5. Even and really happy with sort of 17th, 18th and 19th in round. Now goes round to start his first lap. So Pecco with the Mayako spent 6 months this year doing his national service in Finland, which is one hell of a way to spend your weekend. Just need to check something. Sorry, you can look at Pecco, I need to check something else. Just need to check things as still as they should be. There they are. We may have had an issue with our... Okay, right, so everything now I think is up and running properly. Marco Barufalo with a 50.6.7, waiting for Ongaro's first lap. 51.2 there for Evening. Ongaro has, where's he gone? 51.3. Okay, drop back 1, you'll pick up Ongaro, I think. I'm right. Running even more colourful. That's the same body as yesterday. It's even more colourful. Perhaps as I'm looking at it in real life, it's not quite so bright. I'm not squinting at the moment because the sun's not out yet. It's still not quite fully light yet. So you can tell, so look at, he started on 51. Yesterday they were doing sub 50s, 49 something on the first lap often. So over the rumbles, turning around and dropping, and now sweeping round the Contramar. And climbing the hill. So, what will Ongaro's second lap bring him with the Associated? And the answer on that was another 51, but sort of 51 flattish rather than a slow 51. What was it officially? It was a 50.9, so 51's close enough really, isn't it? It's hard to say who is the fastest because people are very spread out. Certainly not Robert Battles, obviously had a bit of an error and it's dropped 10 and 11 seconds. I think Birkenkilic is running fastest at the moment on estimate. I think actually Bruno's got in third, so Bruno's not particularly swift. Be interested to see whether Ongaro now moves into where he moves into in regards to Birken overall, and he's going to swing up to third. So no real pace from Ongaro at the moment. That didn't seem bad, and it was a 52. It's just Pecco, even second. That's a one. Right, so let's see so it's Birkenkilic, isn't it, who's looking the quickest, the car number 2. I think that's him about to go around the, I'm sure he's blue and white, but which blue and white? Okay, can you, no, that's the wrong car, so don't do whatever I say. Don't do anything I say. This is an impressive amount of eyes by Mr. Kilic. So I've been looking to him for about a lap and a half, wanting to go to him. I can't see. Birken might run a different this time. By the project, we're getting a bit stuck. I mean, he is the world champion, but Kilic changed his body shell. Anyway, so Ongaro is going to come second, it looks like, in this one. hopefully. Okay. So 4-6. I wish someone remembered what Polito got, because he got a 4 something as well, didn't he? Yes, they both got 5. Yeah, Frank, they both got 504s.
Oh, okay.
No, people can't hear you because your microphone's in your mouth.
Sorry about that. just trying to chime in.
No, you did chime in accurately. Unfortunately, it wasn't needed, which was what was the split. Okay. Do we carry on talking or not?
Oh, we can do, yeah.
No, I'm just, I know you're on your...
No, it's fine. It's the answer.
Yeah. Obviously, it's in bed. Welcome to everybody. See if we can say hello to some of our
heroes in the chat, and a bunch of...
so let's say hello to people, shall we? Oh, it's locked in 6. So hello to John Moore, hello to Magnus Bird, hello to Oliver Vieda, who's also one of our heroes, John Moore the hero. Expect to be awake at this time. Here we are.
Neither did we.
No. Hello to Farim Mehmed. Hello, Death Z. Hello, Magnus Berkland. Hello to C Timekeeping. Hello to Monstau Music. Hello to Vilcom Racing Products from South Africa. Hello, Magnus. Yeah, okay, thank you for that. John, hello, Patrick Andrassy. Go, Ronald Falk. Hello, Marcus Dirks. How you doing? Patrick Andrassy again. Even one from the pits. Oh, someone's watching down there. J Speed RC. Hello from France. Hello to Radek Bartnik. About this slight issue having the screen. It's not totally finished yet, but we'll sort it out. Hello to Piga. Hello to Opal Photo, Video and Live Streaming. I like the fact they were blaming JQ for the issue with the stream. Dutch Art, it's stream lags. No, it's not a stream lag. We don't need a better interconnection, so thank you for asking. That's nothing. Morning, everyone. We did try to take it off and on again. Where are we? Portugal, Simon Butter. No, we're in Spain. Right, so it's the final of the top heat. Final top heat? Final of the top. No, one or two. How do you say it?
Well, it's day 2 and finals day all wrapped into one.
Cool, it's like an exciting world.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for?
Exactly.
Okay, so it's now time for the final heats, which will be, he says, Juan Carlos Canas, Oscar Baldo, Hal Figueiredo, Burak Kilic, Brian Baldo, Robert Battle, Max Gotson, what was the last one? Leon Johnny Skidmore, Jorge Soladier, and Powson. And at that point, definition of who is likely to take this round. I mean, obviously, there is a possibility some of the other heats might get the fastest time. The track is getting quicker. But then again, it might not happen as well. So just so you know, currently it is still 7 minutes to 8 o'clock down here.
Oh, it's time to wake up.
Yeah, it's certainly time to wake up. You're not kidding.
We're going to have a glorious, very, very bright sunrise coming over the hill to our right.
All that means is it's going to get hot.
Wow. Afterwards.
It's true. There we go. Yeah, we're noticing. By the way, everyone, we can notice it's a bit skippy.
We are in the midst of sorting it.
But we want to get through these top heats before we do anything drastic.
Worry not.
Also, they're worried. So we're up with 9. So we're going round with Leonardo de Levente, the young Italian. both works driver. Don't quote me on that. Not honest. Down the roller curve. Not started yet.
Still looking for Polito's time because I've got it here.
What was it?
It was 5:04.790.
No, he was slower than Birkin then. He had a 0.6. All right, okay. So we'll find out what's going on soon. So Valente flying down the hill. Bouncing up and down. So this will be his first timed lap, I think, coming up now. Or is he going to cross the line in a second? Here we go. Right, so Valente. What's his first lap going to be? Or is it actually not actually got a lap in? That may have been the last person that he's trying to go round. So Valente got a 51.8 that time.
Kilic, 51 flat, wow.
So Burak Kilic has gone fast. So Burak, Hal Figueiredo, 50.6. Waiting for Canas to come across.
There he goes.
Canas not fast at the moment. Okay, Ash, final car going around the hoodie now. There's three of them. It's the last one you want. Oh, he's now the middle one now. So it's got white wheels and a bit of flash of orange at the tail. That's Hal Figueiredo running second. Or first, actually, because Valente's done 2 laps. So Figueiredo, Portuguese driver on the Caio show.
We had a good talk with him in Portugal at the 1/8 Track Euros.
Yeah, he was doing a bit of fun, wasn't he?
On road.
Having a bit of fun in his home country. I suppose last year's Euros course was his home track in Barcelos. Oh, that was an unfortunate bounce. That cost him 2 or 3 tenths. You kind of saw it happening, didn't you? It's not the end of the world, but it's 2 or 3 tenths. Who's actually in front of him? Who might be, I don't know if he's spotting him or annoying him, but I think no, he's spotting him because that's Kilic. So Figueiredo's right behind Kilic, so he's being at best dragged now. If he does catch up, this is going to be a problem for Kilic, which it is. Car 2's been asked to move over. So that's not great for Burak. After Birkin set a cracking time in the last one, Burak, who has had to unfortunately give up about 3/4 of a second. It's part of the rules. It's obvious that Figueiredo is quicker. Now what happens now normally is that the other car falls over, you go past them, and then you have to let them past again. And at that point you get a bit antsy about it. Well, I always used to anyway. So Figueiredo remains in the lead and actually remains currently on for the fastest time of the round. What's happening to Juan Carlos Canas?
Yeah.
I think he had a bad first lap. His second lap's fine. Yeah, he's now coming into it. Canas is now motoring up.
50.8.
Well, no one's doing this. That's the track today.
Yeah.
It's 3/4. I reckon it's 3/4 of a second, half the 3/4 second a lap slower.
Yeah.
No,
I was just saying his lap time is all. So.
Than last. We only went 50.8. Like, oh no, oh no, missus, no, 50.8. How could you?
Well, I mean, I used the tone only because it was below 51. But it looks like Figueiredo is pulling away from Kilic, even though he had a couple of slides in that last lap. But he's a bit more planted this time around, it looks like.
Okay, let's see if we can just take him over the line, and then if you want to wait there, actually at the line, Ash, rather than on that jump, which is not a great shot. And then you pick up
Don't fall over,
next
Nick.
car coming round, which should be Canas. So Canas. So there's only 2 laps more to do something about it. Canas that time round was a 51.1 compared to 58 Figueiredo. So it's interesting that all the round winners haven't really had very good early morning runs.
No.
So, well, not bad, obviously, but just not that sort of blistering pace. Didn't see Coelho do much, didn't see Ongaro do much, which was a surprise.
Maybe it's their cars are set up for the just the traction conditions for the heat.
Could be. My guess is that probably everyone's stuck a finger in the air on tyres and it's perhaps not working as well. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the setup isn't really going to change much, Frank, for these It's just the grip. It's the grip levels that change. And the difference in grip is not, three cricks on pre-road, like if you had a set of bike shocks. It's just about, have I chosen the right tyres? As Figueiredo is... Oh, look at that. Figueiredo must have had a bad lap. Yeah, he did a 51.9. And suddenly, Juan Carlos, not only is he gone to the top, he's also gone to the predicted... TQ. So there we are. We're talking about it not happening. But Juan Carlos has battled away. Figueiredo made unfortunate for him, mistake. He did a 52 or 51 and dropped down.
Everyone on their last lap.
So Canas could well get his second round win in an unspectacular way, and it was looking like Figueiredo should have got him. In many ways, that's kind of Figueiredo's career. He's almost been nearly about to do something. It's not quite happened. So Canas in the pound seats has to be a 504.6 something, wasn't it?
504.2.
Figueiredo 503.9. Canas takes it. So Canas is TQ. Figueiredo has got second in round, assuming no one goes faster, obviously. Burak probably a little bit disappointed about having to let Figueiredo go. That's really down to not brilliant positioning as he started. Then we've got both the Baldo brothers. It's Brian above Oscar, because Oscar's the 2 and Brian's the 5. Misha with Matt Scottsville and Leonardo Valente. Now, did that get less glitchy? I don't know. Right, so let's tell you where the ranking lists are now. But it's Canas, as you see, who is now going to have 2 TQs and move to the top of the pile overall. However, there's a round to go. Okay, looks like our computer's having a bit of a recovery from its early morning issues. Let's get the ranking list. I do realise this isn't the end of round 4, but it's the important end of round 4. Right, okay. So, what is the order? And they're now scoring 2 out of 4. And with scoring a 2 out of 4, maybe 3 out of 4, but this is quite a good one, 2 out of 4, because it's it kind of gives you what they got. Okay, Juan Carlos Canas is currently TQ. With 0 points, and his next run is a 2. So the worst he can score is 2. Ongaro has 0 points, and the worst he can score is, if he gets a TQ, is 2. Coelho has a 3 score. So the fact is the only 2 drivers who can now TQ the event are Canas and Ongaro. Coelho cannot TQ the event because his next best score is a 3. So it's between Canas and Ongaro, and for Ongaro to TQ, he has to win the round. That's the next round in about 4 hours' time. And
so, just for clarification, these guys are or are not directly into the final. If they TQ.
No one's directly in the final.
Yeah.
So no one goes in. I was going to. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but you're also preempting my entire run through.
Okay. Please continue. Ignore me.
No, because you made a point now. You upset me. Basically, no one goes straight into the final in Nitro Off-Road. The top 16 go into semi-finals, okay? So I'm going to read out the top 16 who are the current semi-finalists. Are you happy with that, Frank?
I am ecstatic with that.
Fantastic. Anyway, back to the story again. Juan Carlos Canas is, or Ongaro can get TQ, but currently it's Canas. Bruno Coelho is in 3rd. João Figueiredo is in 4th. So that's the 2 Portuguese drivers. Then it's Burak Kilic in 5. Mattia Polito in 6, Robert Battle in 7, Brian Baldo in 8, Birkin Kilic in 9, Ronafalk in 10th. That's not good for Ronafalk, is it? 11th for Burton and 12th for Boots. So you've got Ronafalk 3 championships, Burton 1 championship, and Boots 2 championships in 10, 11, 12. Boots still suffering from that breakdown yesterday when he was on for a pretty good time, to be honest.
Electrical issue.
I mean, but I think he'll still be in the semis. That's 12th. Daniel Parente is 13th. Oscar Baldo, who also had some problems yesterday, is in 14th. Marco Barofalo is 15th. And 16th is Jorn Neumann. And then we've got Renato Savoia, who's just outside the semis, in 17th. Oscar Navarro Pecco even in 19th, Michu Meyer 20, Ricardo Montero 21, Johnny Skidmore 22. Just trying to see anybody. Hampersberg is the highest ranked person who hasn't had his final round in 24th. Now this is going to play into Hampus' hands actually, because Hampus isn't going to go out for another hour and 3/4. So he is going to get, theoretically, a slightly faster track.
We did discuss this very slightly yesterday, but he was the most likely one that we figured would be the one to move up a couple of finals.
So this is going to work. I think Hampus is in 8. He might be in 7. I can't remember. Either way, we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By the time we get to 5, that's an hour. So he's going to get at least an hour and 10 minutes of more temperature. And obviously the temperature will pick up really quickly. Once the sun comes up, it's currently really pleasant, but once the sun comes up, it's going to pick up really quick. So he is, now whether that'll get into the track, I don't know in time, but you would say he's probably going to have, I reckon, 0.1, 0.15 of a second per lap just in the track. And at the end of that, that means you're going to get yourself a 3 second or 3 second and a half, which is going to be good news for him because he's the person in 24th and currently outside of the top 16. And if he can get one really good round score, that'd be good for him.
So Hampusberg watchers can see the schedule on myrcm.ch, which is where all the timing and the qualification and overall rankings are available for anyone to see.
For anyone to see. Even people who don't want to see them, they can see it. So we've now gone back to Heat 1, which is Eduardo Puena, Philippa Plim, Pl. How do you do that? P-L-Y-H-M. Plim? Don't know. Holger Leik and Remy Barbillon, Christopher Fogg, Pavel Gut, Samuel Navarro Sainz, Juha Salmon, Javier Ramirez Crespo, Leon Zora, Jan-Manuel Marin, Jose Maria Garcia, Lucas Edrickson are in this one. And we're looking at car number, I think 10 is that? No, it's 13, I think. Yeah, it's 13. So we're looking at Lucas Henriksen. Now, let's have a conversation about something which Frank knows all about.
Hello.
And I'm going to start saying good morning to Geir Albertsen. Are they going to get done today due to the weather Saturday? Yes. So those of you joining us now, yes. Yes, we are going the whole way through. We are going to be finishing... the final is due to go off at 5 to 8 local time, which is 5 to 7 UK.
I think for anyone who left the stream, the broadcast yesterday early, before we had this news, I think they're joining us at 8.
Yes, they would be. Join us.
So, sorry, we've already been running for half an hour or more. You've missed the top heats. They basically were expecting 90% chance of rain tomorrow. And from what we've seen from the rain showers that have gone past, it's absolutely torrential. So they've basically canceled all of Saturday, and we're running all of 2 rounds of qualifying today, and all of the finals. Not just the bottom few finals. The entirety of the rest of the program is today. So we did post it yesterday on the EFRA and RC Racing TV Instagram and Facebook several times, and I believe it was shared into the RC Racing TV group.
Basically, yeah. If you've been on Facebook, you've seen it, but if you haven't, you haven't.
Yeah, if you're a young person, hopefully you will have seen it on Instagram. So we are running everything today.
Yeah. So, Geir Albertsen, F22 Laptor, Javi Fernandez Devisa, Robert Cockcroft. We are running the whole way through today till very, very late. Dutch RC timekeeping is gone. But can I just say, anyone reading what he's saying in the chat, he's absolutely talking complete rubbish. It's people who think they know what's going on and don't.
Okay.
The reason, I'm very happy, the reason for the stutter is because we unfortunately had a Windows update going on in the background, which we didn't know. And normally they are cancelled from happening, unfortunately it happened automatically. So, we are victims of Microsoft as much as anyone else is. So that was what it was. We have so much bandwidth, you could float an ocean liner on it. That's how much we've got.
Yeah.
So, honestly, sometimes you sit there, people going, just if you don't know Do you know what? Actually, this is a general statement about the internet. If you don't know, just say nothing.
Yeah.
Just say nothing, because you've got you're right. You've got a 50% chance of being right. But you've got a 50% chance of looking like an idiot, and that's what Dutch RC Timekeeper has made himself look. Anyway, back to the story. Let's change cars, Ash. Do one of your clever changes that look so super. Do one of your National Film and Television School changes. Oh no, that wasn't a very good one. That's quite whip panny. I like your slow where you just fade out the fade.
Well,
no,
it'd be a lot faster if it was a whip pan.
This is Philippa Plim, the Swedish lady racer. No, I mean I like the ones where he kind of like it just kind of goes out and he just refocuses. So there's another car with hardly a move. It's like it's smooth. See that to me that was
It depends on the track though. I mean it's a big track and everyone went out at once. So
ooh.
What's going on there?
That's what's commonly known as fat finger syndrome. So if you want to write down in the comments, Nick's got fat fingers, that's fine, because that's correct. No, what I realised is what we didn't know, what we didn't do due to what else was going on, was that. Just turn the replays on, but that's fine now. Kosh Keeley, are you guys streaming the ETS as well this weekend? Yes, we are. I'm not sure. Definitely Saturday and Sunday, and some of today. I'm not sure they're starting super early today. It might be, I don't know. But yeah, but the ETS will be on. So the good news is, because you've got we won't be here tomorrow because there'll be no reason. I mean, we might be here recorded, that we don't quite know where the prize ceremony might happen tomorrow. I think it won't. I think it'll happen down there tonight. And we will be
finding out.
Streaming the ETS will be live on Saturday. So if you're thinking, I want to watch some RC, but they've finished the Euros early, not a problem. Not a problem, because we will have the... oh, dear.
That was a good
See
one.
if that's working, shall we? Yeah, replays are working as well. Oh, ba-boom.
There we go.
Yeah,
no harm, no foul.
You paint your car really bright yellow, and then everyone sees it crash. Yeah, so you'll be able to watch the ETS. I did some research into what's happening in the middle of the week after next, so about the 12th, 13th and 14th, which is this special... event that Ash and Matt and I remember Keenan White are doing over in Las Vegas. Now I think that actually is being streamed on their particular channel, the Hydrogen Energy channel. I don't know we're co-streaming it, but we will obviously share it. It'll be shared onto RCTV. But I was looking yesterday, I saw something randomly. I don't know whether my computer's listening to us. It actually YouTube selected some of their clips. So I saw some of the other finals and everything else.
You got the algo.
The algo, yeah. So, yeah, there's a really interesting thing happening in Las Vegas. The boys are going over to film it. It's about hydrogen fuel cell-powered radio-controlled cars, a couple of endurance races.
Yeah, it seems like it'll be pretty cool.
And it's going, I think, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday is my guess. Sorry, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the week after next, but it's Las Vegas time, so it'll be late afternoon, mid-afternoon to late afternoon, early evening in Europe. In the UK, and then obviously absolutely prime time in the States. So, yeah, it should be fun. And then we have the other big RC news, which hasn't really been publicised, is that the next Nitro Buggy we're doing is Buggyland. So we're back in Spain at the end of this month for Buggyland.
Back in Spain.
Back in Spain for Buggyland. 3 days of quality. Unfortunately, Frank won't be with us because Frank has to get his passport renewed because his passport's running out. Frank travels so much he has to stop travelling to get his passport renewed.
I'll tell you what, and I have one of the double thickness passports as well, so it has more room for stamps in it. Sorry, a German immigration officer told me if there's no room, you can't enter the country, so you better get this renewed.
Yeah, I've had that issue as well. The problem is with bloody Brexit. Let's not kind of sugar water it. With bloody Brexit, they're stamping everything now in Europe. So even though I've got the more pages, it's going to get full long before it's run out of its 10 years. Ooh, Johannes Kazan. Well, I think that comes down to we're all entitled to our own opinions. And luckily, I'm the one with the microphone. So my opinions go out on air. And if you don't like it, mute me. It's fine. Morning, chap, says John Hyton. But I will say, Johannes, if someone starts saying things about what we're doing as a broadcasting organisation and they're incorrect, then I'm going to correct him. That's what happens. Kosh Kelly, cheers, cheers, Nick. You're my evening entertainment from Australia. Okay, yes. So you're getting you're getting extra value here, starting 2 hours early.
G'day.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, generally, not wishing to start an internet argument, but it's interesting.
You're
how
stewing.
No, I'm just really interested in why people say things online, why people make a statement. It's weird, isn't it?
It's just a mental thing about keyboards and not being face to face with somebody.
No, I mean, you kind of say, I know it doesn't happen. As we get ready for Heat 2, I know it doesn't happen, but you always need to bear in mind that if you wouldn't say it to someone's face, don't write it down.
But that's not the world we live in anymore.
I'm afraid it's not. You're absolutely right. Gregor Holmes appears to agree with me. That's all right. I don't mind. See, I'm one of these people. I'll read out the comments that disagree with me, and I'll read out the comments that agree with me, because basically it provides discord and makes what's going to be a very, very, very long day far more entertaining for me and you, hopefully. Gear Albert, if you're looking on the chat, which you are obviously, Gear Albertson's in green with a little RC sticker behind his name. What does that mean, Frank, and how could I get that?
Well, the way you would get that is to find the join button on your browser window.
But what is it? What is it, though?
Well, it's called Being a Hero.
Oh, hero. How could I want to become a hero?
Well, the great thing about being a hero is, well, there's multiple things about being great, great things about being a hero. You get, obviously, a green, cool, bolded, highlighted name in the live chat. You get an RCTV logo next to your name. You get some stickers sent to you, RC Racing TV stickers.
Yeah.
And you can see those on. Well, I'll put some pictures in the Instagram, but
sticker pictures.
You'll see some photos in the Instagram from our previous events of what the stickers look like. You get an actual set of stickers sent to you. And basically, you're helping us help RC. So you basically, it's one of the YouTube join channel options. You can subscribe to participate in the chat, and then to take it a further level, you help us out and you join the channel by it's £5, dollars, or euros per month. You don't have to sign up for multiple months, but if you do,
but could you? Please do.
If you do, you get extra cool bonuses.
Extra cool bonuses,
yes,
marvelous,
which are yet to be decided, but will be determined.
Oh, right, I love this. This is yes, we're randomly going to give you something. We can't say what it's going to be, though.
We can't say what it is just yet. Well, because we are going beyond just the EFRA Championship season into
yes, of
ETS,
course, very,
obviously.
very good point. And Buggyland.
And
else, yeah.
the World Buggy Cup later on, which you didn't mention. So
there are World Cup of 1/8 Buggy. Yeah, that's
there are other things that we're doing that aren't EFRA European Champions.
E-Buggy, sorry, that is.
Yes.
This is car number 6 of Anastasia Forg. What a fabulous name!
Yeah, there's two. I mentioned yesterday in the stream that there's only 2 ladies. That's Philippa and
Anastasia. Anastasia Forg. That is a fantastic.
So there's actually 2 females and 2 ladies racing in this one, and one of them is not just a lady; she's about an 8-year-old girl.
There's 3 ladies in fact. There's more than that. There's Jessica.
That's what I was. Well, you talked over me.
Oh,
I was trying to say yesterday.
You're saying there's 2 ladies in this heat?
Yes.
Sorry. Carry on, Frank.
Well, we were showing. I was just waffling yesterday,
fine,
and Jessica Paulson was in the shot, and I said, "Oh, well, there's Jessica Paulson. There's also a lady who's from Sweden, who's Philippa, who was in the previous heat.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 ladies in this one. One of them is not just a lady; she's a 7 or 8-year-old girl.
Is that Anastasia?
who's I think so.
Oh, no, it'd be one with no. The only person
I believe from Spain.
No, there's 2 juniors. It's either Lucia Gonzalez is a junior.
I think that's.
Oh, Lucia's a girl's name, isn't it?
Yes.
I think. Yes. So that's the girl. And this is Anastasia Fork. I want to say it's a fantastic name, and she should be a German spy. I am Anastasia Fork. You look at me the wrong way, you die. You know, could be.
So yeah, there are several juniors, several ladies, several 40-pluses. We have a 40-plus in this one.
Yeah.
So
and they've got a final at the end of the day.
Yeah, the juniors and the 40-plus racers, as well as the main final. So obviously the main final is the main show, the final race.
Yep.
And that will be the final race that we see later on at about sometime after 8 p.m.
No, it started before 8 p.m.
Sometime before 8. Well, we're Possibly.
Let's stick to the timetable we've seen, even though we don't think they will.
Yes.
The main final goes at 5 to 8 local time. Ash, can you wait at Huddy and get the next car? Well, car. No, it's now the third car because it's got stuck at the. Right, so it's coming to you now, and it's got a green roof and white wheels. Right, now, this is Neil Dawn. Now, what happened... Now, I'm following Neil Dawn because someone asked me. Now, however, the person who asked me is very lucky because they're not an RCTV hero. Oh, hang on, we've got several heroes who turned up. Right. So Josh Borgen got a freebie, but everyone else from now on, you have to... Here, so we need to say hello to Basher New Zealand Brad, who's an RC hero.
Well, hey, I've got a new hero.
Hey.
Hello, Brad.
Gears are here. He doesn't feel like one right now. He's on the rigs. But rigs won't be rocking and rolling, will they? No. Thank you, Brad.
They do float, though, don't they?
They do float. How do I get an avatar with a bouncy chest? Well, that'd be, yeah, well, I don't know. It's down to your own personal luck, I think. Hello from the USA, Jay Whitworth. And we now have a Frederick King as a hero.
Oh, hey! Welcome,
good morning, Frederick.
Thank you very much for joining the heroes.
Sofian Hussain, I think, has given us 23.90
somethings.
I think it's Malaysian ringgits. I think you're right. Thank you, Sofian Hussain. I think you may have given us some money rather than becoming a hero, which is a bit of a mistake. But thank you, Sofian. I will look out for you, and if you actually ask for it, then you'll get it as well. It's his first super chat. He's super chatted us.
Oh, wow. Sweet.
Have you noticed we're learning about YouTube as we go? Hello, Sofian Hassan. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for all our two new heroes, and thank you to Sofian as we build through a very, very, very long day. Just to remind you that the choosing of drivers to follow does not apply for finals. Because the finals, we look at the action and we look at the bump-up place and that thing. But during qualifying, yep, you're a hero. We'll follow him when you like.
Yeah, I didn't mention that earlier. The heroes do get first pick of the follow requests. First pick, almost
as
well as stickers and the bolding and the logo and all that stuff in the chat.
Amazing. Sun's still not up, which is interesting. It's coming.
It is up, but it's handily blocked by the mountain to our left.
Well, I remember watching this before. We've been here earlier. Is you over the plane now? We'll get if it's facing the field. I'll get Ash to photograph it in a second. The sun comes across the plane because we're blocked by the mountain to our right, and the sun the shadow just eases along across the plane towards us, and it covers the track, and then we have to put up the cover. Actually, we should put the cover, shouldn't we? Really?
Yes, I'll do that in a moment.
So, a few seconds to go. This is car 10 of Neil Dawn. He's going to be on a 5-lap run. Bottom two heats were the bottom 26 in pre-qualifying. And then heats 3, 4 and 5 were the next 36. Heats 6, 7 and 8 were the next 36. And 9, 10, 11 we've already seen were the top 36. Gregor Holmes, I would give money, but I don't want to be a hero. I can't handle the responsibility. Well, you haven't got to wear your underpants outside of your trousers. It's fine. You can be a low-key hero. This rig doesn't move apparently because it's geared. It's sitting on the seabed.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, learned something.
We've learned a lot about oil rigs over the last couple of days. It's 1:22 in the morning here. What time is it there? It is it's 7:22. Who holds the track record? Canas does. Right, Ash, can you go and put the camera on that where the sun's coming across on the plane to the left? Can you see that the sun's coming? I'm not sure the camera will get around there. So then we're going to use zoom. Right, so we zoom it as much as you can. I think that section slightly to your right's the best actually. Oh no, yeah, keep going. Right. So as you stop. Right, so you see the sun is coming. I'm going to point to the screen. And you can see where the shadow is. And as the sun rises behind the rock behind us, and now can you pan to the rock behind us, Ash? This is a big slow pan. See, there's the sun coming. Oh, shade, all shade. The reason all shade is because we are nestled in the caress of this massive mountain. Well, very big hill, actually. It's not a mountain, I don't think. So that's covering. That's effectively where the sun will rise above. and then we'll start moaning about being too hot. And that case, Frank will put up the sunshade. And
I'm doing that. I'll be doing that in about 30 seconds.
You're doing a reel again, are you?
Yes.
Oh, honestly, those reels are the bane of my life. Is it Canas's home track? No, it's certainly not. It's his home country, but not his home track. He lives miles away. I think he lives I think he lives about 250 miles away. Spain's a very big country, actually. Can we follow car 9? We can, Patrick, but realistically, you really need to be an RCTV hero. That's what we need for people to be followed.
Well, we can.
Oh, do you want to? Sorry,
we could still follow them, but we put priority to the heroes.
Well, the interesting thing there is, what I liked is that you bent into, and as you mute yourself, you started saying something. Go. We've got our portable breakfast here that we had to bring, because obviously we actually had to buy breakfast last night. That's how desperate things were. Yum, yum. Oh, they're filled. Oh, they're filled. They're filled croissants. Marvellous. Alexander Ward, good morning from Germany. Oh, 1:23. Jerry's using military time, so it's 01:23. He's 6 hours behind us. Therefore, he is. Oh, it's 8:25. I'm trying to look at my computer. My computer's an hour out because my computer's on UK time. It's actually 8:25 here. Sorry, it's 8:25 here. And therefore, you are. I'm guessing, Mr. Whitworth, somewhere in the middle of the states. Could be Texas. Could be Chicago. Something like that. Texas, there we go. I win my where you are when you're 6 hours behind the UK. Yeah, just been doing a bit of recording. Right, who are we with? Sorry, we're just doing a bit, as always, we're just checking a few things, making sure everything's running properly around the... do any of the drivers have RC Racing's full-time jobs this year? Yeah, lots of them do. Lots of them do. Ongaro, Ronafalk, Canas, Battle, yeah, probably most, good dozen people have a full-time job. I mean, they've often, they'll back it up by being, always having an RC shop as such, but driving is their main job, and they get paid by various companies and manufacturers to do it. So we are with, I'm finally checking this one out. Literally missed that car again. We are with car number 1, I should have mentioned that some time ago, which is Michael Lewis from the UK. Yeah, everyone's. Yeah, Ronafalk. Oh well, there's a kind of a list. If anybody you think is a professional driver, write it down. And let's see if you agree. So we got Coelho, definitely. Yeah, Olowski, definitely. Ongaro, yeah. Ronafalk, Savoya, Battle, yeah. There's a lot of people. I think there's a lot. I think there's probably in Europe. There's probably 15. I would think who are completely professional. States probably 15 again. I would think who. But I mean, it's not like they sit at home all week and go racing. They'll be doing practicing. They'll also be doing probably, if they're working in the shops or not working in the shops. They own shops. They have little specialist little, like Jared Tebow, for example. He has a T-shirt business and a couple of other things. So they kind of branched out. But RC is what they do. Let's go somewhere else, Ash. Just a simple one-car drop back there. Nothing flashy. Just a little drift back to the next car, and that is car numero 3. Currently leading. Well, I do need to work out who that is. And the answer is it's car number 3 of Ben Simpson, the junior from the UK. So coming down the hill towards the hay bales. I know there are hay bales underneath that matrix sign, by the way. That's why there were hay bales in the Worlds. It's the same layout as the Worlds back in last September. Rolling down the roller coaster. Stop it, turn it. Oh, went too wide, unfortunately. That's a second gone right with there from a perfect lap. Nice work on the rumble strip, though, from Ben. Through the Conchamar corner. Onto the second camera. Just going to finish this lap and it'll be finished the round. There we go. So that was heat 3. So we have a number of sponsors and one of them is InvisibleSpeed. They're our title sponsor, and they want to tell you about a special offer.
Stop scrolling, you nerd. Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed.
Are you the driver of this car?
Yes, sir. Why?
You just won a free alignment.
I had my car touched by JQ, and now I don't feel safe.
I can say that he did improve his time 10 seconds and his best lap.
Last question, would you recommend the InvisibleSpeed course?
Yeah, for sure. Spend your money. Good spend.
If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling.
Oh, cracking. No, I don't know if I should be amused particularly by our own adverts, but that was quite funny. And, of course, we have another great sponsor, and that is our friends at X-Ray. So X-Ray, on-road, off-road, nitro or petrol, nitro or electric, 10th or 8th, X-Ray have the car for you. So go to X-Ray for your European-built, high-quality racing machines. And we also have very pleasant backing from S-Works, from Rudog as well. As InvisibleSpeed, Hot Race, we had Nicola up here last night for a good chat, Hot Race tyres, and of course he did lens bodies as well. So these are the people who actually make it possible to bring you this event, with the course with EFRA, who are the reason behind it all, EFRA and the European Championships. Flavio Manaredondo, morning guys, finals day, question mark, question mark, question mark, what? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yep, it's finals day. There is rain forecast for tomorrow, so they're running the whole thing today. Main final off at, we think, 5 to 8 local time, which is 5 to 7 UK and early afternoon in Eastern time, late morning if you're in California. And if you're going the other way, it gets very, very late before we get anywhere near Singapore, Australia or Hong Kong. But you may have to watch it tomorrow morning. Okay, let's get rolling. Let's see what should we do. Who can we show today who may be enjoying themselves? Weird thing to say, but you know what I mean. Hello to all of you watching us on Facebook. Just so you know, there will be 2 Facebook today because we can only get a maximum of 8 hours. So, Facebook. So we'll actually be starting a new Facebook at some. I don't know where. We might just start for the finals actually. There's a break at midday. Actually, that won't be enough. No, we'll have to start halfway through the finals, unfortunately. And we are there with number 1, which is Jeffrey Halsema. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Nick.
How's it going?
Well, for you, it's about to get a lot better.
Hey, Colin the Coffee's turned up. Marvellous.
There we go. See, if anyone wants to make Nick happy, don't complain about his broadcast. And bring him some coffee.
Absolutely don't complain about it. No, that's a very good point. Never complain about that one.
And make sure all the snacks are within easy arm's reach and visible distance.
I'm enjoying this. This is somebody who really knows what they're doing.
Well, I mean, I've been doing it for a little while.
Well, that's true, but don't show off.
Oh, don't show off. Is that a command coming from Nick? Don't show off.
There's only room for one show. We've got new JQ adverts.
Yes, I have heard. Of course, have we been mentioning InvisibleSpeed.net at least
realistically,
once today
due to the startup, we had those few issues. I kind of forgot everything about the sponsors.
Well, to be honest, I was waiting to even mention it until after the first group.
But we have now sorted it out.
Yes.
And we played out videos, and I've said the words I have to say for X-Ray, which I find very good fun. I'm now passing over while I have a muffin. We're currently with Jeffrey Halseema on car 9. You are in control of Ash.
Okay. All right, there we go. So we're on car 9. Who's this? You don't have to tell me. Halseema. So forgive me if I don't have the names. So Cyclodes, Desvart, Sartel. Oh, Jerome Sartel. Scaramoza, Sommer, Bristol. So you can see the names on there. Very helpfully provided by Stefan, our whiz in Sweden. He is from Sweden, isn't he? It's not Norway. It is Sweden. We have a lot of Swedish connections here. So, coming across the finish line. So, where did he come across? I don't think he really moved up. He moved up to 7th. But yeah, so it's a drop car back. Ooh, it's that was a slidey slide. Bit of a slide into the pipe, gets turned around, comes over almost onto the wrong side of the track into oncoming traffic, and then still can't make it over by the time the. That's a way to lose a few seconds on a lap. It's very unfortunate, but are we on a different car now? Yes, we're on Bremstall. So luckily we can see the screen fairly easy. Oh, there we are. Bernsteyer is who we have a request to follow. So it's car 7. So that's the one. Stay on Patrick. So one of our requests have come through from Anton. Thank you very much, Anton. So and Dominic. So the Patrick Bremsteyer, very popular in the chat. Very meaning 2 people have requested. Remember, you can get priority follow requests if you become an RCTV hero, and to do that, you'll see in the live chat on the RCT Racing YouTube. You'll see people with bolded green names and RCTV logos after their names. That's because they are a hero. So not only do they get priority follow requests, they also get a sheet of stickers physically mailed to them by Matt. And we do have several heroes that have signed up today and many more that signed up yesterday. So thank you very much for signing up and doing that.
Can I ask you a question?
Certainly, please.
Do you always make sure that you say, by Matt, it's Matt, to make sure it's never your job to send the stickers out?
Well, I suppose in a technical sense, I mean, now that we have an actual physical office, it may end up being me, which is fine. That's fine. But at the moment, it's Matt who's set to be doing that.
Cool. No, I did him.
But yes, that is a good kind of funny.
Frankly, I agree with you. That's what I do as well. I wouldn't want any confusion about that fact. As I said yesterday, I told the story yesterday when we did them the last time years ago, and I was the postie. And we charged a flat rate. Unfortunately, the flat rate we charged wasn't enough for all the international people we got.
It was. I think that was mainly because it was being sold on eBay, and I think eBay auto set the cost of the shipping, and it was obviously there's various ways to set these things up, and every year it gets easier and easier for small productions like ourselves to do these sorts of things, like offer merch, which you can actually find on the RCTV Racing YouTube as well. go to rcracingtv.com and use RCTV10 to get 10% off your first order, which was a hefty chunk.
And if you look at the various reels, you have our new shirts. We've got some nice RC Racing TV shirts. I've got a very stealth one where you can't even tell I'm wearing it, which is great.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I like this
it
one.
shows that you can,
I could wear this one out socially.
Yeah,
exactly. And then you had the one yesterday, which was I really liked that one yesterday, the raw cotton one you had.
Yeah, that was a sneak preview.
That's
actually
a really nice new T-shirt. I think that's one I'd certainly be putting an order in for, as it's using one of my catchphrases. I'm fairly
drop back a car, Ash, to see who's following
look at
Patrick.
that.
Oh, time has expired.
Well, you
anyway,
can still drop back for 3 yards. Why ever not follow this? I think it's 5. I think that is. That's the Zwart, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's the 5. At the moment, because the sun isn't out, I can read the screen.
Yes. Well, hopefully the sun's shade that is up will help us out. So there we go. There's our finishing order is about to pop up.
People joining us all the time. Probably people who thought, I'll join them at 9 when it was supposed to start originally before it started at 8 and then it started at 7. And they're going, hello, just to remind you, it's all happening today. There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. Well, there's obviously a tomorrow for all of us, but there's no tomorrow, hopefully. There is no tomorrow for as far as the Europeans because we're going all the way far to it. Now, apparently got another, I want to just play this. We've got another new JQ advert, and I enjoyed the last one. So let's see what InvisibleSpeed are talking about to us now.
Stop scrolling, you wanna be Lewis Hamilton. Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed. You can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just, when you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you like slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
Well, that was interesting. Just so to the point that I couldn't hear what I thought I was going to hear there. So I think you all heard it, so that's all right. I'm just going to play the X-Ray advert again, just because I want to test something. Sorry about too many X-Ray adverts back to back, but X-Ray are fantastic. Right, that is interesting. Yeah, that was actually a test for me. Just check something was working. But X-Ray, on-road off-road, 8th or 10th, nitro or electric, X-Ray has the car for you. Frank's back.
That screen there where you can see the drivers, the results and the driver listings, you can see a very good illustration of the height change from the left side, as we're looking at it, from the left side to the right side of the track.
There is a lot of elevation. That's all I can say. Right, let's see who we got. Who we got in this one? Marshall one's in trouble anyway. Who have we got in this? I don't know.
Le Pavot.
James Le Pavot, I say.
Camamo.
So it's James Pavot, Giovanni Camo, John Hazelwood, Maxime Cook, Philippe Desvoit. We had Desvoit in the last time, didn't we? Who was the last one? Mark Desvoit, Philippe Desvoit, Una Lempenham, Ruben Olivares Munez, Iago de la Iglesia Blanca, which apparently is Mr. Whitechurch, Colin Meyer, Plamen Petrov, Peter Bagrov, and Ruben Cervantes, giving it a full Spanish production. Cervantes, yes. Right. Not sure how long to go there is now. Let me find out. The yeah. Okay. Right. Let's see what we can do, who we can cover, what we can show. Let's see who Ash wants to put on the camera. He's texting his bird, but I'm sure he'll do some work in a second. Ash booked a holiday last night. It was a very complex situation.
Oh, did he? Did he actually book it?
Yeah. There's a lot of toing and froing. Apparently, unsurprisingly, this is going to surprise no one. The Ryanair website was a bit of a pain.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow.
Honestly, literally no one was wearing their surprised face about that when they heard that the Ryanair website was a bit of a pain. We all have to use Ryanair because often they're the only ones who get. It's weird how everyone using Ryanair. It's always doing it under. Oh, I suppose I have to. But in fairness to Ryanair, they are just buses with wings, and they are actually. This is famous last words, but I've had very, very few delays on Ryanair.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, I don't like. I hate the in-your-face yellow of all the seat backs, but that's probably the main thing that I don't like about it.
They have no constant customer service, but the good thing about it is though. They don't make any bones about it.
Yeah.
No, they don't pretend, we love our customers. They go, look, we don't care about you. We're not going to give you money back. We're not going to rescue you getting a problem. It's sort your lives out. Yeah. But here's a cheap flight somewhere. And it's kind of like, all right, fair enough. I don't like you. You don't like me, but we have to work together. They're like that colleague who's quite good at their job, but you can't stand. But you think, well, yeah, fair enough. He's quite good at his job, but I don't like him personally. I'm not inviting him to a party, but I will, we'll work with him on this project. Anyway, car 7's on the screen, and that is Olivares.
And if anyone wants to get a nice up-close look at Juan Carlos Canas and his Pants Q4TQ car, you can check it out on the EFRA Facebook page
I
or
kind of feel
Instagram.
if I was actually watching live coverage, I wouldn't file away to go and see a picture. But I might be wrong.
Yeah, but you can listen to us.
I might be wrong. I'm not saying
have us on the big screen for the video, and then whip out your phone and go. I'm going to look at Juan Carlos Canas's car
because that's what I want to see.
And that's what people love, seeing the cars.
No, I do know that. I know that the desire for the still photograph is still very strong.
Video and still now is
I always get a little bit annoyed when people post very short videos on Facebook rather than a single still. Because a single still, you can put it up and you can zoom in the bits you like. Nick, video kind of thing with it.
Nick, we have something for you and everyone else.
Oh, okay.
I've taken both video and still for
this is
photos.
Why we love you, Frank. You're not Ryanair. You're someone I choose to work with and want to work with as much as possible. Because I'm very old and like old-fashioned things. But you also know a lot of our audience is young and hip and trendy. You bridge the generation gap, Frank.
That's, That's where the dual qualifications come from, I suppose.
Ash, I want you to do a really posh car transition now, and I want to enjoy seeing it.
Yeah. Oh, we peaked there because Ash's brilliance.
James Le Pavot that's amazing. That was just one of the best swap car transitions I've ever seen. Straight onto a single move. When someone says, who can do a transition at an RC event from one car to the next, following them round in a lower heat where no one's really interested, Ash Leontine's your man. As you can tell, we are preparing for a very long day, so we're getting our enjoyment where we can. Le Pavot started quite late, so he's running towards the back of this one. I think he's doing 54-second laps at the moment, which isn't great. Yeah, 54 flat for both of them. James, he was actually in one of the rounds of RCGP last year, wasn't he, at Nemo?
Oh, yes, that's where I recognize his name.
I think he was the wild card with Beach, wasn't he, because he's an S-Works driver. So he ran the Beach RC wild card at Nemo.
Yeah, there you go, just a
Frank's now showing me his pictures. he's come back from primary school and wants to show his mum a picture and wants to put it on the fridge.
Unfortunately, again, this is the world we live in.
Yes. Look at my picture now. Love me. Love
Please
my
give me likes. I need the dopamine fix.
If I don't get any likes, Max will fire me. I need likes for my job. Could be what you might say, obviously.
Well, there's also video and photos of Davide as well from yesterday.
There we are, you see.
Of course, those are the top two protagonists for the final round of qualifying.
The only two who can TQ. That's hard to say fast as well. The only two who can TQ. Okay, you're going to have to do one more, Ash, but you have a job beating the last one. Oh, no, so close. If you'd taken that first car, Ash, I'd have given it to you, but the fact you then let one fly through... So I'm going to give you... For the first transition, I'm giving you a 9 because it was brilliant. That one, I'm afraid, is a 6. That's all that transition was for me. Was a 6.
But for our British viewers, this is John Hazelwood running the Nemo,
the Agama,
N1,
yes. N1 with the lay down shocks,
the funky shocks.
It's something new because I had a hot shot in 1986 that had a lay down shock as well.
Well, I mean, they very deliberately, they've admitted it's based on the Predator. X10, I think it was.
Yeah. But interestingly, I remember the first thing we did when you had the hot shot, or the first hop up you did, was put on ordinary shocks. Because it had a single shock with a spring controlling both sides. And whilst that wasn't necessarily a problem, it meant that you had limited options tuning wise.
Yeah. Well, just for clarity, there are 4 shocks on this one.
Yes, there are.
On this car.
No, there are. And they're later.
The body shell is shaped so weirdly, though.
But aerodynamically, theoretically, you aren't presented with a bluff front, and so it should have an aerodynamic advantage. Suspension-wise, people go, know what it can do and what it can't do. I'm not sure about that. I mean, it's all about rising rate suspension. I'd like to point out that the fastest cars in the world do not have upright shocks. They all have lay-down shocks, often at 90 degrees to the direction of the wheel travel, and I'm talking about Formula 1 cars. And they'll have a third shock, a heave shock as well, a heave spring on a shock, which controls the ride. Formula 1 suspensions are unbelievable when you get to see them up close, because they also use torsion bars as well rather than springs. So, actually, often use a spring on the third shock and torsion bars on the other two. It's kind of a mix,
the thing I really don't understand about Formula 1 suspension is what was the thing that everybody switched to a few years ago? The design, pull rod and push rod.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay,
what do you
don't understand.
What do you know about that?
Well, it's one of those things I need to see a model of it, like in action.
It's quite easy, and I'll explain it to you. Basically, it's about how it activates. Sorry if you're not interested, but basically, pull rod and push rod suspension is basically how you activate, how you take the movement of the wheels, the suspension, the movement of the suspension arms, and translate that through the angle you have to go to get to the actual spring of the shocks. Because we're not running the shocks like this. So what basically it does is if you look at the front, if you pull it from if you mount your suspension arm to the top of the body shell, to the top of towards the top arm rather than the bottom wishbone, as you push up, you shorten it, so your push rod.
Yeah.
So your arm goes upwards.
So I'm thinking like the number 5 Williams from the 90s.
Yeah. So you push rod, and that's push, and that activates. If you put it on the other way, as it goes up, it pulls it, and it's a pull rod.
Okay.
So if you do it from inside top to wheel bottom, it's a pull rod. If you do it from inside bottom to wishbone top, it's a pull rod.
Okay.
And it's about packaging. Neither one is
aero
more,
packaging. And
neither one. Well, no, all sorts of packaging, because obviously you've got your mount, your suspension mount is at the bottom of the chassis, the top.
Yeah.
So it's just about packaging. It's not. Neither is more effective at being a spring or damper actuator. It's all about packaging. It's all about where you want the rest of the body to go. You're absolutely right. These days, it's all about where the air flows and aero, but also obviously. Theoretically, with a pull rod, you can get, if you've got the suspension mounted low enough, which is necessarily easy, it does lower your overall weight. However, having the suspension in the lower area is not necessarily convenient, but it's not easy to access. So it's all sorts of plays in and out.
Pluses and minuses, yeah.
And it's more important at the rear, to be honest, because the rear has more of an effect. You can do more with the rear airflow with the suspension. Also, obviously, that'll affect where you mounted the gearbox as well. So, whilst it's much more obvious on the front, the fact is, if you have an arm in the way of the air and it's going up or it's going down, it's equally really going to do something one way or the other.
A couple of years ago, some of the cars had pull rod at one end but not at the other.
Yeah, because
that sort of thing.
There is no reason why you have to have one. You can have both. It doesn't matter. It's about packaging. It's about packaging, and the rear. It also has elements of aero, but there's no right or wrong.
Yeah.
The fact that I think that the Red Bull's got pull rod at both ends. Everyone's going, it's got pull rod at the rear. Everyone's got that's the way to do. It's all part of an overall package. but neither of them is better or worse suspension. It is easier, absolutely at the front. The reason that pushrod became pretty much de rigueur is because on the whole, you've then got the inputs going at the top of the chassis, and that's where you want to lay down your shocks.
Yeah.
So it makes it much easier to package it. At the rear, it doesn't matter.
Because you have the keel and the T-tray and all that
stuff. Because the rear, up or down, the shocks are sitting normally somewhere aligned on the normally either on top of or beside the gearbox.
Yeah.
Behind the engine. But I must admit, I haven't seen and that's more my knowledge from LMP1 cars. I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen an actual naked ground effect RC car, a ground effect F1 car yet in the flesh. I've seen cars of 2020, but not the 22 or 23 cars. So, but my guess that's basically what it is.
As you can tell, Nick is quite an automotive racing geek.
I'm the F1 correspondent of. I did 7 years in F1, as everyone knows, and I am the F1 correspondent for a podcast that's been running 17 years and gets 7 million downloads a year. Believe it or not, I didn't believe that either.
So if you ever want to spend a good evening having a chat about various types and modes of motorsport racing, buy Nick a beer.
Can we watch Car 11, says Frederick King? Yes, we can, because that is asked for us by a hero. So Car 11, who is... who is it? I've got Car 11 and Car 9. Car 11 is Vincent Rouget. Here he is. I'm not sure if he's said what he's driving. I can check a different list. There's so many blue lists here. What heat is this? It's heat 6. Yes, Rouget has Nagama. He's got one of the old ones with a suspension on it. Ultimate engine, LMR body shell, and a Sanmar radio. There was a kind of an entry list where you could fill in what you've got, and hardly anyone did. But enough people, occasionally you find somebody that's actually written down what on earth they're driving, which is always a bonus to everybody.
And that's one thing we've learned about our viewers over the years. They definitely want to know all the different cars. Even down to, even what body they're running in off-road, where it sometimes doesn't really matter.
Don't say that to Max.
No.
Max Mort's designed his own body shell, so, you know. Who are we to argue with Max Mort? Well, no one, because obviously he'll then start arguing with us on his radio show. Anyway, this is Vincent Rouget coming round the Conchemar corner. Camera 2. Still haven't got the sun. We still haven't got the sun on the track, which is bad news for Hampersburg, who was hoping to get some extra heat in the track. So I wouldn't say that at the moment there's been any gain at all in this one.
Oh, he's absolutely furious about it.
Yeah, he's literally waving the sun along. Come on, sun!
Yeah, he's up at the top of the hill digging it out so that the sun comes down quicker onto the track.
That would be... I would pay to see that.
That would be amazing if it were true, wouldn't it?
Like,
just to be clear, he's not doing that.
No, he's not. No, it's his dad. Why is his dad setting dynamite on that rock? The sun's getting close. The sun now is about 40 metres, 50 metres from the track, about 60 metres from the track. It's coming. It's coming. So now we need to find car 9 we've been asked for as well. Where's car 9? Let's find out. Car 9, who is Lucas Vestler, just started his lap, so he should be coming at the hill any second now. There he is. Right. Okay. Where are you? Okay. Can you wait at the Huddy corner, please? And you're going to have a car coming in a few seconds with the pink side pods, and that's car 9. Oh, it's upside down actually. He's actually fallen off just before getting into frame, which is impressively a curse to the commentator before he even actually got on the camera. So I just mentioned him. He fell over.
Cursed him.
Cursed it. Oh, and has he broken the suspension? Oh yeah, front left's gone.
Oh no.
No, I think the whole thing's gone actually.
Wow.
So we cursed him by actually talking about him, and then he broke. He's got a complete front suspension
We haven't
failure.
seen too many actual breakages.
No, he's got. I don't know.
This weekend.
Is it one side? Is it just the left? But I think it's just the left. I think the left's gone, and he is therefore slumped down. The right's, I think, still working, but it's carrying too much weight, which is why it's quite low. He's carrying on going, which is relatively pointless, I'd have thought.
Well, I think he's just trying to. I don't know.
Actually, the right's gone, actually.
Marshall's
It's the right, front right's broken.
on the edge of their seats, waiting to pick that thing up whenever he decides to. I think he's just trying to get to the pit.
Let's find out. Nope, he's going down the straight. No, he's in the pit. There we go.
Which is, if he had,
No, well done.
probably,
You know, that's what you should do. He kept that's very good driving.
the
but
referees probably would have.
he kept out of everybody's way, and that's it. Oh, it's just come off. Yeah, I think it's unscrewed. He's going to try and screw it back on again. No, they're giving up. That's it.
Yeah.
That's a brave man who stopped the engine with his finger. That is not comfortable.
Mr. Maroney, Mr. Hot Race. Down
Oh right,
there
we
in the
actually
pits?
when we followed car 11 just then, that actually wasn't the one that Frederick wanted. He wanted 9. And then we
that's your
finally,
one.
when we
That's
got,
your request.
Can you find 3 for Trevisan? If Trevisan, yeah, Tavernon. Sorry, it's 8. 8 for Tavernon. We need 8 for Tavernon because he's also been requested by our hero. So Freddie, who liked 9, when we actually got to his body weight, it broke. So yeah, that's gone well.
I'm sure we'll send him a message saying, yeah, sorry, I broke your car.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate.
I literally stuck my foot out and made you crash.
We're still trying to find car 3, are we? Where is he? Let me have a look. I've got the progress meter here. Car 3 should be
on him. He's on a car. I don't.
Are you on 3? 3. I actually said I made a mistake with 8. It was 3 I wanted.
I think it's the white, the third of the 4 cars coming around the Contramar.
Is it?
I think.
Oh yeah. Third of the 4 cars. Orange. Yeah, orangey.
Orange with white
off
wheels.
the road. Yeah, it's crashed already.
See, we didn't do that.
No, you can tell it's us because look, this is actually picking the car up, and he's picked the car up as it crashes. That's impressive stuff. Ash it's almost like he's got like a magnetic thing. He just pulls the car up and over around the track.
Why, Ash? Why would you do that?
I know, shocking, isn't it? And people wanted to see him as well.
Can I just say, to toot my own horn, which I rarely do.
Pardon?
I rarely do.
Go on then.
Those were my old eyes and my own cameraman experience finding that
Can I
number
make
3.
a point about this? That I'm older than both of you by a significant amount.
Yes, but
and
you were
point out-
looking and Ash was looking, and
Yeah,
then I go, there it is.
I also point my eyes are really bad. The paint factory's fired up. Look.
Oh dear.
Behind us there is a paint factory, obviously, and
oh wow!
at various
Look at
times,
that
I know. At various times we get the waft of what's it called? High volatile thinners, isn't it?
Volatile organic compounds.
Brilliant. That's exactly what I was looking for.
VOCs.
Vox. We get the Vox occasionally, and it's very cold.
Cold. It's stinky.
Very smelly.
And, poisonous.
I think it's time to watch. I want to watch the second JQ advert again because we couldn't hear it last time. So you could. So it's time for a bit more invisible speed.
Stop scrolling, you wanna be Lewis Hamilton. Learn something new with Invisible Speed. You can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just, when you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you like slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
Okay, that's good. Yeah, so if you want to join up the InvisibleSpeed.net offer and everything else, there's a link in the description. Yes, Frank, twice already. He's like, yeah. So InvisibleSpeed.net, it is you get the course. Everyone, even one car's Canas has read most of the book, and they've taken the course, so you get to read it, you get to see it, you get to join the Discord community, and you get the free 2.0 book at Christmas, and all the information is on the links below. Right, we're now getting to Heat 7. So this 7, 8, 9 is the fastest drivers who haven't gone out yet, if that makes sense. Now, they are the next
Berg
36.
is the one that we're most interested in.
Most interested in, yeah, well, amongst others. But the fact is that he is
the most likely.
the one who might better. But as it happens, we are still nowhere near getting any heat on this track. It's still about 30 metres away. When the heat does come up, we're going to start moaning because we'll start getting hot, which none of us like. So we've got Fabio Tagisi, Elias Johansson, Gabriel Storino, Iker Tellez, Daniel Bernabe, Remy Bermudez, Manuel Iniesta Hernandez, Andre Bento, Max Mort, Alex Valls, Eric Leik, and Nacho Sanchez Jimenez are your runners. All right, let's now do. Right, okay, fine. Now it's telling us what they are in Heat 7. Is that your still picture you took earlier? But
Yes,
I see.
from yesterday.
It did confuse me on the first couple of times. But why? What's the picture? Oh, I see it. It's a bit. Bare little brain. You can see the sun coming. Can you see it? Can you see the sun coming? But it's not here yet.
So every time we see this particular shot, you can see the line from the shadow of the hill to our right.
Yeah, any second now we're going to stop being anything like as chuffed about life as we are, because it's going to get hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. And they get colder and colder again about 6 o'clock. So, because don't forget, if you are joining us just now, we are here for the long run, and the long run being the rest of the event. We will be running all the way through to about 9 o'clock. Hello, Nathan. Nathan Rules, how you doing, mate? Niggs?
All right, Nathan. All right, Chuck.
Nathan.
He's probably not from Lancashire, is he?
No, he's from Kent. Nathan, who I raced against in the late 80s when he was a little lad, and he's still racing. He's still doing quite well in Veterans 1/10 electric off-road.
Vintage RC.
Whereas
a vintage buggy. I mean.
Whereas I kind of stopped about 89 and picked up again later, but then ended up talking about it. It's interesting because I met there's another guy I used to race with back in the 80s called John Dell, and I met who was quite well known. He was Lee Martin's mechanic for a long time, and I met him at the weekend. So some people just keep on going forever.
Well, speaking of Lee Martin, because we do have a fair amount of British viewers, he's unfortunately not here at this event, or not going to be at the Worlds. Had a unfortunate family issue come up, so he's had to stay home and help support his family.
That's the Electric Worlds, of course. The Electric Worlds in California, which I think
Arizona, I believe.
It's Arizona. Okay. Yeah. Is it next week?
It's I think it's like
a week after.
A week and a half to the actual start. So it might be not next weekend, but this Monday the following week, I think.
Right. Okay. Well, it's obviously Arizona time, which is 7 hours behind the UK, 8 hours behind Europe, and it should be fun. That's all I can say. I misread something there and got confused. Now I've read it correctly, going to go unconfused. Because Alexander Landon is in the chat, and then Patrick Andrews says, "Hello, Alexander Landon. Sad not to see you in the start field." But I read that sad not to see you in the Starfield. I thought,
which is the brand new game that drops today.
Exactly. And I was thinking, how you got that? How are you playing Starfield? Well, you Bethesda fans.
Yeah.
Who are you with? Ash is with car number 2, which is Mr. Johansson. I need to get his first
Is he
name.
reading the chat? Because we've had already 2 requests from non-heroes.
Yeah, it says Elias Johansson. No, Ash is quite clever on those sort of things. There's a kind of an innate ability for cameramen, it seems, to even in these qualifiers find people who are doing well, or perhaps wanting to be done well with. So this bright yellow machine. Oh, let's see if Elias has written down what he's driving. My guess is no, he's written nothing. Oddly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the people in this heat, 8 of the 12 have written down what they're driving. Elias isn't one of them. Too lazy to tell us.
All we know about Elias is that he's Swedish.
That's true, and he's got a yellow car.
Yeah.
Which is number 2.
And it looks vaguely like a buggy.
Well, I've never seen anything in real life really like that, but never mind. Is Max running his custom body? Yes, he is. Oh, we got a green request, a hero request coming up. Woohoo! Yep. Okay. And it's for car 11. I will find car 11. Or you can find. Well, your super eyes. Oh, someone's not got any numbers on their wing. That's really naughty.
Ooh,
must have
they should get pulled.
Well, I think they got a new wing on. That's why it's clear and unpainted, which kind of makes me think they got wing issues.
Well, still means.
No, I agree entirely. I would have them thrown off the circuit, and hung, drawn, and quartered, and also shot. Which I don't think in any way is an overreaction to just not having enough numbers on your car.
And then burned alive.
Nope, that's over the top. If you've hung, drawn, and quartered them and shot them, how the hell are they alive? Anyway, Ash, can you wait at the Huddy corner, please?
And then reconstitute the ashes into the form
take
of them.
the next car, which hasn't got orange wheels, so it's the white-wheeled car. Now, if you run a wide shot, that's Eric Like and Max Mort. Mort's on the orange wheels. Eric Like is slightly ahead of him. Like's the person we need to focus. We can keep them both in for a while because people want to see Max Mort's new body shell. Right, that's fine. He's letting through. Right, just stick with Eric now. So, young British driver on the Agama team. Yesterday, it confused Frank, but these are expat Swedes who live in England. So,
well, it was the way that you said it. It sounded like Patrick Swede.
Patrick Swede, yes, yes. Otto Sonderland tells us some information about Elias, who we're no longer showing. But Elias drives an Associated, so there we are.
Okay. I asked Ongaro why does the Associated team appear to be quite small. He's pitting with about maybe 4 other drivers.
Yep.
And he said, well, Associated is fine with the drivers kind of spreading out amongst their own countrymen. Obviously, the French Federation likes I believe they tell their racers to all sit together. So that here are the French, that sort of thing.
Yep.
So Associated drivers are quite spread out, whereas the S-Works guys are all pitted together. Mostly.
Well, should we play I've heard a rumour?
Ooh.
I think that this could be Ongaro's last year at Associated.
Oh, we're naming names, are we?
Well, they name names in other motorsport when there's a rumour. It is very heavily rumoured that Davide Ongaro will be moving on from Associated at the end of this season. And I have heard a rumour of where he's going. I've heard a rumour of who he's replacing. But as those are more rumoury, I'll leave it to your own imagination. But yeah, I think it's very likely, and by very likely I think 90% likely, that Ongaro will move on from Associated. And there's a couple of good reasons for that. And one of those is what Frank's alluded to, is Associated's presence in Europe is quite fractured. Because they have individually imported into the countries rather than a Associated Europe situation. So, you've got, I think it's Igon does it in France. You've got Jason Varley's bunch, who are they?
CML?
CML, yeah, do it in the UK. Obviously Ongaro is very expensive and very much in demand. And as a double world champion, he can ask for, well, theoretically, really, it's probably not the case. He should ask for the highest pay in the sport. My guess is the person who gets the most money is probably Ryan Mayfield, because I'm pretty sure that the Americans will get more than the Europeans just because of the way the structure works in America with the large races and everything else and the win bonuses. And Mayfield, of course, is a little bit more known in 10th buggy as well. So my guess is that Mayfield probably gets the lion's share of the cash. But
Ongaro's no slouch in 10th buggies either. He's
but it's not quite
former European champion.
Yeah, but no. I'm just saying he's not as well known.
Yeah, no, I'm just tossing that in there as well. We saw him in the GT8 European Championships in Croatia. A month back or so. It feels like years, but it's actually just several weeks.
Yeah.
So yeah, discuss amongst yourselves and have your own thoughts on where he may be going to, if he is going anywhere.
Jonathan Wolf said he'd like Ongaro's drive for Nemo. I think that might give a bit of a shock to John Hazelwood's wallet, but could do.
Yeah.
But there's a, what can you say? I think there's a good chance. Well, the sun's almost got here, but it's not going to get here in time to heat the track out for Hampersburg, that's for sure. So Remy Bermuda's won that with a 5.16. That's certainly, probably a top 20 time, actually. I mean, the track will have dried a bit because it will take some of the moisture will have come out, the overnight moisture will have come out, so it might be a little bit quicker anyway. Thank you all who joined us. We're now up to about 500 on the mainstream and then 300 or 400 more elsewhere. We realise it's very early. like it's only 20 past 9 in Europe, and it's only 20 past 8 in the UK. But we are now. We've been on air for nearly 2 hours. About an hour. So but we're running the whole day today. If you're just joining us, we're going to be on all the time till we're running all the finals today. The main final is due off at 5 to 8 local time, 5 to 7 UK time. Other times, and Portuguese time as well, of course. Other times are available. And we're going to run 2 rounds of qualifying. Have a very short break. I think less than half an hour. So goodness knows how they're going to get the lunch in that time. And then we're going to go straight to the finals. And we are much like anyone else. We're kind of in, reactive mode, aren't we? We don't really know what's going on, so it's hard to be too proactive at the moment because it's a little bit kind of, don't know. So we're just sitting here seeing what happens. We are going to try and do a couple of different. We had some plans for finals day, but without it being actually a finals day, it might be difficult to do some of these things. I'm afraid so it might be just a very high quality normal stream rather than some special stuff. Any Losi cars running? They hardly seem to have a European presence. I'm sure there are some, but no, TLR really haven't been in Europe for 4 years, 5 years.
I've seen one person with a TLR hat, and it was an older person who I believe was just a mechanic. So who knows? That could just be someone wearing a hat from years ago.
Raffia Zabas is Q5 heat. No, we're still in round 4. It's still round 4, but they don't go in order. They don't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Rafa, in this heat. They've gone, so round 4 went heat 9, heat 10, heat 11, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is the, I think this is the last heat. This is the last heat of the round. This is the last heat of the round. So this is the final heat of round 4. Then we go straight into round 5 and we start with heat 1 and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So this is the last heat of the round, I think. Yeah, it's right, isn't it? 9, 10, yeah. This is the last heat of the round. So, yeah. Chewy asks, is it like TLR fell apart in Europe? Okay. So, who's in this last heat? It's Nico Lamberts, Jose Sanchez, Theodore Marie, Max Johansson, Pele Clumsy, Matthew Chaffredon, Jordan Lott, Ivan Navarro, Joan Esparza, David Todd, Alejandro Duras, and Kevin Michuda. I kind of confused myself, actually. It's not, in fairness, it's not new and it's not difficult for me to confuse myself, I'll be honest with you. I think I actually missed something I was trying to look out for. Yeah, so Pampas has been already and had a rotten run. So there's no one else, I don't think, in the top anywhere still to run. Jordan Lott, down in 34, is the first person who hasn't run in a heat yet. And Thierry Lemarie, Matthew Chaffredon.
How do we miss Hampus?
Oh, I think we were having a conversation about hats or something.
Something super important.
It was super important. I think it's fair to say that the chance of us being able to give every single moment of this 14-hour day 100% concentration might be lacking. Ongaro to WRC. Well, in fairness, WRC...
They are Italian.
And they have a lot of money. And the reason they have a lot of money is because they were sponsoring Luca Giotto in Formula 2 for several years, and that ain't cheap. So whether they want to do that is another question entirely, of course. But we've certainly given them a massive profile and a massive bill. So bill versus profile, where would you go, Frank?
I don't know.
Car 6, no. Matthew Chaffredon on the screen. Give a chance to say thank you to Rudog and S-Works and Hot Race Tyres. And of course our X-Ray, our season sponsor, and InvisibleSpeed.net, our title sponsor of the EFRA 18 Off-Road Champion. And of course EFRA, really, because EFRA are the people that make this all happen. And it's helped to happen by our sponsors, and then made happen by RC Racing TV. Now in our 14th season of partnering with EFRA. Did you know that? 14 years we've been partnering with EFRA. You can sound more impressed if you like.
Yeah, I was just...
no, literally, it was nothing. I mean, in our 14th year, and I think, oh, Frank go, wow, that's it.
I definitely was not making any sort of noise because...
Well, exactly. It was like, they were like, yeah, you know that...
Well, I mean, I wasn't making a
you know,
noise.
in like Warner Brothers films where there's like two moths flying around an empty brain? That was kind of it.
Just one gear spinning with no gears attached.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Should we do it again? It's our 14th year working with EFRA.
What? It feels like it's only been 20.
That's right. Great. Anyway, so 2010 we started with EFRA and carried on with them ever since, including through the pandemic.
I want to say my first events were either 12 or 14. I can't remember. The infamous Neen Valley recording. Let me look up when I had that bill.
That was
from
great. The Neen Valley recording was fantastic. Neen Valley Large Scale 2012 that would have been, because I wasn't there because I went to it was the same weekend as the 1/10th Electric World Championships in Holland, the Netherlands, and you were there, and that is still one of my favourite commentaries ever. That was before we were doing things live, or everything live, and that was amazing. That was
Dario Vaselli winning. Well, it's, you know what?
Frank had to revoice the final at 3 a.m. in a Premier Inn somewhere, and
with a very slow internet
and
connection.
it sounded like 3 a.m. in a Premier Inn. And
But you know what though? That was Dario Vaselli's. I believe it was his first large-scale off-road European champion, and I felt quite privileged, honestly, to commentate his first ever on-road large-scale European championship in Holland, actually, earlier this year.
Yeah. That's good, though, but I was going to do an impression.
You could sound more impressed.
Well, I was going to do an impression of your commentary. Ash has swapped cars there really cleverly, but it's moving forward to the Zero, which is
I saw
David Todd. Nice one, Nash. David Todd, the Zero car, the Spaniard. This is now, Sally.
This is the impression of him doing me.
Comes over the line to win the European Championship. Well done, Dario. And it wasn't actually that dynamic. I slightly overdone that one, really. Conversation in the chat about where Ongaro's going, which is exactly
potentially.
Which is exactly where I decided to talk about it. Chewy RC says Ongaro going to WRC. G Chambers said techno. Chewy says it's not going to be S-Works. They've got Canas and Boots.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be them.
Well, yes, they have got Canas and Boots, 100%.
But they also have their bills.
No. But like everything, are they on? You know, if their contract comes to an end, are they still going to be there at the end of this year? Most contracts end this year because next year is the World Championship year.
Yeah, I was going to say we should mention that as well. Yeah.
So are they going to, just because you've got people signed doesn't mean they're still signed. I'm not saying Boots and Canas aren't signed, but if one of those was wanted to go to a different place already, or had already signed for, I don't know, Associated, or had signed for X-Ray, whatever it may be, then they have a space. Or if they've come to the end of their natural time, then they have a space.
Yeah, so, I mean, just for those that are kind of maybe new to the hobby or the sport or whatever, the world championships for RC are always 2 years apart. That's so the contracts tend to be in multiples of 2 years. So that's why we're discussing that the world championships are next year.
Yep. So whoever's actually currently driving for whatever team,
it could all change at the end of this year.
Doesn't really matter. I mean, sometimes it changes. There tend to be changes at the end of every year, but most people are on 2-year contracts, and a lot of the contracts. Oh dear, a lot of the contracts got a little bit waylaid by COVID, so they kind of got extended. So not everything ended at the same time. That's David Todd upside down. He's upside down.
He's upside down.
Chewy says it's not going to be S-Works, and if he thinks he's going to go to another pillow ball team. Fred says you forgot Infinity. Fair enough. Ongara WSC would be class. Yeah, it would be. Joe the Wolves, looks like nicer weather than the Brookthorpe GP. That is certainly true of the Sunday at Brookthorpe. Was it the Monday? I can't remember which day it was. Will he replace Testament X-Ray? No, because Testman's doing the American stuff, and Ongara's certainly not going to go to America for all the Silver States and the DNCs and everything else they go to. Thank you all. It's notable that people are now joining us very, very rapidly. We're getting new people joining us as they've woken up and gone, what's this doing on so early? Well, not yet. I've been on for 2 hours. Right, that's the first. That is a round of qualifying finished. That was the end of round 4. And we've got one more round of qualifying. And then we've got all the finals. And then we've got the main final. But let's celebrate the end of the round by having a quick chat with some of the people who make this coverage possible, including the man we love to hate, but also love to love, JQ and InvisibleSpeed.net.
Stop scrolling, you nerd. Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed.
Are you the driver of this car?
Yes, sir. Why?
You just won a free alignment.
I had my car touched by JQ, and now I don't feel safe.
I can say that he did improve his time 10 seconds and his best lap.
Last question. Would you recommend the Invisible Speed course?
Yeah, for sure. Spend your money. Good spend.
If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
I don't think you should. I don't think we're supposed to laugh at our own adverts, but that's the first time I've heard that one. It's actually quite amusing. Whatever you think about JQ historically, the fact is the InvisibleSpeed.net course and the book are very, very good. They explain how the car's set up. They explain what to do if your car's doing a certain thing. That's just the book. And obviously the course itself tells you how to set cars up. And you have a Discord channel where you can chat to people and have meetings and work out what's going on. And they have lots of well-known racers, not just JQ. But it's a very, very valuable tool. Sign up for a year. And there's a link in the description of all of these streams. Sign up for a year. And you will receive free the 2.0 book, which is coming out in time for Christmas, as the sun begins to hit the track in time for the new heats. So Heat 1 is out.
Are we starting back with 1 through 11?
We're going straight through 1 through 11, yes. So we won't know who the actual TQ of the whole thing is until 11. Because Ongara can still TQ it and he's in 10, but then Kanaska take it off him. We might know actually.
Shall I see if it's possible to get our special secret guest potentially?
I don't mind if you want to. I don't mind. Do you want to?
I mean, I'm trying to build it up for our viewers.
Fine.
Okay then. Well, maybe go now.
Well, I'll give you, okay, I gave you more enthusiasm than our 14 years as EFRA people got. So don't start going a little bit like, honestly. Anyway.
Here, have a sucky sweet.
No. I can't have a sucky. I can't chew it. Well, people might quite like it if I stop commentating, actually, in fairness. It's quite pretty seeing the sun come across the track. Ash,
yeah.
I mean,
look at the trees across there.
Yeah, but look, it's like you can see as it comes across the corner of the track that Marshall 12 is now
it's not just the bottom of the track, actually.
I think once it clips over the top, it comes really quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the track is 10 minutes is now in bright, because we are so close to the coverage of the mountain that the angle it is like that to that is. I'm now doing hands thing on the radio, so it's pointless.
Right. Well, I'm going to go see if we can get our special secret guest to come and attend and give us some super secret
special
insight.
sauce. No? Okay.
And some social discourse.
Social discourse. I love it. Social discourse. Talk to me about social discourse. Frank's gone now. We can talk about him. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is RC Racing TV at the EFRA 1/8 Off-Road Euros 2023. We are doing the whole day today. There's no Saturday this time because of potential rain or very likely rain. So we are going all the way through, and we're going to get to something like, we won't be finished till 9 o'clock local, but final currently is due to go off at 5 to 8 local time. I can't see it happening. I think it'll be later than that, but that's what it's supposed to be, 5 to 8. So Ash is, we're back, it kind of rolls around again. Just to remind all of you on Facebook, come to YouTube because I can monitor the conversation on that, but also there will be 2 Facebook streams because today is going to be longer than 12 hours. We will tell you on Facebook when we're going to split the streams, but it'll probably be, my guess, sort of a couple of finals, probably after the 8th from the quarterfinals onwards, something like that, because we need to split the day. So 8 hours actually will only take us to about 3 in the afternoon. So yeah, so there will be 2 Facebook streams. So it may come, if you're coming and going, you may need to look for a second stream later in the afternoon. Car number 1 is giving us some entertainment at the moment, which is Eduardo Poyena Caballero. Love a bit of entertainment, Eduardo. Okay, that's strange. Back in a second. Okay. So, but it's fine, but shadow left down there. Let's see if we can swap machines. We're going for Ash. Oh, blimey, that's the swap from shadow to light is quite impressive. On the 13 now. Oh, no, no, we've had then someone else again. We've had 13 before. Oh, quite like that one. That was quite a good swap. The single, so I'm going to give you 7.5 for that one. Car 6 of Pavel Gut. Car 9's finished. The round, they are finished. Okay, so that is the end of one.
Finish 3. Time is over. Race finished. The track is open. The start.
Okay, getting ready for heat number 2 now. Sorry about this, just taking advantage of some of these things, just do a few more
8 seconds to start.
Okay, let's get rolling with heat number 2. Oh, it's beginning to get toasty up here, isn't it, Ash? Sun's coming in. We've got the kind of sunshade, but it's still coming. The heat's going right through the sunshade. Oh, Chewy RC has become an RC TV hero. Way! Thank you, Chewy. And he wants Holger like. I think we, unfortunately, in what can only be described as we're trying to head off a potential problem. So we just weren't really looking at that last heat. And I do apologise to that, Chewy, because you became a hero, and then we immediately actually didn't do what we should have done. But that was because we actually just making sure everything's going to work for the rest of the day. And there was a slight issue which we just solved out anyway. So. Ryan Mayfield's net worth on net ecom is estimated to be $1 million to $5 million. Wow, that's impressive. We got a new hero.
I heard you cheering, and that's why I came up.
Yes.
In addition to bringing extra snacks.
Right. I think I'm not. I think those probably don't want to be in the sun, though. To be honest.
Well, they're not in the sun. They're in the shade.
There, you missed me trying to work out what was going on. So I've discovered a slight issue. We're going to get around it.
As we always do.
TLR is a very good car, but unfortunately, they literally don't care for European drivers. There we are. So much for follow requests. You're right, Chewy. I know. I said that was it. Hello to Hearts RC. Hello, Jim. How you doing? Morning. Come here, Sam Cobley. Is he? Yes, right. Can we find car 11? Get booked in for the Brookthorpe Club race. Absolutely. No shameless plug. Out of curiosity, how do the heats work? Well, I'm a little lost, and that's fine, William, because what happens is every round is a different order.
Haven't found it yet.
Okay, I'm looking at something else. Find which is one is a key point.
At this point, I'm going to assume Ash is already on him. Yes, he's going underneath us now into the Hayville corner. And then up through the S's into the Hootie corner. Hello. Here's our super secret special guest.
Our super secret special guest. We have a super secret special guest. How exciting. No more exciting in my life than a super secret special guest. It's super secret special guest time. Who could the super secret special guest be? I'll give you a clue. He's looking very cool. He's got a hat and massive glasses. There's about a beard. So there's about 9% of the skin of his face showing, and it's Elliot Boots. Elliot, how are you, mate?
I'm very good, thank you. You?
I'm good. Elliot, of course, S-Works, one of our key sponsors for the event. But obviously, do you want to sit down? Because you'll be here for a while.
It's a bit of a trek up here. I had to parkour my way up to get to you.
Yeah, well, you know, we like to make it an adventure as well. So how's it going so far?
Yeah, not too bad. I had a rough day yesterday. And then this morning we was out night racing.
Yes, and it'll be night final. If you get the final, it'll be a night final as well.
Yeah. So I suppose it was a good test for the final tonight, maybe.
What's your feeling, and what's the feeling of the other drivers about running this whole thing today?
I don't think we have much choice looking at the weather. It's that or we don't race the final, I think. It's just another curveball we have to overcome and deal with, you know. It's going to change a few things, you know. I mean, like temperature, grip levels, so you have to think about tyres and maybe a bit of setup. Also, I wear glasses when I race, so the spotlights in your face is not the best.
Yes.
But, you know, I've driven in the dark before. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, it's if they actually stay on time, it should be dusk. But, when we arrived here this morning, because we have no lights up here. So we got set up by iPhone torch. So, it's the same. So it does obviously condense the whole day down. I mean, just to talk about yesterday, I think your best run died on the last lap. What happened there?
Yeah, I had a electrical problem on the very last. I'd like half a lap to go. I think it would have been, I don't know, top 5, top 6 run. Not crazy fast, but it would have helped. So we got to do one more run to kind of make up for that.
We're seeing. Obviously, it's a bit slow this morning by 2 or 3 seconds. It got slightly quicker during the day. I mean, do you feel that grip in the car, or is it just you're going as fast as you can and suddenly you go a bit quicker? I mean, can you feel the difference, or is it so subtle it's not really there?
Yeah, I mean, when the grip comes up, you notice it in the fast turns in most places. the car will start trying to pick up on two wheels compared to when you can really lean on the steering. Probably the car will push a bit more. That's when you really know. That's the telltale sign when the grip's starting to come up, and it's normally when it starts getting very hot, because the oil on the track from the cars, you can see the black line on the track. When that starts heating up, it starts to become, instead of being polished, goes a bit tacky, which gives you the grip. And obviously the more cars go around, the more the oil goes down. So tonight, with that down, we have to see.
How does it, I mean, does it once you do a couple of minute warm up, you get out. Does it change much during that 6 minutes? I mean, or I'll take it, or 5 minutes to run, or are the tyres absolutely at their pristine those whole 5 minutes, and you get a consistent run, or do you find it going up and going down even in that short period?
Well, I had to run new tyres this morning just because we went softer because of the temperature. So new tyres is not the best to go straight out on. They are about at least half a second a lap slower until they take about, so 3 minute warm up plus, I'd say 5 minutes, and 2 minutes into the run is when they start to become good. You've got to take the shine off them, and the mould, the centre line mould comes off. Then they start working a lot better. So that's the only thing when you want to run new tyres. They're not quite as good as the
completely different from on-road, where they're at absolute best the first couple of laps.
Yeah, yeah. No, our tyres need a bit of scrubbing in to become their best.
And that's you've got one more round, and that'll be another 5 or 8 minutes, and then you click on to 20 minutes, and then obviously hopefully you'll make the final, and you click.
Well, I'm out at 11. And then again at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, hopefully. So if you're out at 6 o'clock tonight, I mean, and 20 minutes, and it's different temperatures, it's literally finger in the air and guessing.
Yeah, I mean, we will talk to other drivers that have been out before, speaking with, tyre guys, and watching the track, watching the lap times, and seeing what it's all about. That's the only way we can get feedback, because we're not going to be out on the track, so our destiny's in their hands.
How you feeling about the long finals and tyre wear? Have you had a chance to get an idea on tyre wear, or is everyone just going to guess and end up with ball tyres at the end?
I mean, we're all on like an indoor style tyre. Everyone's on them. So if we go slick, everyone's going slick. Some earlier than others, some later than others, but with the track being so clean, I guess predominantly kind of like an on-road surface, I think even when you run slick, as long as you're on the line, I don't think it's going to affect too much.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the Worlds. Some people were running slick at the end. There was a bit of track, and the others, it didn't make a blind bit of difference, it seemed, at the end. Yeah. But of course, the thing is, if we are running as late as we think we're running, there's a good chance that we may end up getting past the dew point, and then the liquid comes down, and it's going to get. You say it's another curveball, but I suppose, is there actually anything you can do to prepare for it, or is that down to you guys adapting as you roll?
Yeah, it's just adapting, really. Taking advice from the tyre guys, seeing what they think, what they say, because they're in the pits all the time, watching and getting feedback as the day goes on. So we look at the finals closer to us to see what they're using and how they're wearing and things like that. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of like it's a joker. It's got the joker car. We just run with it and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is. We're kind of thinking, this is quite exciting having a whole day. I mean, obviously we'll be bored tomorrow, but having an exciting day doing the whole thing. Does it fill you with excitement, or would you much have preferred it to be as it is? Or I suppose the third option is, do you think if it was just a standard event, then perhaps it would fall into Ongaro or Kanata's hands too easily?
I didn't think it was that exciting this morning, waking up at 5 o'clock. that wasn't fun, or being on the track in the dark.
Because the one thing you think of, when you actually go away, you haven't got to wake up early because the kids are back with the missus. You go, I can stay asleep. It's no, I've got to get up early anyway. Yeah.
Because first of all, it was 8 o'clock start, and we was like, oh, man. And then they kind of said, no, it's 7:30. I was like, no. But, yeah, I mean, it's the most realistic choice we have. Yeah, they gave us 3 options, and it was the most real. It was this, what they've decided to do today, or carry on as normal, but it's 100% chance of rain tomorrow, and a lot of it. Or another option would be to just do the semi-finals and the finals tomorrow, which semi-final and main tomorrow.
The option I thought they might have gone for is dropping the 5th round and doing 4 rounds and pulling everything back 2 hours. But
well, I said why not do 3? 3 rounds qualifying, and they could have done all the finals today.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem with that is that if people have been, you could kind of think, right, people, you need to give them another run today. They had some special idea, but I mean, I think I don't mind, but my personal vote would have been the best idea probably, because it gives them some wiggle room as well. It's just to run 4 rounds and then run anything else, and then you're looking at a final 2 hours earlier than it was. But
we still have a lunch break, though.
Obviously. I've been in meetings which have been absolutely falling apart, and they've still had a blooming lunch. But you're never going to get away from a lunch break in Spain or Portugal.
Oh no!
And in fairness,
Italy.
In fairness to Spain, Portugal's even more obsessed about their lunch breaks.
Yeah, I mean they cut it down though. I think we've got half an hour.
Yeah, no, it's down to 35 minutes. So in fairness, that's virtually like not having anything at all.
Yeah.
You can't even script the play earlier in that point.
No, exactly.
So more generally, Elliot, it's really good to see you. Obviously, you've got this kind of quite exotic RC life where you run into, where you're living in 2 countries, mainly because it appears that there's a constant argument between you and the BRCA about how many events you have to do to qualify for various big events. You are British national champion again, so congratulations on that. I mean, is the national champion something you really cover, or something you just do to make sure you get your international license?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously it's important to do it whichever country you do it in. You need to qualify for these events. You have to qualify for the Euros. If you don't do it, then you're not guaranteed a spot. Sometimes you'll be lucky and get in if there's not a full list, but obviously you want to qualify, and then obviously for the world and stuff. And also being British, you want to be British champion. It's quite nice.
How many times is that now?
7.
That's 7 in Nitro, is it, or across?
Yeah.
And how many in anything else?
A few. I can't. I think E-Buggy, Truggy. I can't remember.
Actually, find car 3. It's been requested. So the cameraman did the work now. So yes, you're British champion again. What your racing program? You haven't really seemed to do many of the big American races. Is that kind of an S-Works thing, or is that a you thing?
Well, yeah. I mean, things now like traveling is super expensive, and S-Works, they've expanded the team into America, so it makes sense for them to, because we have such a busy year now with so many races. Cost is super high for sponsors, and now they've got the American guys out there. It's easier for them to do the race and us to do the ones here.
Yeah.
Maybe next year we'll go out and do a few. We'll see. But obviously we've got the Brazil next year.
Yes, that's the big one. You're actually brave enough to go, are you? Unlike some people.
I'm not totally convinced by it, but
I've been to Sao Paulo several times. It's fine. Yeah. It is fine. I mean, it's I used to go there when the Grand Prix was there. So
they say Sao Paulo, but is it?
It's sort of North Sao Paulo now, yeah. Because originally it was. Can you not find him? Car 3, according to that's because he's not in. That's brilliant. We can't follow Car 3 because he's broken and hasn't started. So
he's trolling you. Someone's trolling you.
Just pick anybody up. So yeah. Can you believe that we hang around with no car, and Car 3 said this. So anyway, yeah. I mean. It was originally going to be Mahinas, which is a 2-hour flight from Sao Paulo. And the only reason I knew about Mahinas is during COVID, it was the major town in central Brazil that ran out of oxygen, so it wasn't a great advert. And they've moved it now to Sao Paulo. And it is actually in Sao Paulo. It's the north side of Sao Paulo, and it's quite a nice looking. I think people have been there before for large events in the past, near a couple of hotels, walking distance, and that sort of stuff. So I think it's actually as a location.
I don't even know how far. Is it a long flight? I don't even know.
Yes, 14 hours. I think 12, 14 hours. It depends. It depends. I can't remember whether you. No, you can go direct. You just have to go re-engineer and hop down. Because I've been there. I haven't been there. Last time I went there was about 2011 for a World Endurance Championship race. But yeah, it's fine. It's like anywhere. You need to be sensible.
Yeah.
Any foreign country.
We did Argentina, didn't we?
We've done Argentina, and that to me is. Yeah. I mean, I remember
that was interesting.
I say you need to be sensible. I remember one time when we just went out one evening and just got absolutely hammered on caipirinhas and then wound our way home. There's a couple of stories I cannot tell on the radio about on the killing about that.
We'll talk about it after.
Yeah, basically, if I just tell you it involves professional cameramen, then you'll know what I'm talking about, because there's nothing more animalistic in the world no offence to Ash, than a freelance cameraman. So yeah, talking about more about what you're into and what you're into. So you know, how much? I mean, you know, are you basically full-time in Italy apart from when you fly over for events in the UK? Is that now your home?
Yes.
And fluent in Italian?
I like to think so, but all the Italians don't think I am. I get better when I'm drunk.
Is it, could you kind of a
liquid confidence, isn't
that's
it?
it, more kind of a slur. Mamma mia!
Yeah, exactly. Just rolls off the tongue then.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, yeah, we talk about where RC can take people. I mean, I always remember, one of the things I remember most about you is the first time we ever did, I think it was the first time we ever did Neo, maybe the second time, your dad came up to me. Went, you need to show my son Elliot. You need to show my son Elliot. He's just won the British Junior Championship. Show my son Elliot. And I thought, for God's sake, no, I'm not going to show your bloody son. He'll be nobody. It's fine. I was just like a karting dad, basically.
Yeah.
And then I think a couple of years after that, obviously you were at the front, and you won 2 European champs. Oh, fair enough, Dad was right. I'll give you that one. But at that time, you were living the dream with your Ford RS and everything else in the UK. And then suddenly you find yourself, in Italy.
Yeah.
With the daughter of an engine manufacturer and a baby. I mean, it's an amazing kind of thing that RC's brought you, isn't it?
I'm very lucky. I am very, fortunate. Obviously my dad supported me for many years. I was lucky enough, to have a skill set as well to push me on in my career, but and also had the sponsors from a young age. It doesn't always happen. And I was very fortunate to be supported well, to start off. Probably not as well as some of the young kids nowadays. They're spoilt with the tracks they have now. I mean, I would learn to drive on a flat grass track.
Yes.
That was most of our nationals. So, like, as a young kid coming to this, if you can start on these sort of things, it's a huge thing for later on in your career.
Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, you are, not like an elder statesman, but you're obviously very established. I mean, at what point do you start thinking about what do I do after the RC career? Because obviously, we've seen people are extending them. We're seeing guys still being very competitive, mid to late 30s. But we all know eventually a younger, more reactive, faster, annoying child will come along and beat us. So, I mean, do you have that kind of what do I do next? I mean, obviously, you're very closely linked with the Rossi family and Reds and everything else.
People have asked me, and I've thought about it, and it is something we'll probably look at in the future. Like you said, I'm close with Reds, being part of the family and that, so I'm heavily involved with the engines. I do all the testing development at the track anyway, and if it gets to a point where I can't see the track anymore, then I guess it's something else to do.
That explains why I'm rubbish then. Mal's on the chat, by the way, and he can confirm that his Italian is better when he's drunk. But it also helps when the Italian guy's drunk as well.
Yeah.
So I can imagine you and Mal having fantastic drunken conversations.
Yeah.
Goodness only knows. Guillermo's asking, when is the World Championship next year? I think it's the first week of September. I think it might be the second weekend of September. 8th, 9th. I think it's like
end of part of the
I think
year,
it's next weekend in a year's time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, but I'm glad you're going.
What's the temperature going to be like out there at that time? Hot, I imagine.
They're Southern Hemisphere, so it's their spring.
Okay.
So it should be ramping up. It's never cool. I have only been out there in October and November, and it was relatively warm, but not stupid.
The humidity
is poor.
Great.
You're more right. To be honest, actually, the good thing is from looking where it is. These things have massively improved everywhere, but it was quite smoggy 10 years ago. But I think that's improved. Once you go towards the north of the town as well. The thing I always remember about it is that they. No, I won't tell that story either. It's about it's not a very pleasant story about how they were clearing the favelas while we were because they were trying to make a good impression while F1 was there. So they could. But I recommend it. I think it'll be. It's the organisers seem like they've got a good job. It's in the nice end of the town, and I think it's no different to anywhere else. Okay. It's just basically, if you're sensible, you'll be fine. Yeah. It's people who go out, waving their Rolexes in the middle of a slum area, get into issues.
Yeah.
But I know the Americans are very timid, which is very odd. For a country that invades everywhere else, the rest of races are very timid about going abroad, aren't they? Really?
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I mean, it's confirmed. But lots of things get confirmed, and then.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously it got.
I think the reason this place has got 25% fuel is because American guys I think that's the reason why.
Yeah.
For the Worlds. So they kept
No,
the
it was,
license.
yeah. That was it. They changed it right at the last minute for 25% fuel, yeah. There's a lot of, obviously...
They will be right last minute, we're going to Brazil, and then it'll be 2 weeks before, no, we're going to go Germany.
I don't think they can quite do that 2 weeks before. The thing is, with IFMAR, they make some weird decisions. Obviously it was supposed to be Brazil in 2020, then they obviously realized they didn't want to run it in 22, so they ran it here, because this was supposed to be 24.
Yeah.
It is Raw in 26, so the problem they have is that if they cancel Brazil, it comes back to Europe, and the Americans don't want that.
Yeah. Well, would they want that more than...
I don't know. I think the thing about it is everyone says they're not going to turn up, and they'll be there.
Yeah.
It's they'll whinge and moan, they'll try and get things changed, they'll be there, because they have to be there, because the fact is that if it comes down to it, enough people will be there for a championship.
Yep.
There'll be a final with people know about.
And you won't be there.
Yeah, and if, I know, I'm picking a random name here, okay? If Ryan Mayfield doesn't go, no one cares.
Yeah.
You know, it's not going to be Elliott Boots world champion * Ryan Mayfield wasn't there.
Yeah.
It's not how it works. That's the thing. I mean, you know, the greatest example of that is double world champion Martin Actor. Martin Actor of Austria. Have you heard of him?
No.
He's double world champion.
Right.
In a Premier class. He's double world champion 1/10 electric off-road.
Oh, right.
Because he won it in South Africa when no one went.
Yes.
No one went.
Yeah.
He is double world. He used to make B finals in the Euros. So he's not rubbish. He went. No one else went. He beats and he beat world champion. That's what it is. It's in the books.
Yeah.
You know, and when people are looking back on Wikipedia in 30 years' time, and they go, "Oh, Martin actually double world champion," they don't know.
Yeah.
No asterisk saying no one else turned up.
No, exactly right.
You know, I don't think he got a massive payout for doing it, to be honest. But you know,
where was that world?
South Africa.
South Africa.
It wasn't the worst worlds ever. Actually, it wasn't the worst world ever, but they had a large-scale world championships in South Africa. I don't know why I put the... Anyway, South Africa had a bad rep there. It was back about 15 years ago. It had a really bad rep at that time. And 5 people turned up to it.
Oh.
And that included South Africans.
So does that...
Still counts.
They still ran?
Still ran. Still counted. Still happened. There's still a world champion for whatever year that is in South Africa.
There's not a minimum amount of entries to...
Well, it's a really good question, actually, because in the Euros there is.
Yeah.
If there aren't 30 entries, it doesn't count.
Yeah.
But that didn't apply at that point to World Championship. But I think when Martin Actor won, there were 30 entries because they had all the locals turn up.
I suppose they had all those people there. I imagine, and it's large scale, right? So shipping your equipment's not the cheapest in that scale.
And you turn around and you go, well, you know, the point about it is that IFMAR is a democracy and everyone gets a turn, and these issues turn up. And I'm happy to say this because there's nothing against the countries involved. When you go to FAMAR, which is not Europe, not America, not the Far East, Japan, which ends up being Japan or Thailand normally, you have a problem getting people. You know, all the stuff over in the Far East. Like we got the 1/8 IC Championship over there. Be sold out with, you know, they'll get a few Americans, a couple of Americans, mostly a few Europeans, but it'll be massive in Japan and that area, and they'll get a full thing. It's the same when you play things in America or here, but when you start putting things into countries where there isn't quite the infrastructure, isn't quite the local people to do it, to fill up the numbers, and it's a long distance, less people go, and it's this is because we are. I know it's not you, but on the whole, it's a semi-professional sport.
Yeah.
So you haven't got a circus of like a golf, where you haven't got 100 professionals who are going to go somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, and I was trying to. I don't know how many. What you think? I would say probably in this class, in the world, there's probably 20 professionals, perhaps 25. I would think.
Yeah.
Full professionals,
yeah.
And lots of people get a little bit of help, and if say 5 of those decide not to go, well, you've got 20 drivers, and then you've got the locals. You know, and that's the concept about World Championships.
That's why in America, I was talking to someone about this. That's why in America they have these huge entries at the races because they have so many categories at the race. And I said, why you got to do all these categories, man? You know, it takes so long to do your race, like all day and all night and that. And they're like, well, the thing is, like, why does John, who does it for fun, gets put in a heat with you? He's racing against you. It's not really fair. So they put him in a sportsman or clubman.
Yep.
And they separate it. And I was like, well, yeah. I'm just used to everyone running together and they separate at the end.
Yeah.
But they want to do it where it's, you know, you're in your category.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit because they...
I get it.
There's two reasons. There's two things against it. And I think it's the British way and perhaps the European way is we all want to be together. Yeah. And if we're in the E final, fine. That's where we're at. Yeah. And next time we want to be in the D final. I know it's not your case, you're in the A final, but that's because I've done that with 12th and 10th. You get there. I am not, but perhaps one day I can make a B, or one day I make a C.
Would you like to be in your own category?
No.
You want to be with everyone.
Yeah, I want to know where I am. But in America, and it's a different thing. I think it aids the entries. Is they got sportsmen with the cut-off, they got intermediate with the cut-off, and therefore you can make the A of your class, and people get a trophy and they get a podium ceremony, and that's fine. Some people that's what they want to do. They want to say, I won my class. Yeah. Whereas I think certainly I don't think
online they call it skill-based matchmaking.
Yes. Well, I hope it's more successful than other matchmaking. That's all I can say. But yeah, I mean, then of course you get all the complaints of people of gaming the system, and people who should be pros are doing intermediate. But yeah, nothing's perfect. But yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting thing. One thing I do think actually, I do like the age classes. So, for example, what I would do, I would be in obviously in the over 40s, and I'd be very happy with that. And because that's I think
that's a bit on the side though.
I also think that's a more obvious cut-off.
Yeah.
Because there is a very definite. We all know as you get older doing this sport, there are certain things where being younger helps. Yeah. Eyesight, reactions, all that sort of thing. Yeah. So if you do say right over 40 or over what it is, that's a separate. I'm happy to be in a class with all the other old people, and then come out there being best old person.
But where does it end though? Because now they have over 40s, over 50s.
Well, over 60s.
It's like
Fred Hatfield over 70s.
It's like being in school in the school years now.
It is a bit, yeah. But I think there's a kind of a. I personally, I like this all in together. I think that's a European thing. The Americans, I think it's just
divide at the end.
Yeah. I think it's America's slightly different, but yeah, I think it's an age great thing. I mean, obviously, there is an over 40s European champion. That's a championship on its own, which is great.
Yeah,
and I think that's fine because it obviously there's very few professionals in the over 40s, and it's a kind of.
It's also here as well, right?
Yeah, it's a single race. It's basically a filler, to be honest.
And the junior.
Yeah, they're basically fillers. The junior, because the junior doesn't even count for the junior championship, which has caused no end of rows in the past. Because you win the junior final, it doesn't make you junior champion.
Oh.
Yes, that's the O that a lot of people have. You win the junior final.
Yeah.
No, it's the person who finishes higher up in the overall order. So often the junior fight. So if the junior, so like if who the fast young guy like Daniel Parente is still a junior. Yeah. He makes the main. He doesn't run the junior final.
Yeah.
But he is the highest placed junior and becomes a junior champion.
Oh right.
There was a huge row about 4 years ago or 5 years ago with JQ, unsurprisingly, because Max Mort won the junior final. Yeah. But somebody was a better junior, as in under 16, in the A main, and he got the junior trophy because that's the thing. The junior final, it's a weird sort of thing because obviously the people in the A can run the junior final, but they're not going to because it's 15 minutes before it just cuts their prep time down.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm glad I've told Elliot that he's been doing these European more than I have.
When I was a junior, there was no separation. The first time I won it at the Euros, a junior category. I didn't even know. Everyone was cheering me, and I'm like, I didn't bump. What are you talking about? Everyone's like, yeah, you did, you won. I said, I finished 7th. I didn't win.
Oh dear, yeah, define win. Oh dear. So anyway, what's the plan for the rest of the day? Is it just see what happens in the next round?
We're on heat 4 now. I'm out heat 9, so last run. We'll see how the track feels now. Obviously, the sun, as soon as it comes over the hill on our right here. Temperature starts picking up quite quickly, and then after that it's a lot of bench racing.
Yes,
for 6 hours.
So will you start? So like about 4 hours in, will you start paying attention, to see what the cars are doing on the track as it starts to cool down, or is there nothing you can learn about the cars?
I'm going to, obviously rebuild, work on the car, get all that done, and then take a look at the track a bit later on in the day. There's no point looking right now because we're not going to be out in any of these conditions. Which I think probably this morning was not a bad thing for me to just get a feel for the track. It could be like that, possibly.
You kind of think it would be similar, wouldn't you?
Looking at the temperature.
Yeah, but the thing is, of course, the track itself will absorb a lot of heat during the day. So whilst it's good for the light.
More oil going down.
Yeah. It does throw some exciting variables in, which I'm looking forward to seeing.
Because this will be the most running on the track the whole weekend.
Yeah, it'll be
in one day.
They're flat out apart from the 35-minute lunch break, obviously. Elliot, thank you so much for coming on, and we obviously wish you all the best. And thank you to your team S-Works for sponsoring the stream, and it's fabulous to hear from you. And obviously, you are one of many people who have become multiple European champion. It could be third time. And, of course, you did win here last time in 2016, so no pressure. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And that was Elliot Boots. And whilst I reposition everything, let's have a quick word from our sponsor.
Stop scrolling. You want to be Lewis Hamilton? Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed. You can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just, when you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you like slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
Yes, stop scrolling. That's a great idea. Oh, young man. How are you?
Okay.
You are okay.
I'm okay.
Okay, so you just told right. So I've read this now. So we're doing a press conference at the end. That's fine. 9 o'clock.
Yes.
That's fine. We can grab all the cameras in for that one. Won't be live, by the way. But we will be up on the interwebs probably first thing tomorrow morning because otherwise we won't go to bed till 4 past midnight.
Well, we might end up with a Nemo Frank's recording.
Yeah. Yes. No, nothing that bad.
Oi, I just got that.
Yes, right. Can I leave?
Good chat.
Yeah, it's great. Elliot's really interesting to talk to.
He's very easy to talk to. I didn't.
He's interesting as well.
I tried to bring him up yesterday, and he had his electrical issue, and he was like, "No, I can't do it. No, I have too many issues." So yeah, we brought up Mr. Marone, Nicola from Hot Race, and yeah, so saved hopefully the best for last.
I think so. All right, can you take over for a little while?
Yeah.
Shoot off. You've got some. I haven't read anything from there.
Okay.
There.
No,
so
that's fine.
you are welcome. I'll be back in a minute. I've got a couple of things to do. One of them is a very obvious one, and the other is a less obvious one. All right. Cheers, mate.
Have a sweet if you want. I will. Thank you. Right. Okay. So you've got me for a little bit here. Give Nick a break, and later on, I'm sure I'll be giving Ash a break. And so yeah, you got me, Frank, Control Frank. Control _ Frank on Instagram. If you've been following the RC Racing TV account on Instagram or Facebook, there's a Control Frank one as well. So some additional behind the scenes stuff. I think the most recent is our little stroll and our pizzas that we had last night. Very, very good pizzas, I must say. I'll be giving them a 5-star rating on Google Maps. So. In this one, we've got, there's Mr. Hazelwood coming up again. Right. So let me just run through the live chat. Jonathan Wolf, what chassis is Sartell running these days? Jonathan Wolf, one of our heroes. I'll mention that. I'll go into that in a couple minutes. But Sartell is running an S-Works chassis. So, yeah, very good too. There's a very large contingent of S-Works guys. You'll see some footage of them in the... on the Instagram channels for RC Racing TV and for EFRA. So there's footage of all of the pits, basically. But the S-Works guys are all under, is it 4 or 2 very large red tents. And ciao a tutti, Forza Teges. We've had a request for car number 9. I'm not sure if that's for this race. I don't think so, but we'll see. We'll try and follow car 9 and 7, Ash, just in case. Hi, Elliot. Good luck for today from Ash and Ralph. That's from Ashley Pattinson to Elliot. I'm not sure. Is that this one? Let me see if this is. My apologies for. I need to see if. How do we. So, I'm assuming it's this race. And Jonathan Wolf asking, can you run through the top 10 from round 4 of qualifying, please? I'll do that in a moment. And would like to watch Hazelwood in car 3. We'll definitely follow John Hazelwood because you are asking as an RTTV hero. So you get Jonathan, you get priority follow requests. So I know Hazelwood is running in this one. I'm not sure about 7 and 9, if that's from this one or the last one, but we're on, I believe, car 9 at the moment. So we'll move to car 3, which is the all, I think John is currently running the all-white body, at the bottom of the track. So I think we followed Elliott for at least a lap now. So let's move to car 3, John Hazelwood, as a hero priority request. Well, all requests from heroes are our priority requests, and he's just popped up into the top spot at the moment as he's going up the hill and into the first corner. Over the double, and down, well, he's not quite down into the, there, he's going into the hay bale turn now. It's a very tough one, this corner. And then the S's, and then into the Hootie corner, as you can see. It's very obvious why we call that the Hootie corner. Then down the roller coaster. And a very, well, basically it's a hairpin turn. Then over the patio section, the rumble strips, and then a big drop down like waterfall into the Contramar corner. You can see why we call it that. And into this very tight section here. There's another bit of brick paving coming up just here. And then the finish line. Going over again. And from the bottom all the way up to the top, you can see he's just finished his second lap. He's on 1:45. So John Hazelwood running, of course, the Agama, I believe it's called the N1. The Predator, Tent Technology Predator style laydown shocks, front and rear. So very good aerodynamics, but of course possibly a learning curve to learn how the laydown shocks get adjusted, but obviously it goes around. All 4 corners are still on it. Getting in a little bit of a tussle there with car 5, who's just been told to got a faster car coming up on him, so give him some space. That's John being the faster car, and now there's another car behind that number 5. See if I can get the number for it, just off camera. So the car 5 has let the other car pass. It's the car 1 of Le Pavot, who is not as fast as Hazelwood. Hazelwood coming across again, popping way up into the top spot once again. Le Pavot only popping up into the 8th spot. What races are the fast guys in that are, we're looking for heat 9, 10, and 11. And we still need to, I think we already followed car 9. We did have a request for car 7. Whether it was this heat or next week, last one, the car 7 in this one is, he's going pretty fast, Olivares. So we may as well follow him. So let's move to car 7 if we can, Ash, if you have any idea where he is. I think you're probably already on him, yes? Or are we waiting? That's the one who's gotten past the 3 of Hazelwood. And we've got 5 cars coming past us now. There's a good chance that one of these is car 7. But none of them are. That's the way it goes when we're looking for these. We got young, there we go, the blue car just going over. There we go, we're on him now. There's the car 7. So whether we wanted it for or our request was for this race or the last race, we're still on car 7. No worries. Request for car 11. And car 8. Wow, okay, we're very, very busy. So we'll try to get to those. We have followed our hero requests, so that's the main one that we're worried about, but we will try to get to car 11 and okay. Andre, you're going to have to tell us at the start of heat 6 potentially, because I thought that was, we're getting a little bit mixed up here. So car 11 is they're finishing their lap now, so, or their run, I should say. So if we're confined car 11 somewhere out there, just for the last few seconds that they're on the track, they may have already finished. But we did try to follow everyone that we had requests for. And I believe we followed a Pavot. Cook, yeah, you caught us at a very late point in the Chevy RC, Chewy, sorry. Thank you very much, very, very much for being an RCTV hero, but you caught us very late in the run. I believe we already fought a Le Pavot. Max Cook is already finished in the car 4, so I don't think we followed him at all. Sorry. But hopefully, he's in one of the bump-up spots or wins in his final, because then we'll definitely be following him. The follow requests only are we can only do that during the qualifying, so not during the finals. Finals, we follow the action and the bump-up spots, and that is it. So no follow requests during the finals, unfortunately, but thank you for understanding, Chewy RC. And there was our finishing order there, as you can see. So the next group is already rumbling away. Hampusberg, one of our favorites potentially to move up a couple of finals. I don't think he did it in the last one. No, I think he broke or crashed out in his last run. So this is his final chance. Q5, 5 rounds of qualifying, 3 to count, so 2 throwouts. So he's already had his throwout, just as Elliot Boots did yesterday. Good chat with Elliot, so very, very nice to have him come up. Of course, he's running S-Works, one of our event sponsors for the weekend, as well as Hot Race Tires. We talked to Nicola Moroni for a good length of time yesterday. And X-Ray as well is one of our sponsors. Rudog and InvisibleSpeed.net, who we're going to hear from. What are they handling? A nice message from X-Ray, who was very kindly provided a sponsorship along with our other event sponsors for this weekend. Thank you very much to X-Ray, makers of all kinds of racing cars and equipment, and engines, tools, and all sorts, of course, under the FX and Hoodie brands. So very large contingent of X-Ray racers here as well, led, I suppose, by Martin Bayer and Bruno Coelho. Bruno not doing too shabbily. He told us, or he told me, us, the royal we, that he was having a really horrible time during the practice, and then he goes and TQs the first round. So, you know, that's how it goes with these racers. Complain, 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 TQ. Of course, then we had, I believe it was Canas, no, it was Ongaro, and then Canas TQ'd rounds 2 and 3, and then we've just had Canas TQ round 4. If you want to see what their cars look like up close and personal and see all their sponsors and everything, you can go on to the EFRA.WS Facebook page and or Instagram channels, and you can check out video and photo of them and their cars, looking very, very happy with themselves, which I would be too if I TQ'd against this company. Some tough racing that we're going to be seeing all day today, all the way up until probably past 9, I think. No, just short of 9 p.m. tonight. And we're going all the way to the main finals. Of course, those are going to be preceded by the semifinals, all the way down to the 1-256 final, which was going to be one of the few finals that we had today. But of course, we have huge amounts of rain expected for tomorrow. 90% chance or better of rain tomorrow. So it's all compressed, all happening today. We're doing the final rounds of qualifying and all of the finals today. So that includes all the way up to the semifinals. And then we have the junior finals, and then the last chance finals, which is, I think it's a 10 or 15 car race, and only the winner gets into the final spot in the main final. So after the last chance final is I think it's the 40 plus, and then it's the main final. So 45 minutes of racing action on this. I did overhear one of our top racers talking to his tire supplier, saying that this morning's round of qualifying is actually good practice for tonight's main final. So because the track conditions are pretty much going to be fairly similar. Not a lot of residual heat in the dirt, I'd imagine. So it's not, although it's nice and black and blue grooved up, it's going to be, there's still going to be a very, very slight layer of dust between races. Of course, you have the ruts and the holes that may or may not appear. I don't think there will be, really. I don't see the track breaking up at all anywhere. So it'll be an interesting set of races. Definitely. Well, all day today. I was going to say tonight, but all day. Oh, and the three, we were. I was talking with Nick earlier about the female racers that are racing with us. There's Jessica Paulson, Philippa, and then there's. I mentioned the race after Philippa's qualifying. I said that there were 2 female racers. There's actually 3, and one of them is the 8-year-old girl, and then there's car 11. Okay, sorry, in this one, Go Vincent Ruger. So car 11 is, yes, okay, that's this one. So Ash, if we can find car 11, sorry about that. That's from our hero, Olav Oppedal. So thank you very much, Olav. Our heroes, RCTV heroes, get first pick of the follow requests. And to become a hero, well, that's not the only thing that you get. You also get a sheet of stickers mailed to you. You get a cool green highlighted name in the live chat. You get an even cooler RCTV logo next to your name. And all for the low price of 5 monetary units of your local currency, whatever that may be. So all you have to do that is on the browser window or the app that you're watching us on, just find the join button. Yep. And you can click the join button and it will give you all the additional details. And if you stick with us for a few months, because this is not the final RC race that we're going to be covering this year. We're actually covering ETS and the E-Buggy World Cup and what was the other one in Madrid?
Buggyland.
So there's lots more action still to come. So car 12 is the next one that we need to follow. We have a couple of follow requests. I did see it out there. I don't remember what color it is. I'm looking for it, Ash. He's just going down the concrete waterfall now into the Contramar corner. Car 12. Going over the double. There we are. That's car 12. So thank you very much to our heroes for the follow requests. So again, taking as many follow requests as humanly possible. Of course, the laps are 50 seconds plus. 50 seconds if you're very, very fast, and higher than that if you're not very, very fast. So I believe it's going to be in 2.5 more heats of racing. We're going to have our fastest group of racers back out on track, including Elliot Boots, who we were chatting with. Oh, you had it. He zipped when he should have zoomed. He was already doing a wheelie, and then he gave it an additional blip, and then went over on his roof again. So that's the self-marshalling not quite working out that time. Whoa! He could have tried it there, but he's right next to a marshal, so it's all right. His rhythm's already broken. So, ooh, nice cut of the corner there, going over the jump. About to go into the hay bale corner over this really crazy jump. Look at this, how hard that jump is. So many cars bottoming out on the landing of that. You can hear the aluminum chassis going smack as it hits the sorry, Nick, was that a heart attack or a stroke that he almost gave you?
At my age, who can tell?
Can you put it back on the chat just so I can see, just in case? I know we're at the end of the... yeah, that's... I wasn't sure which thing to look for. Yes, the Chevy Chewy RC track is very tricky. Car 9, sorry. I think we're a bit late for that one to follow Westerlutz. Yeah, apologies for that. The time is already finished. I think they're going down.
They finished. Don't forget, you probably told them this already, but the Oracle's half a minute behind us anyway. So
yeah, there is that. Yeah, but you guys see and hear us about half a minute behind the actual live, like the nanosecond that it happens. So if you're a bit late getting the requests to us, you need to do it ideally during the warm-up period. And then we have time to try and plan.
And we're not very observant as well. Okay, so this is the EFRA 1/8 Off-Road Buggy Championship, 90 Buggy Championship 2023 from Redovan in Spain. We are here all day. By that I mean all day until we get to the end. We're running all the way to the finals today. Main final running off currently. Theoretically, they are on target, and it's currently at 5 to 8. It should get off running. We are here thanks obviously to EFRA and to Rudog, S-Works, Hot Race, and X-Ray, and our number one sponsor, who I'll put on when this fades off, which is the timing. Andrew Trevizon won that one on a 12. Is of course InvisibleSpeed.net, and they have produced a couple of new adverts for you to enjoy. And here's one telling you why you really should sign up to InvisibleSpeed.net, and you can do using the link in the description below the pictures you are watching at this very moment.
Stop scrolling, you nerd. Learn something new with Invisible Speed.
Are you the driver of this car?
Yes, sir. Why?
You just won a free alignment.
I had my car touched by JQ, and now I don't feel safe.
I can say that he did improve his time 10 seconds and his best lap.
Last question, would you recommend the Invisible Speed course?
Yeah, for sure. Spend your money. Good spend.
If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
I love these videos. However, I would like to point out that no one's scrolling at the moment because they're watching a video feed. Obviously, these are going to go on the internet and everything else, but we realise you weren't scrolling. But what you should do is actually scroll down to the description.
Yes.
On either Facebook or YouTube and sign up, because genuinely, you'll be fine. Is J. Cool calling you a nerd, Oliver Verda? He's calling us all nerds, I'm afraid.
Yes, we're all nerds to JQ.
Isn't now being a nerd cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
People want to be nerds. I want to be a nerd. You shall be a nerd. No, JQ's ads are so nice and catchy, says Shazan. I would like to point out that we would play them several times. You'll be absolutely bored of them by the time the end of the day. But at the moment, they're still fresh and I'm enjoying them. I will too. We'll get very bored of them very soon.
It's a nice break from the expected 31-degree heat.
It's coming in. Coming in, that heat. What's that coming over the hill? A blimmin' heat wave. So you've got funny shaped peaches.
Yeah, those aren't. I don't think they're. These aren't. I think these are apricots.
That's a peach, a twit. No apricot's that big, surely.
Carlos told me it's an apricot.
Really?
These, yes.
Those are flat peaches in Paraguay.
Paraguayo.
I would have thought.
I don't really know. It
I would
doesn't
have thought
really
you buy
say.
fruit in Spain, it'd be Spanish. They've got enough market garden growers.
Oh, it says origin Spain. There. Origin, España.
Adam Christiansen says, hey Nick, is there any schedule for today since the changes? Yes, it's on myrcm.ch. The whole schedule is there. I also put it up on the link to it on the RC Racing TV Facebook page last night. So you have two ways. You can go to myrcm.ch or you can go to the RC Racing TV Facebook page. So we are now in Heat 7. Don't forget the top drivers out in 9, 10 and 11. The sun is on the track. It's getting lovely and warm.
These guys are just doing, it's just warm up for now, so don't worry.
It's,
the camera will be moving in
well,
about
it might be, who knows.
30 seconds or so.
Fabrizio Toghese in 1, Elias Johansson in 2, Gabriel Astorino in 3, Ike Tellez in 4, Nicholas Burnaby in 5, Rene Bermudez in 6, Manuel Iniesta in 7, Andre Bento in 8, Max Mort in 9, Alex Viles in 10, Eric Lyke in 11, and Nacho Sanchez. And we have picked up immediately with car number 4, which is Ike Tellez. I'm not quite sure why I can see the numbers better today. I think it's because the sun's not quite on the screen yet.
So if you're a hero, get your follow requests in now.
Get them in half a minute ago.
Yes.
So if you could go back in time,
ideally
by
3.5 minutes ago.
No, we get confused. It'd be a different heat. There's a lot of confusion going on.
It's a warm-up period then.
Yeah. We've got a couple of non-hero requests. Pa. Oh, that's not good.
Which are fine. We love all our fans.
We do.
We just love our heroes
We
more.
don't love them equally. We haven't got to pretend like mummy. Of course, I love you and your sister equally. We haven't got to pretend that anymore. We can just say no. We love you lot more because of the money. It's like OnlyFans and fans, isn't it? By the way, I do guarantee that Frank and I will not be involved in the OnlyFans action. Ash, well, he's available for hire, to be honest, as the younger and the more good-looking one. So if you would like, let's stop that flight of fancy straight away.
There are other coverages on OnlyFans.
Is there?
Yeah.
I know.
There's a motorsport series on there.
It wasn't meant to be just adult content, but it ended up that way. And I think to the point where the stuff that isn't adult content, everyone thinks is adult content.
Yeah. Like the British GT sponsored, what is it, the Lamborghini?
Yeah, that's sponsored by OnlyFans. And OnlyFans make their money from the adult content. Realistically.
Oh, yes, I know.
Because they tried banning it for about 3 minutes and realised it was a really bad idea.
Yeah, what a terrible idea.
We don't want any money anymore. Okay.
We sponsor a Moto 3 team, I believe, as well.
Robert Cockcroft, well, hey, he's finally caught up live after starting half an hour late this morning. That means you missed all the adverts. Yes, well, you may have caught up, Robert, but you've still got another 10 hours to go, I'd say. Possibly a bit more. 3 hours in, 10 hours to go. The team has already gone slightly gaga. Okay, let's do one of your fantastic car switch acrosses, Ash. He's flowing that. Can he flow into a new car? He's looking, he's trying it, oh, that was an 8.5. Lovely flow into 7, which is Iniesta.
Oh, we have a question there from Ashley Patterson. How do we join? Well, on your browser window or in your YouTube app that you're watching the RCTV stream on,
YouTube,
find the join button.
Interestingly, he's commented on that stream, so he must be on it.
That's true, yes.
And then you can become an RCTV hero.
Yeah, all the details are there, but basically you get priority follow requests and a sheet of stickers.
And we love you.
And we love you more.
And we shout out, and we get... Though I need to point out, because we are getting towards the end of the day, there aren't any follow requests in finals.
Yes, I have pointed it out a couple times already.
Good morning.
We'll be mentioning that probably for all the rest of the
I end up not mentioning it. PVT, good morning team, hello, from the UK. But the UK call is only it's not even 10 o'clock in the UK yet.
Lightweights.
Yeah, we've been up since 6.
We've been broadcasting for 3 hours already.
I know. There is a possibility this will break our longest ever live stream. Actually, it's not. If we actually do get to the end, this will be our longest ever live stream. It'll actually be a bit too long, I think, for the archive, so we'll have to get the final up very quickly. But I think that archiving has changed recently. I don't think there's a 12-hour limit anymore, is there, on live streams?
I don't know.
Because I saw a 24-hour one.
There's lots of people online doing 24-hour this and that for charity and racing and gaming events and stuff like that. So
Adam, yes, you will. If you become a hero, you do get your stickers internationally.
Yes.
And we won't send them. It's very clear about this. Matt will send them. Matt will send you them if you become a hero. Absolutely.
Or very likely me.
It's not you yet, but
down the road. Yeah.
You've got to really be careful not to volunteer for anything. We've got a very late request for car number 6 from a hero. Where is car number 6 is the question, obviously, that comes to everyone's mind. He's right.
Are you sure it's 6? We also have a request for 5.
No, I got 6.
Bernabe.
Well, it's not a hero request, though, is it?
It is.
No, Bermudez, please, 6.
Oh, Bermudez, sorry.
Yeah, again, I am not perfect, but I'm not that bad. Right, Ash, you need to go and wait at the hoodie corner.
I am twice the distance of the from the screen. And
it's the red and yellow car coming round now. And that's Remy Bermudez. So you're lucky you just got in there on time, Moan Music. Thank you everyone who's listening to us and watching us. It's interesting actually how there's a gentle rise during the day, and we are obviously going towards the top heats. Hello to our new RCTV hero, Adam Christensen.
Adam Christensen, you're awesome.
Adam. And then someone's got to post him an international set of stickers. That's Matt.
Thank you very much, Adam, for joining our heroes.
For 5 currency units a month, but not 5 yen, as someone pointed out.
Yeah.
Or 5 pesos or something. Maltese pounds would be great because they're more than real pounds, aren't they?
Really?
Yeah, I think I can't remember what the Q80 pound. I think the biggest value of a single thing is like the Q80 pound or something, which is like it's like worth £2.
What about the Polynesian gigantic stone triangle thing?
Have you taken them into Tesco currency exchange? Doesn't go well.
Well, it'll cost you a fortune to transport it there.
Hi guys, what's occurring? Says Mark Bruton Young. Well guys, Mark, what's
only
occurring?
European Championships in Spain.
It's the whole of the European Championships. We're going all the way. It's always a good day when you go all the way, isn't it? So we're going all the way to the main final in 9 hours time.
I do think that's the response that he was expecting.
Well, you know, on iPhone, where's the link? Can't see the join button.
I don't have an iPhone, but you do, Nick.
Yeah, but I'm not a member of our. I don't know.
Yeah, but on the YouTube,
I don't know
YouTube app.
All right, you have to talk when I'm doing this. It took a while.
Yeah, but
I don't think I'm signed into this, to be honest. But that's fine because
you.
No, this was
may
good.
Just need to.
This is good because I'll be like a normal person.
Yes.
Obviously, I'm not the normal person because I'm actually part of RC Racing TV.
So in the app, obviously, you're watching.
The point I'm making is I'm part of RC Racing TV, not that I'm some sort of amazing person. We're live, apparently. It's finals day. There we go.
I think Matt did look for this.
There's the shop.
There's all the merch.
The merch comes up straight away. I'll close the merch. Subscribe.
Yeah, no, that's subscribing so that you're able to chat.
Yeah, right, okay. Shop, live chat, share.
But you may have to scroll sideways on this.
Live chat, say something. Advert, no, that's something else entirely.
Maybe click into the channel.
I think it's always good when you actually get to hear someone trying to work out how to operate their own
click
system.
The channel, so you go into the main channel. Subscribe. And you can hear yourself. You may want to mute that.
Door.
No, that's just the shop.
Community?
Maybe about.
No.
Oh, this is all very fascinating as well.
You do your bit and I'll do my bit.
Okay. So the next one we've got Lambert, Sanchez, Lemaire, Johansson,
Lemarie,
Comsey,
Pele Comsey,
Chafardo.
Chaffredon, for goodness sake!
Yeah, but I can't see the rest of the name. I can't see the rest of the name. I'm only seeing what the watcher.
Cafardo.
Okay, Mister. I've been announcing it for a day and a half, and I have not.
That is brilliant, Cafardo. You've made my day. You really have.
Navarro, Esparza, Todd, Doras, and Michaud. Michaudet.
Do you know what? I'm not sure if you can join from the phone.
From the iPhone.
Well, I can't find a way of joining at the moment.
From the iPhone YouTube app. We're not sure. Yeah. Oh, there's your runners and riders, and you can also see a
Matthew
nice
Chaffredon
background shot showing the height disparity between the bottom of the track and the top. So when we say the bottom of the track, we literally mean the bottom of the track. That's where that photo was taken.
Live chat, share, shop, report, save.
And if you click into the channel, you can't find it either. On the RC where it says RC Racing TV.
I'm not actually logged in, so I think that might be why it's going to be a problem.
That could be a thing.
Let me see if I can log myself in. Because actually,
can you go to the live chat? Because maybe he's found it, and we can. Tell
oh right, sorry, yeah, that'd be a great idea. Rather than these two old men trying to work out how a phone works. Hello, everybody. I can't work it. No, it's not going to. Let me just do that. I'm going to subscribe, which is not going to let me do. So I continue. Yeah, log on.
How's that Ronafalk fella doing? He's not doing fantastically. If you remember from the Worlds last year, he qualified, I believe, down in 10th, and then ran an amazing fuel strategy as well as really good tires that were opposite to what everyone else was running, and it worked out for him very, very well. And car 3 in this one, so we'll look for Lemare. Werner Springbrook. Hey, Vienna, how are you? Is it Vienna or Werner? You're going to have to tell me. Herr Springbrookner from way back in the HPI Challenge days. Hope you are well. Good to see you in the chat. One suggestion is try Safari.
Yeah, I'm just trying this at the moment. Oh, Jesus. 519233. Remember that. I'm in verification hell at the moment.
Oh yes, 2FA.
But it's me. You must know it's me, surely.
Yeah.
Who's on the camera? That's the other job we have to do at the moment.
Well, I believe this is our first follow request.
Is it car number 12, isn't it?
I think it was car number 3 that we were.
That's car number 12.
Okay, we need car number 3.
Which is Michu Day.
Well,
you find 3.
Find him.
No, you can't. Looks like my music says you can't do it.
He's just going down the waterfall now into the Contromar corner, and I believe you're already on him. There's our car 3. Werner, are we coming to the plus 40 in Salsock and 2 each? No, we are not. Sorry about that. So we have a response from one of our heroes, Olivier. YouTube help desk. Purchasing membership on iOS is not available on all channels, but we are continually rolling out this option to more channels. So that may be it.
Well, I'd like to thank you, Oliver, because I was wasting my time trying to do this, and now I've stopped wasting my time. But
potentially, were you checking in Safari?
No, I was in the YouTube app.
Okay, but one of our suggestions was to do it in a browser.
Yeah, probably in a browser, that's fine, but yeah.
On the app, yeah.
Thank you anyway, that was exciting. We got 3, we have got 3.
But it is important info for our potential heroes.
Potential heroes. You're a potential hero. Yes, this is the last of the second batch, or the second best batch of 3. Dropping over timing and scoring. Left over sort of a rolling double there, and up the main straight. Ease off the pace as you drift to the left, and then you've got the big double. No wind at all today. Oh, and that's not how you do it. It landed short. There's no wind, which has been previously, and that was playing havoc on this particular corner. But he just
a little bit high, nose high there on the launch.
Yeah.
We do have a normal request for car 4.
Well, I was doing a lap, you see, and I've had to stop this because of the crash. So people are trolling me in my attempt to cover stuff. There we go. Okay, so this is the 3 car. Again, right, let's try and do a lap. If it doesn't fall over, we'll do a lap, and then we'll go a different car. Right, so this is timing and scoring here. hang a right, and you loop back for a hairpin left over a roller, and then a double and hop. That's because you can't go too fast because you've got that sharp left-hand turn. Ease back here. Now, please do this double properly this time. There we go. And it's never mind. Down here. That's downhill. Then crawl back up again. And you run down, hard braking towards the hairbail's corner. Try and cut that, which you did this time. Now it's a long uphill, but it's very flat surface where you switch back, left, right, left, and then you go down, around the Huddy and down this roller coaster. We stick sort of middle left, not too far left, sharp right, and now you're on the patio. So here's the rumble strips. And now again, plunging downhill, round the Contramar corner. Or a low double, and then onto second camera curve. And you can see the elevation there as he climbs back up on the left-hand side of the screen. And you run down to the multi-surface course. It's actually multi-coloured rather than multi-surface, but hey, I'm calling that now. And that's a lap of the track. Who else are we supposed to be showing?
Car 4.
You need to find him then. Yes, I'm giving you all the jobs.
He's just coming into hairball corner now, going up the hill into the S's. And into the Hootie corner now.
Who is that?
Johansson.
What's his first name?
Johansson.
Max Johansson. A real problem with my RCM's timing not starting itself these days, but never mind. Warm today. Without the wind, it's even warmer, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting there.
I think it's got to be honest. The current look, I should now look on my phone because I can access, which is the current temperature, and it is saying it is 27. Moderate thunderstorm warning for tomorrow.
Well, it says severe weather, then moderates.
It's not for today.
No.
The temperature is currently at 27, and it's going to 31. It's too hot to be honest without the wind.
All right.
But it's not awful. It's not like last weekend when it was 40 here.
It's not like the Osby team race where it was 44 in the shade.
Yeah, but luckily I was in air conditioning, so I didn't mind.
Well, you call it air conditioning. It was just about.
It cut it down to 26, which is good enough compared to 44. Let's be honest about that. Hello, RC World. 1:55 a.m. in Vegas. Hey! Well, the good news for you is that when the actual main final starts, it'll be midday. So good news for that one, really. Do they do something with the track before the finals get? Nope, they carry on going and they just wear the poor thing out. So we are getting ready for the top 3 heats again. Just we'll run down with Max Johansson to finish his run. It's going to be a 5-lapper in about 5:20 or something, 5:21, 5:22 probably. Let's have a look. What is it? Over the line he goes. 5 in 21. Yeah, wasn't bad for a guess there, was it? So let's have a quick word from our very, very valued sponsors. Nitro Electric, off-road or on-road, Formula or touring, buggy or truck, 10th or 8th, X-Ray's got you covered. Choose your favourite. Choose X-Ray, the world's most extensive line of professional racing cars only from X-Ray. Do you know what? I'm enjoying these so much, I'm going to let you all see the other JQ advert.
Stop scrolling. You want to be Lewis Hamilton? Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed. you can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just, when you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you like slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
Wise words from JQ, and the JQ course is available with a special offer at this event only, and possibly Buckyland as well, to be honest, if you scroll down and click the link. Okay. Last 3 heats of the European Championship Finals 2023, and the top pre-qualifiers are in it. We've got Elliot Boots in 1, Mattia Polito in 2, Dave Ronafalk in 3, Oscar Navarro in 4, Adrian Parente in 5, Renaud Savoy in 6, Juan Martinez in 7, Elliot Marcon in 8, Aaron Ronick in 9, Tom Raban in 10, Carlos Huertas in 11, and Una Hatton in 12. None of these guys can become overall TQ, but at least 2 or 3 of them, Elliot, for example, and Ronafalk, do need a decent run to move up from where they currently are. Ronafalk's kind of lacked a bit of pace, and Boots, as he was telling us earlier, had a bit of bad luck, and he actually kind of lost his best run with half a lap to go, which is never a great thing to happen. But we are now right at the sharp end of qualifying. After these next 3 heats, there'll be a short break, and then we just run through the finals like a knife through butter. Hello, I'm running through finals like a knife through butter.
Hot knife through
hot
warm
knife
butter.
through warm butter. Yes, exactly. Those combinations of stuff. So don't forget, we are going all the way. We're going all the way today.
Sorry, I
like
may as well finish.
It's like paradise, the dashboard
I may as
light.
well finish what I was saying to Ash. I was offering him a donut, and he's like, "No." I'm like, "Are you tired of donuts? Have you had your fill of donuts for
a man
ages?
who is tired of donuts is tired of life." The important thing to remember about the donuts, those who weren't here yesterday, is Ash's lovely girlfriend works for Krispy Kreme.
And
it's
gets
free donuts. Which is why Ash has to do this exercise every night to work off the donuts.
Oh my gosh!
There was an
hour and a half of pumping iron,
pumping something. He brought some very, very nice ones back with him before.
Oh, they were delicious.
The Reese's Pieces. Go Corsatex, says Daniel Loud. You sound just like Chris Harris. Do I? Never heard that one. I'm not from Buckinghamshire, I'm from Kent originally, but I've lived lots of places.
Yeah, but don't take it as an insult.
Oh, hang on,
nice,
wait a second.
very nice
this one, Dan Troughton's become
Dan Troughton!
Dan's
Amazing!
Dan. You're a hero.
Dan,
Dan,
you are awesome.
Hero. Dan, hero.
There's this song that we were promised, and Andy's dancing. I can tell you he's dancing.
But it only works with Dan, you see. He's a very short name, otherwise it doesn't work. So what can you do?
Dan, Banana, Bob Dan.
Dan, the hero man. Okay, let's get rolling on this one. I mean, enough of me. There's never enough of me singing, in fairness, but there's perhaps enough of me singing. I don't know. Okie dokie.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's rock.
Do we have any follow requests?
No, it's a top final. Not so. Actually, no. Actually, at the moment. Ronafalk, possibly. Boots. Oh no, Boots from here. We'll get Boots later. We are starting. Have they actually started? They have started. Yeah, we're starting with a green car. Oh, that's not the track. Who was that who fell off? That was car number 11 of Carlos Huertas. That's interesting grip roll, isn't it? That's probably, this is far gripping than I went out earlier. So let's take Huertas round his first lap, which is not going to be a cracker. Oh, most people have been a bit happy with that bumping situation there. Oh, this is not a great lap. This is not a lap that's going to go down in Carlos Huertas' history, that's for sure. And he takes it in a 1 minute 0.7. Ronafalk did a 51.1, Hatton a 50.9. So Ronafalk not, again, particularly quick. I think you need to move forward one car, Ash, which you can just literally cross across the orange and the green there. That is Ronefeld. Boots to the 51-1. So no one, again, no one particularly fast. So is the track actually slower? It's supposed to get quicker. Can't tell though. Ronefeld, he's a reigning champion, but I think it's fair to say he's been struggling this weekend in comparison to where you think he should be. Currently 10th overall qualifier. And just not at one with a circuit in which, because this is exactly the same layout in which he was runner-up in the world, so in fact he didn't qualify well for that either, so perhaps longer run is his thing. Gets the car in the air nicely. It's lacking a little, I tell you what, this car, I don't think it's got, I think it's lacking a bit of corner speed and the slow stuff. Both those hairpins look really quite, whilst accurate, look quite slow. Just watching Boots' car, and that's a little bit quicker, I think.
Hit a pipe.
I wasn't watching at that point, so...
Yeah, just coming up onto the patio section, just in front of the...
Did he lose much time?
No, he kept going, but obviously it threw him off the line.
Couple of attempts. But yeah, it's just I think it's the slow speed that's the problem. There's the 3. What's he going to cross in? He's done a... it's not bad. I don't think it's a bad lap for him. I don't think he's like sitting there having a bit of a cry about it. Hit a 51.5. Boots crosses the line now. He's got a couple of seconds on him, so Boots is the fastest at the moment. Okay, let's pick up Elliott. Elliott's going to come into the red and the green car. It's coming into the corner. Right, if you wait at the hoodie, Ash. Oh, Elliott's rolled it. Oh, he got away with it. Got away with it. Rolled it. Skidded out. And then it was about to be a disaster, but he got away with it. And then he's coming into the shot now. That's Elliott's car. He's lost himself about a second, perhaps a second and a half. But coming off the double at the top of the track and then round that thing, he just suddenly grip rolled, slid, looked like it was going to need marshalling, but it didn't, and he just lost a bit of time. But that would have been the end of everything if a marshal had to get him. As it was, it's a bit unfortunate. It's a second. Ronefeld fast that time around 50.3, found a bit of pace on a 5.06 predicted. Boots now across the line with not a great lap because of that error yet, 52.2, about a second and a half. He goes into 5.06 as well, predicted. But obviously that is influenced by the fact he had one bad lap. But those second and a half, when we get down to the tightness at the front of this field, is probably 2 or 3 positions gone. So he has to forget about that, do the best he can as he sweeps the car. See, Boots' best time is a 49.9. Ronefeld is a 50.3, though it did look like he was getting slightly. I wonder if Ronefeld was wearing new tyres. And as Elliott said, it takes 5 minutes to run them in. 50.1 that time around for Ronefeld, so he's getting faster every lap. This will be better for Boots as well because he didn't have that roll. Will it be a 50.1? What will it be? It's a 50.2. So in absolute time, with 1 lap to go, Ronefeld was 0.3 faster than Boots. No one's going to get a 7 this time, so they're both in their last lap. S-Works driving, thank you to S-Works sponsoring us. Hot Race Tyres, thank you to Hot Race Tyres sponsoring us. And Brewdog Spares, thank you to Brewdog sponsoring us, as well as X-Ray and our title sponsor, InvisibleSpeed.net. And of course EFRA, wouldn't be here without EFRA. People have a word about EFRA, but EFRA the reason we're all here enjoying this event. Right, Boots now. He needs to go 0.4 faster than Ronefeld in this lap to win the heat. Ronefald's having a better run here. Picking up speed as you go. Last lap, we lost about 0.7 in the last lap. There is a hole in the timing here for Boots to throw it into the win of the round. The race, and he does. Yep, he did a second fast in the last lap. So 5.05.2. Remember that?
0.53.
Yeah, I'm not. Oh.
5.04.
I do, please. I've done the wrong thing and looked at the wrong thing again. 5.04.5. We've got forecast time and best time. So 5.04.5. Which I don't think is going to be that near the top, probably 4th or 5th, but it will be a good round score for him. So Boots will move up a little bit with that one as we race through the various other situations. Let's have a word from our sponsor whilst we work out what's going on next.
Stop scrolling, you nerd. Learn something new with Invisible Speed.
Are you the driver of this car?
Yes, sir. Why?
You just won a free alignment.
I had my car touched by JQ, and now I don't feel safe.
I can say that he did improve his time 10 seconds and his best lap.
Last question. Would you recommend the Invisible Speed course?
Yeah, for sure. Spend your money. Good spend.
If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
There we are. I'll lay off that for a while now. I was enjoying them too much.
That is a good one, though.
It is.
I mean, I know he's a title sponsor of the event for us, and thank you very much to JQ and InvisibleSpeed.net. But that is a really good illustration of what some pro knowledge can give you. What that is the lowest ranked driver in one of the qualifying rounds at RCGP last year was basically won.
Yeah.
Just some stranger with green hair walks up to him and says, "You won this." And I was like, "What?" No, I'm gonna mess with your car and make you faster. And he made him 10 seconds faster.
There we go. Hello to Cliff. Lovely weather again. Good day from Queensland, Australia. Hello to Hingepin. I crash every time on my camera in my car. Shazo Antala. Is it possible to bump up through all the files? Yes, it is. Pontius Magnusson. Good morning from the no-shoe Swedish driver. He takes his shoes off before he drives. Hello to 6QLK. Steve Mannering. How you doing, mate? Basher NZ said JQ touched my brush. Hope you remember his cleaning brush. Tara Evening. Go, Becco!
Let's go, Pecco, let's go.
Keenan from the No Name Marcy podcast, Lefty, who's been working with us in Vegas and been helping out with a bit of promotion, the fact this is a single day. There's finally a new Invisible Speed commercial. Can I get that sent to me, please? You need to ask Matt. Matt's got it, mate, so you just ask Matt, he can send it to you. Is that Robert number 9? Yes. Marco Bonafalo says Wazini. Come on, Donovan, Robert Battle. Okay, right, let's go, Ash. Let's pick up some people. Is the holiday all booked? Is the holiday all booked? It's all sorted? You're on the phone a lot of money, there's more consternation going on? You've got no signal at all now? You've got no signal? Poor man has nothing. I who have nothing. Right. Let's go. Who are we with? Haven't started yet. We're with car number 6. Bruno Coelho. Bruno. TQ round 1 hasn't been as quick since, in fairness. It's Danny, is it, this one? Danny Battle Sanchez is 9. Okay, it's not Robert. Okay, fine. This is Coelho. Just waiting to see whether we're actually rolling yet. No. Here's the problem I have. My RCM is not automatically re-scrolling things once it happens. I don't know why. Never known it before. I must have did it yesterday, so I think it's bad. There's a few things that aren't happening today which were happening yesterday. A bit weird, actually. Kind of a weird world of things that aren't happening today which were happening yesterday. You had a weird world of people there. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, here we go. I think Bruno will be starting this time. Oh, no, he won't, actually. So, Coelho, these are all laps that don't mean nout. I assume he's now going to pull in for a bit of fuel. No? He's got a decent tank, then. So, Coelho can definitely do 7.5 minutes in a tank full. It may well be he also has got new tyres he's trying to wear in, as Elliot Boots explained to us. It takes a few laps and a few minutes to get them to their best. So he wants to do as many laps as possible in the warm-up. Get those tyres nice and gripped in, get the release fluid from the moulds off them, get the central spur off. So I'm recognising now that he's a bit quicker. Let's see. We've had a bit of Broom. We'll take him for his first time lap and then we'll go somewhere else and work out who we will see for the rest of the heat. There we go. Okay, so he's going to turn left. He's going to go over these roller double for left up the hill. Full power, full power, full power. Now ease off and drifting, but then give it a quick spurt, up and down, brake turn. That's a downhill, scrabbling for grip. This is very downhill into the hay bales. Now you're uphill, quite easy flat, very easy surface. It's just a switch back. You can do it at maximum speed. Look at the air caught there. Do you see it as you came over the hill? But that's fine. Down the roller coaster, tight in, and then you climb back up again for a right hand over the rumble strips. And drop down, high grip on the patio, avoid the dead car, sweeps around the Contramar corner. That's a very boring double before a sharp turn and onto the camera corner, showing that big rise as he goes up the hill again. Onto the multi-surfaced patio corner, then over a lap. And the first lap for Coelho was a 50.3. Now Birkenkic done a 49.9. Ongaro's done a 50. So they are finding speed that the people in the first heat, the last heat, didn't. So Birkenkic, so Bruno's there. Where is the number 2 of Birkenkic? I think we had this problem last time finding him. And there's Ongaro. Okay, right. Can you sweep across to the main straight now, Ash, and pick up car number 2 that's coming underneath you? That is Birkenkic, who is still faster by 0.8 of a second than Ongaro is, which is always a good measure. Birken, younger of the 2 Kilic brothers, and recently crowned German champion with Mugen Seki chassis. Looking to, at this point, just looking to get a better qualifying position, as is not possible to pick up pole position. Now the interesting thing is that Ongaro doesn't win this race, Canas has got TQ. So if Ongaro does not win this heat, then we know that the TQ is Canas for the European Championship. Obviously all the other positions are up for grabs, but TQ will go to Canas if Ongaro does not win. So 3 laps in, Kilic is still on for 7, just. Ongaro 7/10 behind him in second, Berton third, even in fourth. And Neumann putting in a good run as well this time. Beautifully balanced car. It's running a little bit more rear ride height. It could just be a kind of an optical illusion with the wing and the rear, but just been going a little bit more, running a bit more rake, kind of Red Bull style from the last years of the pre-ground effect cars. They originally run a lot of rake. It's like Kilic appears to be doing that, but I think it's almost certainly just how it looks rather than actually isn't. It's often the way you paint the body shell can make the car look very different on the track. So when Kilic crosses the line, wait on the line, 2 cars for Ongaro, Ash. And Kilic is now off the 7, and Ongaro is within 0.3 of him. So Ongaro has 2 laps to give himself a chance of being TQ, because he has to get the win here to make Juan Carlos have any threat of overall TQ at the European Championship. Now, I'm not sure whether the car ahead of him, which I think is Pecco, I'm not totally certain. Might be it's Evening. I'm not sure whether that's going to distract him or drag him along. Evening's pretty quick, not quite as quick obviously. Oh, that's 0.2 gone right there. And that's how close it is. You can't even do that without losing a couple of tenths. And that may be the difference between TQ and not TQ, just that little tip up. The perfection you need during these qualifiers is remarkable. What's happened to him now? Where's he gone? Yep. So he's now 1.1 seconds off Kilic 1 lap. This is going to be this could be it. There's a poor lap from Ongaro, 51.0. It must be more than that. I think he's pacing himself. Pecco, he's psychologically got himself into a brain position where he's pacing himself with the green car ahead of him, which is wrong. Now Pecco's fallen over. He's lapped him. And it's all gone horribly wrong because of that situation with Evening in front of him. So that is basically Canas taking TQ for the European Championships, unsighted, avoiding the accident that Evening had. And it's all gone horribly wrong. It's good news for Birkenkic though, because he's going to get he's going to move to the top of the score sheet. Ongaro doesn't need to worry about it because he'll still be second. Oh, he should be second actually. Yeah, 5:02. Oh, Kilic had a bad last lap as well actually. So both of them have bad last laps. The frustration for Ongaro is that Oh, Coelho's got into second. That's a frustration. If Ongaro hadn't had that accident, he would have got TQ. But as it is, or not TQ, he would have won the round. So there we go. It's Kilic on 5:01.44, Coelho 5:01.77, Ongaro 5:02.7, all of them faster than the winner of Heat 9. But the big news is Juan Carlos Canas is confirmed, without even running, as the top qualifier for the 2023 European Championships here in Redovan. So little errors as everyone pushed as hard as possible, but some good results there. The top three, very good scores. No one's done 7 today. That's down to the track rather than the drivers. But you kind of think it might be in Canas. He's got the advantage of going last. He's now relaxed. He doesn't need to do anything. So this is a chance to shine. Morning, everyone. Says Nigel W. A bit late. Oh dear. We work. Hinchman says he's got new S-Works Evo. I didn't actually speak to anyone about that because I wasn't aware of it. You weren't aware? You should have been. I know I should have been aware. I wasn't aware. So waiting for the final round of qualifying for the 2020 heated qualifying of the final round of the 2023 European Championship, brought to you by EFRA, of course, in association with InvisibleSpeed.net, for our title sponsor Rudog, S-Works, Hot Race and X-Ray. Juan Carlos Canas in 1, Oscar Baldo in 2, Hal Figueiredo in 3, Burak Kilic in 4, Brian Baldo in 5, Robert Battle, the ex-world champion and the ex-European champion, ex-triple European champion, in 6, Max Gotzel in 7, Misha Widmeyer in 8, Leonardo Valenti in 9, Johnny Skidmore in 10, Jorge Sola Diaz in 11, and Jessica Powson is running in 12. Would it be feasible you could adjust the size of the... it's not really feasible, actually. It's kind of fixed. That's Fabienne Schneider's comment. We'll try and do it for a different one. Hello, everybody who's here at the moment. We're obviously being joined by a lot of people who've just joined us for the top heat. So the important thing to tell you all is that today is the final day and finals day of this European Championship. There is no Saturday because it's impending thunderstorms and rain. So we're going to finish the entire thing today. There will be... we're going to finish the entire event today. There will be all the finals, and they're going to start in a second. So basically what's going to happen is we're going to run this one and then have about half hour change around that, and we start with the finals. We go all the way 2, 5, 6, 1, 2, 8, 64, 32, 8 quarters, semis. Then we have a junior final, a last chance final, a senior final, and the main final currently going off at 5 to 8 local time, 19:55. Obviously that's 5 to 7 in the UK, and other time zones are available, and Portugal of course as well, but those are the European, and Greece it's 5 to 10, 5 to 9, so plenty going on. Thank you to everyone who is become an RCTV hero. One of our RCTV heroes, or two of them actually, are asking for Robert Battle, the all red or orangey number 6 car, Ash. So if he's actually on the track, he's relatively easy to see. I think he's pulling the pits now. Yeah, there he is. Can you see it? Number 6 in the pits. So when he comes out, Ash will follow Robert to give you some battle thing. When is Elliot Boots up? You've missed Elliot, I'm afraid. Wayne RC, you missed him twice actually because he's on here he was on the comments, he was on the chat here. We were talking to him, interviewed him about 20 minutes, about an hour ago, and he was in Heat 9. So we're waiting to see Car 7 and Max Gottzel's got an absolute David Ronefalk tribute colour scheme.
6 seconds to start.
Okay, here we go. So I think he will click the start when he comes across, so we'll take the first lap. Yep, not long to go. So he should actually... Will he make it or not? Will he get another whole lap?
10, 9,
No, he's going to get there's another lap that's not doing anything.
5,
Hold at the start, because it's not, this one doesn't count, and we'll just take the next car that passes. Right, next car, because this car's actually been counted for something. This is a competition lap. I think this is the 4. I think this is Burak Kilic, and the 4. I could be wrong. I've been wrong on many occasions. I've had massive Kilic identification issues because I think it's a slight colour change. This is Burak. This is the older brother of Burke, and Burak, of course, TQ'd one of the rounds of qualifying here at the Worlds last year. TQ still up for grabs on this round, and that'll help move people up in the semi-finals. Canas is already going to be the TQ of the event. He's got 2 wins in the second, and I think Ongaro's got a win and 2 seconds, or a win in the second and third, so he will be second, I think. I don't think anyone can get on those 2. The rest of the positions are completely up for grabs on what's going on, and there was a good result for Coelho there, which may well put him in the pound seats for third. Figueiredo has a chance for third as well. So the TQ in round 1 for Bruno gives him a big edge over everyone else in that towards the front of the grid start in the semi-final and about. So that's not the track, but I think he may have got away with some of that. Let's have a look. Just goes off slightly. Yeah, I'm not sure how much time that's cost him really. I mean, yeah, a little bit there. That's about, I reckon that's about 4 or 5 tenths that's cost him. So his first lap was 50.4. Figueiredo 50.6. Canas hasn't even done his first lap yet. 59, 51, 53, 3. When's Canas going to pass him? Oh, he's done it already. 40. Oh, phew. Fastest lap out the gate, Canas. Canas is absolutely flying at the moment. Absolutely flying. S-Works hot race tyres. It's really, really working for Canas at the moment. He was fastest in pre-practice. He looks like he's going to TQ with his pace coming towards the back end of qualifying. Absolutely making himself a red-hot favourite at the moment for the event. The only problem is that when we actually get to it, the conditions will be very, very different. But certainly in these hot, sunny conditions, it does appear that the man to beat is Juan Carlos Canas. So he's crossed the line again. Where is he? He's so far behind everyone else. Burak's almost on his third lap, and Carlos just on his second. Still underneath the time he needs. Let's see, where is our car number 1, and we'll pick up a bit of Canas action. Actually, we might do pick some Robert action. You haven't got your time to go back. Okay, if you can sweep to your right and pick up the orange. Actually, let's move forward 1 car. Actually, you need to just move forward 1 car, and that is Robert, who's being heavily blocked by Max Gotzel in the 7. As I said, Gotzel's got that kind of Ronefalk tribute car. I'm really surprised the refs aren't moving Gotzel out the way, because he's definitely holding up Robert. And Robert's now doing that thing they have to do, trying to get past. He doesn't want to do an overtake during qualifying. And Gotzel, I don't know if Gotzel moved out of the way or had to move there. He'll certainly have to get out of the way of Kilic, who's behind him now. So, still on for a 7 is Canas, who's now toying with the rest of the field, it appears. There's Battle. Difficult lap for him because he was just in traffic the whole time. And he did a 51.2, and he's really not enjoying that. Figueiredo's got some good speed, lap speed. Not really very happy with Gotzel there. That wasn't the best driving. Gotzel's not in this at the moment. He did 53, and I know you don't want to let people through. Well, in which case you need to work out where you're going to start your race, because it's about positioning in the field. Weird thing is, we're getting these fantastic scores for. Okay, Ash, can you just sweep to your left and take the next car at the main straight? And that is Canas. So we're working as a team now, aren't we? I'm working out where you are. Can you just sweep across? We hit Canas now, who is very, very, very much on for a 7-lapper. Some absolute stunning pace in the young Spaniard's car here. Really, really good stuff. So Canas has got this one, and he's going to have one more. For example, Burak has finished. Canas has got about another minute and a half to go. 5:01 for Burak. That's a good time. That may make him second or third in round. Figueiredo 03. That'll be some points as well. Oscar Baldo. That'll be a good result for him. Big gap then to Vidmar and Poulsen and some of the others come around. We're waiting for the others to come in. So Canas now, as you can see, is doing a 7 on his own. The only 7. And he is very 7. It's a really, really impressive performance by Juan Carlos Canas in these qualifiers. Absolutely dialed him. And the thing to stress, I know he's Spanish, but it certainly isn't his home track. He lives 250, 300 miles from here. This is like saying that someone who lives in Germany's home track is in France, because that's 300 miles away. It's his home country, and obviously he will do a national here, so he does more running, but really, just one engine running left now, just one car left running in qualifying in the European Championship. And rather aptly, that one car left running is the man who's TQ. Juan Carlos Canas, he is your TQ for the 2023 EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy Championships. That's TQ. That's Juan Carlos Canas. Fantastic performance. Nice ripple of applause for your TQist. Is that such a word? And he gets a 5:49. So he's not the fast. He did the 5:48 yesterday, so he's kind of like just eased back off it. Now the important thing, really, we know he's TQ, is where everybody else is in the pack. That's the exciting and the interesting thing. Let's be honest. So I'm going to give you a rundown. Actually, you might be able to do it on the screen. Actually, if I knew where to press the right buttons. I haven't got that piece of information with me. I should be able to put it on the screen, so I have to read it out. I'm very sorry. I wasn't given that information. I do apologise. It's just a nightmare. Right, so I'm going to read out the rankings. Here we go. So at the end of a day and a half and 5 rounds of qualifying, this is the order of qualification for the 2023 European Championships. Pole position, number 1, top qualifier with 3 heat wins and 0 points. It's Juan Carlos Canas. Your second qualifier, and therefore pole in the other semi-final, is Davide Ongaro, 4 points. Third with 7 points, it's Bruno Coelho. Fourth with 10 points is Burak Kilic. That's Burak Kilic. Fifth with 12 points is João Figueiredo, the Portuguese driver. And then sixth is Mattia Polito from Italy. He's got 14 points. In seventh with 16 points, it's Birkin Kilic. In eighth with 19 points is Robert Battle. In ninth with 20 points, it's Brian Baldo. In 10th with 23 points, it's Elliot Boots. In 11th with 24 points is Ricardo Berton. In 12th with 25 points is your reigning European champion, David Ronefalk. In 13th with 28 points is Oscar Baldo. In 14th with 29 points is Danny Parente. In 15th with 38 points, big jump there, 38 points, is Marco Barufalo. He's in 15th. And 16th and last direct qualifier into the semi-finals is Jorn Neumann with 38 points. The person who missed out on it is Renato Savoia, who's 17th. Oscar Navarro is 18th. Pekko Ivanen is 19th. Misha Widmeyer is 20th. Adrian Parente, is in 21st. Hampersberg 22nd. Jose Miguel Sanchez is 23rd. Ricardo Montuero 24th. Leonardo Valenti is 25th. Danny Battle 26th. Aaron Ronick 27th. Johnny Skidmore, who qualified for the world final here last year, 28th. Not going well for him. Remy Bermudez is 29th. Jessica Poulsen is 30th. Max Gotzel is 31st. And Una Hatton is 32nd. So those are your quarterfinalists. And that is the end of qualifying for the European Championships. We will be back in a very short lunch break. We'll be back in a very short amount of time with the start of the finals in about 25 minutes. About 35 minutes to the start of the finals. And we look forward to seeing you there. We have a very big day. Don't forget, we are going all the way. We're going all the way. And we're coming back at 12:15. We're coming back at local time, 11:15 UK. So we have to turn the sound off because they keep playing popular music. I don't like popular music. So it's time for lunch. We're back in about 35 minutes. Come back and join us. It's all finals all the way until we get to the absolute main in about, 7 hours' time. Have fun. Enjoy your break. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back. We are ready for the first final of the day. It is, as you can see on the screen, the 1-256A final. Following this will be the 1-256B final. And there's our runners and riders in this one.
Runners and riders.
Runners and riders. We got Lim, Henriksen, Gonzalez, Barbillon, Salman, Ford, Santos, Gobley, Gut, Almaraz, Garcia.
Yeah. Now remember, it's all about the top four. The top four bump up. It's 15 minutes, so it's a pretty simple single stop job, this one. Checking that's still working. It is. Marvellous.
So obviously this is the warm-up period, so no worries about, looks like everyone is checked in, which is very good for the drivers and the mechanics. No frantic action in the pits yet. And obviously we've got our, I think it's our, yes, our semi-final racers are out there turn marshalling, doing their RC duties.
RC duties. You said duty. Yeah, sorry about that.
Nick doing the jazz hands. Ew.
Oh, love.
Yeah, so we've got, in case this is your first time following one of these sorts of events, we've got each, let me see how best to explain this. All of the drivers, once the finals are sorted, after the qualifiers, I should say, all the drivers are split into an A side and a B side, and we have all the top drivers that we saw earlier. They're all in the semifinals.
Semi-final.
Or another way to put that is the 1/2 finals. So the next group down is the 1/4, so 1/4, if you're following, and then 1/8, 1/16, and so on and so on and so on, down to the 1/256. So if you're a computer nerd, you will remember way back when you can have 4 megabytes of RAM, you can have 8 megabytes of RAM, and then if you had 256 megabytes of RAM, oh my gosh, you were a king nerd. So anyway, that's how it sort of works if you follow that.
I do follow that. I do.
It's a bit hard to explain in words. We really need a diagram or something like that.
I'm explaining things in words. Oh, look, they've drawn little purple boxes now. They weren't there before.
Yeah, they spray painted them on during the lunch break, which we just had. I've never eaten hot spaghetti bolognese on a very warm day like today, but there we are.
No, that's nice to know you have eaten hot spaghetti.
Well, I avoided the carbonara because just in case.
Okay, right. It is the top 4 that go through. Patrick Andressy asks us that. Welcome to all you who are coming back. We've got a lot of finals, and we're going to be doing racing now all the way through for the next 8 and a bit hours. There we go. Full day of racing. Had lunch. Bloody hot here now.
Well, I mean, warm. I would still say it's warm.
I keep saying you're from Texas, I'm from Kent. Very different. Okay, get ready for the final. And they're away. And the first, relatively clean. Third gets a bit of a squiggle on, but as you can cut with third kind of fenced, accidentally bumped second into out the way. Philippa Flynn away. It's a 7 car of Santos who's gone into second place. Third place is a battle between 5 and 2, which is Salmon and Henriksen. And then the rest trying to deal with it. Unfortunately, right at the back is, I think that, I can't read that number. It might be the 7, I don't know. Might be, or 2, could be anybody. Let's watch who goes. So we're looking at the middle of the pack. It's that blue car that's just pinged into third place there. That's blue car. That's damn blue car. I need to get my page onto timing because otherwise I won't know what the heck's going on. Okay, so just about to complete the first lap, and it is Philippa Flynn in first. It's Lucia Gonzalez in second, and she's on the 3. Then it's Juha Salminen on the 5. It still is, on that blue car. That's Salminen on the screen. Behind him is the 4 of Remy Barbulon, I think. No, he's got back. Anyway, so they're all So they're all spread out. Problem for the second place man. They're getting very, very tied up with the barrier. So now the pink car is in 4th place. Drop back a bit, Ash. It's the pink car and the yellow car having a fight. They are 3rd and 4th. They are having a fight, aren't they? They are 3rd and 4th. And 5th there together. Battling onto the second camera's 4th. And they're all battling for sort of a bump-up position. Flynn's away. And the second place is pretty good as well for Salmonen. And then we've got this 4-car train. It's Gonzalez, Barbillon, Henriksen and Forg. Pink car is Lucia Gonzalez. Behind it, it's the orange and white machine, or kind of dirty orange and white machine. And that's the 2-car of Johan Henriksen, who's made a place up in the last couple of corners. He's in 4th now. He's the bump-up man. Henriksen, and you know what? Got a bit of a lead. 5 and 6 having a row as well behind him, which is good news. Oh, that's the 3rd place, 2nd place man. That's Simon in the blue car making a mistake. For the Flynn, away at the moment from pole. Oh, that's unfortunate. That was about 112 rolls that car did. And Marshall was asleep as well, which didn't help. Okay, firing up now. Very heavy braking compared to the kind of the heat we see at the end, and that's not the track. That's the 2-car, now in 3rd. Not sure. Yeah, so you've got the pink car for Lucia. Where's that? I can't see it. Might see it coming back the other way. No, it's a long way ahead apparently. I think there may have been a problem with that. I can't believe she's that far ahead. I think Lucia may have had an issue. She's only scored 2 seconds ahead. Philippa has... No, there she is, in 2nd. So it's just a bad lap here for Henriksen. And drop back 1, Ash. Just hold and wait. And that is now Remy Barbillon. Plus 40 driver. Car number 4. Red and white. A little bit wide. But single. Just holding the car. Nice bit of hairpin riding there. And then flat out and into the Huddy corner. Oh, you didn't want to do that.
Because then you get a replay.
Well, that's one of the reasons you want to do it. The main reason is you lost time.
Yes.
The replay, I think, is least of his worries. I think it's more the fact that he's lost time.
Well, he'll be going back to watch this race.
Yes, I didn't want to do it because of my replay issues.
Many racers do go back and watch the races that they were in and
cry.
Yeah, he's going to see that.
They just cry. But I think he's been overtaken by a couple of people. We'll have to wait and see if it settles itself back down again where everyone is. Flynn and Gonzalez are away. Henriksen's in 3rd. And I think this is the next car across is 4th, so it's going to be that car just in front there is a 4th. It's a blue car. And that is it. Christopher Forg. And then we've got this car, which is Pavel Gut, I think. This is the 9 machine, I believe. Yep, of Gut in 5th, not bumping up currently. That could all change, of course.
Can I tell you just a very quick tidbit about car number 10? That is our youngest racer that is here, I believe, or the 8-year-old girl I mentioned a little while ago. Here, I believe it's her dad pitting for her.
Oh. Hope it's not a 7-year-old brother. So, 5.5 minutes down. Very simple single pit stop, this one. No one can go 15 minutes of tank, so everyone just stops once. Not sure how wide the margins are on fuel consumption. Mainly because
be pretty tight in the heat.
It's warm here. It's not a super thirsty track. There is quite a bit of blasting out course. Not a lot of top speed running. Looks like it could be. Oh no, I thought that he was going to go. Christopher was going to go for the pits. He was so circumspect, but that's just the way he drives. But he's kind of worked out now that he's. Pavel Good. Pavel has worked out that he's just got to try and keep the thing you know, sticky side down.
On the island?
Possibly. I actually avoided saying that. As you go
I
around
could
it.
tell.
As he tries now to just keep it rolling. I think he's thinking, well, I just need someone else to make a mistake if I don't make one. And that should bump me up to the 128th final. Normally the field spread in these early finals is pretty big, as there's quite a wide range of abilities towards the back of the rankings. So Pavel continues in 5th. Now, what is the gap to 4th is the question we need to ask, and the answer to that is the gap to 4th is about a second and a half. I wonder if I got the admin for this. I can sort of stuff. Can you talk for a while? Sorry.
Yeah, I haven't been necessarily. Let's see. So we got Plim, Gonzalez, Henriksen, and Forg. Those are our bump up positions. It is top 4, isn't it? So we're following the car 9, who's trying to move up, trying to get away from the car that's following them, which is, I can't see. So we're on the car 9 of Pavel Gut. I'm assuming that means Pavel Good. Really quickly getting closed down by Santos, though, or plus 40 drivers. Ooh, there's a pass going up the straight. Oh, are they both into the pits? Let's see some pit action now. So number 9, nice and quick. That tricky off-camber corner. Let's see what it's like going. Sometimes the pit stop really disrupts the flow of the drivers. And it can really affect things. In addition to obviously being longer, you see a couple of crash cars there that he's gone past. Pavel making his way across the rumble strips, down the waterfall. Oh, and clips the 90-degree corner going into the Contramar, but he's okay. Coming up towards the final section now. Into the brick area and then across the finish line. Moves up a spot now into the, so Forg has dropped down. So that must have been the upside down car that we he flew over early in the lap. So if we move back one car, Ash, let's see if we can find, there's a couple of cars that are behind. There we go. So this is our battle for 5th, but these guys are trying to break away from each other and now catch Gut. Ooh, yes, okay. Don't want to accidentally land in the wrong spot, cut the track, and take out the car in front of you. You'll definitely get called by the referees. Two EFRA referees splitting the referee duties, calling stop and goes and penalties and warnings and all sorts of things. Of course, it's the finals now, so it's all to play for. So we're on Christopher Forg, or Christoph, I can't remember, but Forg, car number 6. Into the hay bale corner, very difficult one now. As I was saying earlier, cars, many of the cars bottoming out there. Ooh, not taking that one too good on the roller coaster section, so it may lose some time to the car ahead and behind. So increasing the gap to the car ahead, the number 9 of Gut, and shortening the gap to the car. Ooh, who's this? Is this, that's a lap car. That's number 11 of Garcia. Oh, and Forg goes off the track and he's passed, so move up, follow the car that's in 5th there, the blue and white. So now that should change. Yes, it's Selman. So this is our battle for 5th here on screen, these two cars. They don't. Oh, you don't want to do that. You're trying to catch the car ahead, not take each other out. Coming over the jump, you can see touch of wheels. It's bad enough on these open wheel cars when it's on when you're on the ground. It's even worse for everybody if you do it in the air. So coming around the hoodie now, down the roller coaster. Again, taking a little bit short on that first tabletop. So we're still before. Oh, bounces off the outer barrier. So Forg and Salmon. So they haven't swapped positions on timing yet because there's only one timing loop on the track. We don't have multiple loops like an F1 or full-size motorsport. Just the one loop, which they're about to cross in a few seconds, just around this corner. Here we go. So this, you'll see the names swap around. So Forg and then Salmon. They were swapped around the last time they came across the finish line. So into the first corner. Oh, and again, landing off the track. You don't want to be cutting the track. He's okay there. So you could see he was tempted, but then he realized, no, I'm probably getting watched. So I'm gonna go ahead and complete the corner.
2.5 minutes or so to go. 2:20 to go. Sixth car of Christoph Forg currently not bumping up. And you can see his last time round he was 4 seconds behind Pavel Gut for that bump up place. But the good thing about this course, Frank, is there's a good chance of an accident. So there's a good chance you may actually get those 4 seconds back by someone else's misdemeanor.
Oh, definitely. It's a very long lap. 50 if you're fast, and a
60
lot more
if
than
you're not.
that. Yeah.
Well, in my case, 77.9. So 1 minute 48 to go, which is effectively 2 laps for these guys. So what Christoph needs is Pavel, who's just there he is. But Pavel's got a lapped car because he's 10 seconds. But the spread on this is amazing, isn't it? Philippa's leading by, actually he's a bit closer, 3 seconds. But she's got 16 seconds to Henriksen, and then 10 seconds to Pavel Gut, and then now 4 back to Christoph here.
Ooh, who was that? Was that Gut? Potentially. That was facing the wrong way on the roller coaster.
We lost a couple of races.
I think the yellow car was is our number 10 of our number 11 lap car.
No, that's not really very important. That's
that's
0.
Number 10. That's another lap
through.
car. So that's our young driver, our young lady driver, Almanara.
This is the last lap, obviously, with 54 seconds to go. They can't do 54 seconds. Philip actually might get another lap, in fairness. But this for Christoph Forg, he needs to make. Well, he can't really make something happen because he's 3 seconds behind. He needs for Pavel Gut or someone else to make a mistake. There's Pavel just. You just see Pavel just coming into frame. There's Pavel. Oh, it's getting close, isn't it? It's getting close. Pavel.
Yes.
It's Pavel made a mistake.
This is pressure now for Pavel.
Is Pavel tightening up? He's the yellow. Oh, that's a different person. He's the yellow one. There's Pavel in 4th. He just needs to try and control his anxiety, but look how fast Christoph's coming up on him over the rumble strips. Now, oh no, still got a chance. But let's stay with Pavel. It's going to be more Pavel making a mistake than Christoph doing something great. Here they come. Oh, he's made a mistake. He's made the mistake. They're right together. They're right together. They've hit each other. They've both been in place. That was made a mistake.
Final bump-up spot.
He clipped it. Is it going to be Pavel? He's going on the inside. He's gone on the inside. He's going to get him in corner to go. That is remarkable on that last corner. I'm not sure we can go back 5. We've got it. Here we go. Round the inside. He got him, but just before he came to that replay, he didn't get quite enough backward on it. And that is a last corner upgrade thing. On the first bump last bump thing on the last corner. And who said lower finals weren't exciting? Well, I didn't say that because I always think they are final. So you've got Philippa Flynn, Lucia Gonzalez, Johan Henriksen, and then you have Christoph Forg, who's got through. He got past Pavel Gut, and the distance between the two of them, I'll just give you the final times, was 2/10. But he did it 2 corners from the end, or a corner and a half from the end. And we start with an exciting final. A bit of pre-warning for everybody. No matter what you're watching us on, today's broadcast is very, very, very long, as we know, isn't it, Frank? It's very long.
Oh, yes.
And it's so long that it's way too long for a Facebook stream, which maxes out at 8 hours. and it's also too long for an archivable YouTube stream. So at some point, not immediately, probably in about an hour and a half's time, we're going to restart everything, and you'll have to go somewhere else to see us for the rest of the day. So just warning, if you're watching us, at some point you may have to press buttons. And that's not, the character from Cinderella in a pantomime. It's not that buttons. You may press some buttons to enjoy the rest of the day, just to make sure that everyone can enjoy the rest of the day. Those who couldn't see it live can enjoy the rest of the day, as we try and avoid the various rules there are. Well, not rules, but it's just how it works, isn't it? Rules. I hate rules. Who likes a rule? Very intense fight from Forg there. Philip of the Winds is Connie Stevens, absolutely. She was so good, we never showed her once. Well, we showed her off the line for about, 50 metres, and that was it. Then it wasn't really up to her. So that's the final one. And there are many, 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 many more. I don't think we're going to have many better. I would be surprised if we get any closer finishes for the final bump-up spot.
That was a very tight one.
To be honest, though, I've been wrong before, and I'll be wrong again.
It's probably the tightest bump-up finish that I've seen.
It's certainly going to be up there.
Final bump-up spot.
It's got to be up there,
you know what I
but
mean?
you never can tell.
Yeah.
Right, anyway, so this is the next final, which hasn't revved off yet. It's got a while to go before it starts. It's going to be Leon Zora in 1 from Germany, Anastasio Forg in 2 from Germany as well, the Spaniard Luis Martin Guzman, and then Maxime Cook from the UK, Javier Ramirez, Yusa Turunen, Emilio Jimenez Emenza, Sammy Navarro, Neil Daunt and Martin Lothar. While we're just listening to them rev their engines, which is obviously lovely, and we do like it very much, why don't we listen to someone who knows how to set your car up?
Stop scrolling, you nerd. Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed.
Are you the driver of this car?
Yes, sir. Why?
You just won a free alignment.
I had my car touched by JQ, and now I don't feel safe.
I can say that he did improve his time 10 seconds and his best lap.
Last question, would you recommend the InvisibleSpeed course?
Yeah, for sure. Spend your money. Good spend.
If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
So thank you very much to InvisibleSpeed.net for being our title sponsor, and also to Rudog, S-Works, Hot Race, and X-Ray.
That's
for
right.
helping us bring this coverage free to you.
And of course, also the most important of all is EFRA.
And of course,
EFRA are very important to all of us.
If you want to learn more about RC racing in your neck of the woods, especially if you're in Europe, check out EFRA.ws or search for RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook or EFRA.ws on Instagram, where you can also find photos of Juan Carlos Canas's car, close-up, multi-angle photos.
Juan Carlos Canas's car. That's
yeah, his automobile.
Automobile Juan Carlos.
His radio-operated automobile. So, yeah, we got video
Fabian,
and photos of his car.
Fabian Schneider says he's going to bet his money on Anastasia. Yeah, me too. Or maybe Ronick. So, Jan Grolman then backed out of his betting. Okay, here they go for the next one. This is going to be kind of like non-stop getting going, here we go, they're going, here we go again, isn't it, really? Leon Zora there, pole man, yellow and blue. Bit of white as well. Oh, position 3.
Yeah. Martin
Martin
missing.
Guzman not there.
Gonna have to start from pit lane.
Or not start at all. Guzman not in his position. May have wrecked the car earlier.
And a terrible start for the first car.
That is a terrible start. There's no other way of putting that one. Really, is there?
The other two, second and fourth, knocking themselves off in sympathy.
You really can't sugarcoat that terrible start. Who's the lead now? Like 14.
Who is going?
It's 14 in the lead. There's a pink car that's
Jeez.
leading. I have no idea who it is. I can't see these. The numbers are way too far away. Oh, he's not in the lead either. So, no. So a little bit of chaos. I can just say that the number 1 car, I think, is retiring.
Pink car's still there.
Number 1 car is 15 corners back.
Number 2. It's number 2.
Is it? That's
Yes.
Anastasia.
And then
I think,
it's
isn't it?
0 in second place.
This is Anastasio Fork, who's come through after various.
So whoever put money on her.
Is doing well. The leader, just so you know, is just finishing the roller coaster. A terrible first couple of corners. But it's Fork who leads. Second place is the 0. So that's from back to. Oh, no. And he waits. That's good. So second and third there are going past. And that's the 10 of Martin Lopez. And then you've got Maxime Cook, the junior. So the leader's away, as was predicted by our chat room. Second and third. Ooh, very up slappy there by Marine. And again, Maxime Cook's kind of getting a bit of a move on here. He's trying to shove him down the corner. Maxime Cook's in the white wheel car with the green sides. Martin is red into blue. And then behind them there's a kind of oh, no, they're all hitting each other. Cook gets through. There's a guy, the marshal is more like a baseball catcher than a marshal at that point. He was watching cars going, oh, I got that one. Be quiet on the podium. There's a bit of a row on the podium. Someone's giving some marshalling advice to position 12. Apparently it wasn't marshalling properly. Well, that's particularly fair. So it's all settled down a bit now. Who's that? That is that's Maxime Cook, isn't he? He's going to second. And you've got Martin Guzman, Lewis Guzman, I'll start again. Lewis Martin. And there he goes. So that's third. Oh, no, mistake by Cook. That wasn't Cook, so it was a mistake by Cook. That was a mistake by the 3 car of Guzman. So Navarro in 8. That is Samuel Navarro. There are 3 Navarros in this. A couple of them Navarro. Sam Navarro. He picks up. I think they all settle down. It's early stuff. And they're settling down.
Oh, and he's flipped. Oh, my God. Get the replay on that. Whoa.
He was
already
going.
sliding.
Wow, look at that.
That is a 10. And then another one in sympathy.
Well, that's often the way, isn't it? People overreact to what's coming near them. Oh, someone else is off the track. So it's slightly calmer now. It's still Anastasia Fork. She's leading by, well, not very much. Actually, Maxime Cook's only 0.6 behind her, apparently. Oh, I can see they're way ahead of this rest of this bunch, aren't they? They're like 12 seconds back. The 8 of Navarro, there it is. And then you've got Emilio Tenza Jimenez as well. So the top 2 Anastasia and Maxime are already over time in scoring and running quite happily. They've lapped someone. And there's 3rd and 4th. Blue car's in 4th. That's the 7. Let's stick with the blue car. Back one, Ash. And that's the blue car. And he is obviously 1.2 seconds ahead of this Martin Guzman, who's he's at the moment anyway. And it's a very tentative drive by the 3 car of Martin Guzman. Down the roller coaster. It's not actually the track, but that's fine. He's got away with it. A little bit of a catch up there, and the 3 now looking to challenge the 7. So Martin against Tenza. Tenza in the blue, Martin in the multicoloured car. To turn Pulling up the hill. Oh, blimey, that was a bit of a shot. Well, I think he spooked him by making a mistake and got through. That's an amazing thing. Absolutely no contact, but it almost certainly was a moment that completely spooked Tenza. Now, 4th and 5th are right close together. So let that drift through. We'll have 4th and 5th. Oh no, we'll have 3rd and 4th because they're back to 4th and 5th. Yeah, so they are. 3rd and 4th. I don't know. These two cars are quite close together. Number 3 and number 7. That is 4th and 5th, actually, isn't it? Oh no, and upside down is Navarro. They're about to go past him. Oh, I don't blame the marshal for getting out of the way there. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. The 8 car has flamed, and that's the end of the European Championships for Samuel Navarro. Very bad luck for Navarro. Flamed out. Nothing to do about that. It does mean that both these two cars are now in a bump-up slot, which is Martin and Tenza. Not overly sure. This may be actually a slightly weaker final than the last one. Now, the first two are doing very nicely. Maxime Cook's got a long way ahead of Anastasia. So those who are backing Anastasia forward have been royally proved wrong by the pace of Maxime Cook. But in terms of Anastasia, she's got a 15-second lead over these guys. So no issues about her bumping at the moment. Haven't had the fuel stops yet. And many a slip can happen once you stick a fuel hose in something. Ten's in 5th and dropping off these two are 3rd and 4th. Around the Hoodie corner. This roller coaster does seem to catch out the lower finalists, but both of them beautifully in the middle, controlled, and then an overshoot there from Martin. Costing a bit of time. In fairness, I don't think Tenza's really pushing at the moment. Oh, the dog. Running around the back of the grandstand.
you tell me. Oh, that's a very ADD thing with the horse.
Well, I'd like to point out...
The horses are running way over there.
No, what you have to actually point out is the dog, you know at the bottom of the track, after the Contramar corner,
yeah,
the cars run along.
Fence, yeah.
The dog was running along with it.
Lots of pit lane. Oh, crashes in the pit lane. Crashes in the pit lane. Oh, nightmare for 3 cars there.
Oh yeah, that's pit
and
lane.
Look at this.
That's just wrong, isn't it?
That's just incredible. That's just frustrating to watch.
0 and the 3. The 0 is the 3rd place man, Juan Manuel Marin. The 3 is your 2nd place man at the moment. What's happened to Maxime Cook? Maxime Cook's out. Maxime Cook was leading. He's gone. He's missing. Now I'm not sure that's just because he had a fuel stop. But Maxime Cook is missing. No, he's back. It was his fuel stop. It was a bad. Oh, it's a very bad fuel stop. He lost a minute. So Maxime Cook's last lap was a 2:13. Now, I don't know whether he's been missed a lap by the timing, but out a minute there. May have had a stall, don't know. He's going to need to actually run like the wind and have some luck if he's going to make the top 4 now. He's in 8th. And as you can see, he is 19 seconds behind 7th. But there are still some other fuel stops to be made, and some other people made terrible hashes of what they were doing as well. So now Anastasia Fork back in the lead. Louis Martin Guzman is in 2nd. And we are currently with car number 0, the 3rd place man of Juan Manuel Marin Lopez. Let's drop back 1 to 7, which is Tenza Jimenez. It's Emilio, he's in 4th. He's the person who's on the bump-up bubble. Bit of a comeback drive, I think, from the 6th car of Toileman. There's more people who are missing. Lucas Henriks in the 11. And Crespo, this is slow because Maxime Cook's in a 54.99. Maxime Cook is so much faster than everyone else, but due to that problem during his pit stop, I think it may be the end of his day. He doesn't have a 55-second lap, which is unheard of by the rest of them. The next fastest lap is a 57. So he's doing what he can do, and he's closing the gaps. It's not completely beyond reason that he might still manage to make it, despite that problem. He's comfortably the fastest person here, Maxime. And everyone else losing time, but Maxime can keep it on the island. He's got a chance. I think actually that was him being skidded off the track there in a very poor piece of driving by several people. I couldn't see the start of it, so I don't know who was particularly responsible. I think that Maxime now is probably driving a little bit angry, a little bit upset. You know, he absolutely is. His European Championship has fallen apart due to pit stop issues because he's just had a very, very bad lap. So he's already 15 seconds off fifth, and now he's a lot more. But 4 minutes to go, and anything can happen. That's 4 currently leading this one. We're with the 7 car, which is Tenza Jimenez, sorry. He comes over another lap in a 1:02. Neil Daunt behind him is doing minute flat. Maxime Cook's last lap. It's 1:05. That's the thing that's going to hamper him in doing what to do. He's so much faster than everyone else. We're watching him now, but he's a long way behind. Ash, can you pick up the car that's going to be at the bottom of the roller coaster about now, which is the green and yellow car? This is Maxime Cook, who's on a comeback drive after a problem in his pit stop. He's gone past Toivonen. He's got quite a long way to go to get to the front, but he is going about 8 seconds a lap faster than when he gets it than the others. So it's going to be a chance if he can keep it rolling. He might still just clip in, and if not, he's very unlucky with that problem he had. I assume it must have been a flame out in the pits. He got to the front, was leading by a long way, lost a minute in the pits, or just shy of about 58 seconds. It's Maxime Cook, British junior. That's what most interesting thing is happening at the moment. It's Jim Tenza in 4th, he's 14. Actually, no, Cook has got into 5th place. So all he has to do is catch up. This is the man who's dropped out. Oh, Neil Daunt dropped a lot of time. So Daunt dropped a lot of time. Cook last time round 54. He's 6 or 7 seconds faster than Tenza, and he's 13 seconds behind him, and he's got more than 2 laps. This could be on. Maxime could make this. He could actually get back into the bump-ups despite losing a minute in the pits. Just goes to show that he's obviously completely in the wrong final given his lap times. I mean, he must have had a terrible qualifying because he was 4th as well, so it wasn't like he was even, just in it. So the times he's doing, the lap times he can do are 2 or 3 finals above this. It's like 64th final time rather than 256 final times. So Cook now, that time round 54, Lopez 1:14. He's done it. Nearly, sorry, 3 seconds behind. So the car he needs to catch up is the number 10, because those 2 cars ahead of him and the 8. The 8 car is going to get lapped. That's Navarro. So the car immediately ahead of him is a car that needs to be lapped. He's done it. So the car that's off the track is ahead of him. That is the bump-up car. So Cook can get past this machine of Marin Lopez. He's got up the inside. He's got it. Cook back in the bump-ups despite a minute of in the pits longer than he should have been. So ground speed and the, what should we say, the waywardness, let's say, of some of the other drivers has got him back into bump-ups with 1 minute and 37 seconds to go. He's now going to try and catch up in 3rd place and make it a bit more secure. Hopefully people are having a chat with Maxime, saying, right, you've done it now. At this point, you're fine. Don't push it too far. Just keep it 4 wheels down on the sticky stuff. But, if you are in the wrong final and you've got this sort of pace, then I suppose you need to make it interesting by losing a minute in the pits. And he's got the insides in 3rd now. So Maxime flies through into 3rd. Let's drop back to the blue car now, which is the car on the bubble. That's Tenza. And he isn't necessarily going to stay ahead of Marin Lopez, is behind him. So 4 and 5 now. 4 is the blue car, Tenza, and 5 is that 0 car of Marin, not too far behind. That's how far they are. There's Tenza. It's the last lap for most people. I think 4 might get another one. So those who are backing Anastasia have been absolutely correct, aided by obviously the problem that Maxime had, but I think she's actually ended up quite a long way ahead of him even so. 33, 34, 35 seconds. So yeah, without this, well, with ifs and buts don't mean anything, but yeah. Now what Tenza has to do is just keep the thing pointing in the right direction, and he should be fine. Yes, you can go slow. Yes, you can be really careful, but it just needs to approximately go where it's supposed to be going. Ahead of him, I think it's 3. Is that the 3 or the 5 ahead of him? It's the 5, yeah. He's been told to get out of the way. Oh dear, behind us. We had that one on camera, but the person who's following got involved in a kerfuffle of misunderstanding there, and that has pretty much guaranteed that Tennessee Jimenez will get that 4th place. And there they go. He's got 2 corners to go. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Oh, the slowest qualification ever, but that's all that counts as long as you qualify. Doesn't matter how fast you go. Right, so another interesting final. Anastasia Fork, comfortable winner from Luis Alberto Martin Guzman, from Maxime Cook, who came back from a massive disadvantage at one point. And then we had Emilio Jose Tenza Jimenez, who crawled into the final as well.
So whoever put their money on Anastasia, you got it.
They got it. They got it, Frank. They got it. I don't know what to say. They got it. It's got it. So, as night follows day, the 128s follows the 256s.
How about that?
We back up to full 12-car grids, and we will also be having it again. We're going to, people concentrate. We're going to have a much narrower talent band, as we've eliminated a lot of the club racers. Local time currently is just coming up to 2 o'clock. Nope, just going to 1 o'clock, sorry. I'll start again. I'll come back in. Local time is coming up to 1 o'clock. Main final due off, yes. Local main final due off at 5 to 8. There is our result. Top 4 is what counts. Got 2 plus 40 is 1 junior, but that's what counted. So, in this one, please do subscribe and become a hero. Now, before I read out who's this one, let's go and have a see whether we have any more interesting on the, well, any more comments coming in. Let's go InvisibleSpeed team. Yep. So, it's good to have you all here. Just again, say there will be a second stream at some point. We will transfer across because the stream will be too long to archive. It's a long day. And we'll nip it across and we'll start new. So we get plenty of warning, and both streams will be running for plenty of time to go across. There's a man with umbrella walking a dog in the distance now. Umbrella man walking dog in between the EFRA sign there in the far distance.
There's still someone on a horse over in the horse training corral.
When do the big dogs run? Well, the small dog's over there. Semi-finals are a few hours' time. I honestly don't know. It's probably 3 or 4 hours for the semi-finals.
The schedule is on myrcm.ch.
When the top half finals in, who is in the final? Can you put it on the screen? No, can't put it on the screen, but you can go to myrcm.ch. I'll tell you what the timetable is. Let me tell you when the timetable is, and they're trying to stick to it, obviously, because they don't want to start drifting. So this is the timetable for the big dogs. If you want the 8th finals, it's 4 o'clock local time. The 8th finals are at 4 o'clock local time. If you want the quarterfinals, it's at 5 o'clock local time.
How long are those, Nick?
They're 20 minutes.
Each?
Yes.
Okay.
If you want the semi-finals, it's just before 6. It's 5 to 6 local time.
And is that 20 minutes for
yes,
that one?
it is. And if you want the main final, sorry, that's soon at semi-finals. You want the last chance final, that is at 10 past 7 local time. And you've got the main final, it's at 5 to 8 local time.
45-minute long.
45 minutes at the end, yeah. The last chance is 10 minutes. Might tempt someone to try and do it on one tank. So, eighths at, eighths, I'll start again. Eighths at 4, quarters at 5, halves at 5 to 6, last chance at 10 past 7, and then 5 to 8 for the main final are your key points, really.
And who goes into the last chance final?
Everyone who doesn't qualify from the semi-final. So there you are. Okay, so here we go now with who's in this, the 128th A final. It's Javier Leon Gonzalez, Jan Krizi, Plamen Petrov, Donat Bula, Nico Saarinen, Ryan Donovan's in 6, Holger Lights in 7, Eduardo Poyano is in 8th, Philippa Flim, who bumped up, Luca Gonzalez, Lucia Gonzalez bumped up, Johan Hegeringsen bumped up, and Christopher Forger bumped up on 9, 10, 11, and 12. So if 9, 10, 11, and 12 finish in the top 4, they will achieve what is called a double bump up. And everybody loves a double bump up. Don't they? Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Do you enjoy a double bump up?
Love it.
Thought so.
Haven't seen it. It'd be interesting to see, what was it? Was it Pecco at the large-scale Euros last year in Fairing, who bumped up and bumped up and bumped up? And was it him?
No, it was this year, not last year.
He did bump up a couple times, didn't he? A wheel came off in the semi-final.
The wheel came off. 3 wheels on my wagon. Pecco's TQ'd large scale twice, but not one. That's my bit of TQ large scale off-road trivia. It's now really toasty here. There's no other way of putting it. It's very toasty.
Yeah. I'm going to see if I can improve the airflow. If you can just...
I don't want the sun on anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, not remove things, but just improve the airflow.
Okay. So it's Gonzalez, Leon Cruz, Petrov, Bula, Saarinen, Donovan Like, Eduardo Poyana, Philippa Flim, Lucia Gonzalez, Johan Henriksen, and Christopher Forg. And they are away. And it's quite clean. Slight problem for the 5. And then right off the track for one. I think the 7 has gone skidding off the track. But the first 2 or 3 have got away, and they go off in the order. Oh no, because second and third have had an accident. So it's 1 from 4. And then the 8 says, but it looked good to begin with, and it went horrible, and then it went slowly more and more wrong, to be honest. But your early leader is car 1, and then it's a massive gap to anybody else. So basically, Javier Leon has got just about the biggest lead possible. Has he blown it? No, he's blown it as well. There we go. And he's gone through. He has gone through. He went through in the 47.6. Doesn't quite count because it's a short lap. So how far is everyone else behind? So he's got a 6-second lead on the first lap, which is pretty good going. And then we have the rest of them now chundering down. And we start with, so it is actually the, Christopher Forg, who was the slowest bump-up man, was in second. He's now in third because Clement Petrov's gone past him in the all-red car. The all-red car is Petrov. Fourth place is the 4 of Donat Bula. So Bula in the 4. And and Bula just clipped. Oh, that was lucky, wasn't it? He clipped the back of it, then dropped back to the next 2, Ash. It's not. The sun is on here. That's interesting. The sun's gone. It's no longer beating down on our equipment, so we're moving stuff. Lead now is going to be about an hour and a half. It's 6 seconds or so. 7 seconds now. Petrov in second. That's the red car, which we were on earlier. That's third. We're now looking at 4th and 5th. Donat Bula and Lucia Gonzalez. Gonzalez is in the pink car. And looking for a double bump up. Mr. Forg obviously in third has a double bump up, but he's getting pressured now by Donat Bula in the green car. 1's away, 2's got a bit of a gap. This is 3, 4 and 5 as they go flying over the roller coaster in tandem, or in tridem, I suppose there's 3 of them. Oh, and that's bad news for Lucia. Ending up on her roof, lost a lot of time. So she's kind of temporarily going back in her chance to get anywhere. This is 3rd and 4th. Right together. Christoph Forg looking for a double bump up. And Donat Bula. 3 in orange, that's Bula. Or yellow wheels, like I said, that's Bula. White wheels is Christoph. No. Christoph lost a bit of momentum there, but Donut kind of fell into the trap. Now, interesting, because all these are bumping up, and there's a 5-second to Nico Sardanen, who's currently in 5th and not bumping. These two are bumping. So a little referee chat there. As Christoph Forg continues in 3rd. Where's Bula gone? He's gone for fuel, I see him. I don't know. Lost Donut Bula. I looked away a minute to look at some timing, and Bula disappeared. Forg's made a mistake. Is he going to get back on track again, is he? Yep, that's fine. Never look away. As soon as you look away, things go horribly wrong. Now, interesting, I think the leading's just changed. I think that Planet Petrov just take the lead. I think, yeah, Petrov's taken the lead. Gonzalez is 2nd. 3rd is going to be Forg. Buna's missing. I can't see him back out again. He's missing, I think. We'll find out later. So now it is Eduardo Poyana who moves into 4th. Holger Likes in 5th. Ryan Donovan's in 6th. So drop back to the next 3 cars, which is 8, 7 and 6, and they are actually battling over 4th. So 8 and 7. Referee getting a little bit testy with the guys on the rostrum. But that 8 car, Poyana. I think we're with Holger Like, actually, just behind him. Yep, with the Agama. From distance here, I can see it's got no shock towers, which makes it easier. So Agama, that's the red and white car of Holger, catching right up to the backside of Poyana. Holger, British Junior. Now he's running down the main straight, looking to see if he can get a bump up. I think he had in the line, but took a little bit too much of the barrier. What they've also got is that actually the car 6 of Donovan and Jan Cruz, you kind of get closer, but it's not. But they're getting, so they've got battle as well. So this is the 4th, 5th battle. There's also a 5th, 6th, 7th battle. Oh, and 3rd's throwing it off the track. And now 3, 4, and 5 are right together. And 3 and 4, oh, that's an accident and a half. They came up, Forg and Poyana, and just hit in the air, and has Light got through both? No, Light then had a sympathetic accident as well. No, Light, I think though at the end of all that did actually ping into 4th. And the 2 cars seem to have made a massive progress this one lap. Ah, right, yeah, it's Forg. It is the 2 cars. Light has had the problem. And it's Light who drops right down after his accident. So we're with the 8. This is your 5th place man, Eduardo Poyana. Oh, there's 2 moves. The first one was the oversteer. The second one I thought he had a problem with his front right, but I don't think he does. Poyana's got he was only tiny, 0.7 second ahead of Donovan last time round. I'm not sure if it's Fork's probably gone for fuel rather than having a problem. You're right in the middle of the fuel stop area. Here they come in. Stops. Guns. Down. There's Holger there. Oof. Okay, so there's a chance for you to settle down. I think everyone's now kind of done their stops at halfway. And that's always a nice chance to just settle it down. Oh, again, we haven't seen a lot of this kind of oversteering moments from a lot of the cars. Certainly, and I think that might have been Donovan going past there. I think that's his bright yellow machine. I will get it a bit more when he gets towards me and I can see the number. That is the 6 car, and that is the Ryan Donovan machine. So Ryan, I think, is now, I'm going to guess he's in 4th. He might be in 5th. And there's a bit of a scrappy battle with the pink and white car. Flory yellow. That's the 5 of Saarinen. Everyone's really, really close after pit stops in this kind of lower figures. Yeah, Donovan's now 4th. Pojana's 5th. Saarinen's 6th. So that's your 4th, 5th and 6th battle, and they're a long way behind Cruz in 3rd. Cruz by 11 seconds. Everyone's off the track. Everyone's upside down. And the net effect is that Donovan upside down, dropped from 4th to 6th, and the car 5 now of Saarinen moves into the final bump up place. That's the green machine. It's Nika Saarinen, one of the junior drivers. Over the rumble strips. Saarinen cements his position actually in 4th. There's a huge distance between him and Cruz. So we've got Pan and Petrov winning by miles, 11 seconds, and it's another 7 seconds, but that's from Javier Leon, sorry, and then Jan Cruz in 3rd. Nico Saarinen, who we're looking at, in 4th, 17 clicks back from Cruz, but only 1.7 ahead of Pojana. Oh. Saarinen, I think they're just lost that position, I think, to the 8 car, I think, a Pojana. Yeah, it's a Pojana 4 and 5. This is the battle. There's 4 minutes to go, but this is the battle for the final bump up position. Oh, it was until Saarinen rolled. Oh, well, one's rolled up, one's fallen off the track. Now, does it mean Donovan comes into play again? Yes, it does. That's the yellow car of Donovan. And Donovan comes into play by hitting someone immediately. That wasn't his fault, to be honest. And Saarinen now goes back into 4th. There's Donovan. He's massively overshooting that corner. So Saarinen is 4th and bumping. Donovan was briefly back into 4th again. Things currently going okay. Top 3, Petrov, Javier Leon and Jan Cruz very happily away. And this is the final bump up position. It's Saarinen back in 4th. He scored 5th last lap, now he's back in 4th again. Interesting to see how far ahead these other two have been having a bit of scrap it with each other. Oh, it's Holger Like now has come through into 5th place. So 5th and 6th is a bit bad. Drop back to the next couple of cars, Ash. It shouldn't be long. There we are. Oh, just that one car, yeah. That's Holger Like, who has picked up and run with it. And is now 2.2 seconds off. But he's broken away from Pojana and Donovan since they scored overtiming and scoring. So the young Brit, well, young Anglo-Swede, I suppose you'd call him, going around the Contremar corner now. You'll be able to see how far behind he is from his dream, which is a bump up. So the referee's telling them exactly where they are, though of course everyone's got pit to driver communications by radio now, so they'll know themselves how close they are. Oh, I'm about to say it was a lovely bit of jumping there by Holger, and then he just gave it a little bit too much, and he was beautiful in the air, and it just gripped and rolled. And with a minute and 39 to go, that may well have given this to Saarinen. I mean, I'm not saying he would necessarily got past anyway, but it was getting closer. And now Holger drops down to 6th, behind Pojana. It's those little errors. But in fairness, Holger's a young man. They'll be eliminating all that sort of stuff and come back next year stronger, and the year after stronger than that, and then keep getting better, and then make us old people feel slow. Because that's what kids do. Terrible creatures. Petrov, Gonzalez, Cruz. This is Pojana, who ended up 4 seconds off Saarinen. I'm not sure you can see. So this is battle for. So neither of these two are bumping up. They're having a bit of a battle. I'm not sure if any of the long shots will even see Saarinen in the green car. A long way ahead. Yeah, look, he's right round the corner down the straight. So he's a long, there he is. Just got all this distance and back up the hill again. This is a battle for really just for pride, really. They will get one more lap, in fairness. They will get round one more. So they've got one more lap to desperately hope that Saarinen makes mistakes. They're not going to get past him on pace, that's for sure. Massive field spread. So it's 5 seconds that Saarinen has. Or 4.5, maybe 5 seconds. Over this man, Pojana. Oh, Pojana's made a mistake. Interesting that. Surprised that Light didn't just come in. Light's always had some problems. It looks like there's been some simultaneous errors going on. Christos Forg, unlucky he didn't make the trip when he was in a bump up position. Same for Bula, actually. Both of them were in bump up position when they sort of broke down. It wasn't quite the track, but it wasn't a huge loss of time. But the point about it is, it's not really about loss of time, it's about can I catch someone up? And I don't think Pojana's going to catch anybody up there. There is their quarry going through the number 2 camera, and here they are. In fairness, putting on a bit of a show, but they're about to get lapped actually. That's Petrov in the red car about to lap these guys. He's got any sense he won't bother. And there we go. So it is Plamen Petrov from Javier Leon, from Jim Cruz, from Nico Saarinen, who bump up. Eduardo Pojana, Holger Like, Ryan Donovan, Pedro Gonzalez, the unlucky ones. So another final is in the books.
Stop scrolling, you nerd. Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed.
Are you the driver of this car?
Yes, sir. Why?
You just won a free alignment.
I had my car touched by JQ, and now I don't feel safe.
I can say that he did improve his time 10 seconds and his best lap.
Last question, would you recommend the InvisibleSpeed course?
Yeah, for sure. Spend your money. Good spend.
You want to learn more and make your speed visible? Stop scrolling!
That's right, and click the link in the description, because that is the InvisibleSpeed link. Okay, I think there's a couple of people just wondering. I think there's a couple of people in the I was going to say chat. That's good. Brain's gone. It's a very rude driving, you can see. Yeah, it's quite aggressive, some of it. There's a referee's doing a good job, though. I have no idea how these finals work. I only run 1/10, as Chris Francis. Well, Chris and anyone else watching, basically, as Frank said, they divide everyone up into 2 halves. And you effectively start in a Christmas tree formation. Imagine a Christmas tree. And you have the 256th finals. And if you become the top 4 in that, you qualify at the back of the 128th final, where you join the other 8 qualifiers. And it keeps going that way, so you can bump up from the 16th to the 8th, the semis. And there's 2 halves, well, A and B. So there's 2 halves of all this, which you go up to the main final, which they all come together. And it's called Christmas Tree Finals. and it's quite exciting. And it gives you kind of every race has. One of the great things about Nitro racing is bump ups. It's one of the reasons I think they're. I'm not saying they're better to drive. I'm not saying Nitro is better to own, run, do anything with. It is better to film. Because bump ups always make things interesting. It's great to have you all with us as we wait for the second 128th final to go for their warm-up. Plenty of warning. We will be using new streams at some point for both the Facebook and the YouTube. YouTube for archive purposes, Facebook it runs out after 8 hours. I'll give you plenty of warning. I'll give you links. You know it's happening. Facebook will just stop and restart. For the YouTube, you'll have plenty of warning of what's going on. Okay, who's in this final? InvisibleSpeed is great, says Basher NZ. There we are. That's independent. That's not us saying it. Not that we know, to be honest. Okay, we are running now the 128th. This is the last of the 15-minute finals. Every final. This actually should have been the end of today. This originally was the last thing happening today, this final. And it's 25 past 1. To give you an idea of how much we're condensing everything down. This was going to be the last thing happening today. So in car 1, it's Iago de la Iglesia Blanco, the Spaniard. Then it's Sweden's Peter Bagrov. Then it's Joel Soares. Joel Soares. Then it's Ivan Ramirez in 4. Now 5 is Marcus Ubelecht of Estonia, but he's not checked in. Jack Edwards of he has now. That's good. Jack Edwards from the UK is in 6. Ruben Cervantes from Spain is in 7. Carlos Fonseca is in 8 from Portugal. The next 4 are the people who bumped up from the 1, 2, 5, 6 side. And that's Anastasia Forg, Luis Alberto Martin Guzman, Maxime Cook, and Jose Tenza. Of those, Forg ran a good race. Maxime Cook seems to have a lot of pace. If he can avoid the problems that cause him so much issue in the pits, we could be seeing something quite good from him. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying nothing else. Not long before we get going on this one. Anybody make any predictions? We had a lot of Anastasia fans a couple of races ago. Okay, everyone getting rolling. Thank you for all you in the group. Subaru Zoot, mate, he's late, honestly, but it's fine, it's okay. InvisibleSpeed is so totally worth it, David Bauman. You skip like years of testing on track because you understand what you have and what you need. Totally worth every buck. Well, that's very nice, thank you, Dave. I'm sure this sort of, it's not us saying it. We are obviously being sponsored by InvisibleSpeed, so we are. But Jake, you may have many issues, but he is an excellent engineer and a very good understander of dynamics. Times it start. Don't know what that means, mate. But the main final starts at 5 to 8, which is about 6 hours time. 6.5 hours. No, 6 hours time. You can come a bit early. No way. Iago de Iglesias takes a nice lead. Right behind him is the bright pink machine. That's the 2. And they've gone on 3, 5, 7, 8, 6, 0. And they've gone off pretty much in order. The 4 car is the big loser out. That was Ramirez. He's right at the back of the field. Some circumspect driving. A couple of cars again falling foul of what happens at the end of the roller coaster, but there's a nice break there for the 1 car from the 2. So Iglesias and Peter Bagroff. Oh, no. That's the 3rd place man rolling out. So let's see where we are as they cross the line now. I know I've been doing rolling out, but to be honest, a lot of cars have gone quite... Oh, there's a huge amount of rolling out. So here we go. And well, Maxime Cook is in fourth. That was more because so Iglesias leads. Peter Gagoff is second. Edwards is third. Maxime Cook is fourth. Uberlat is fifth. I think that may have changed already. Nope. So there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 all going round. The seven car in seventh. Cervantes had a little bit of a dip and a turn. And right now into third place we've got Maxime Cook with the green and the orange car. Behind him it's the mainly pink body car, which is off the track at the moment. Heavy braking all the way down the side of the hill, but managed not to lose any real time or positions doing that. So it's those two, yeah, that's right, Ash, those two back cars which are the car fighting for fourth and fifth at the moment. That's Cook at the head of those three. Get some identification on those. That's the 6 and the 5. So it's Edwards and Uberhart who are Uberlecht. Ubale. I might spend a while trying to work out how to say this Estonian name there. Ubale. Let's try that. I'm going with Ubale. I might be wrong. 1 and 2 continuing a little bit, but still Villagaz and Peter Bagroff going well. 3, 4 and 5. It's certainly the 4 of Edwards. Zach Edwards. So it's two British juniors there in third and fourth. You've got a little bit of a dip back now to the blue car, which I think is Cervantes. Don't quote me on that. So in fifth at the moment, it is the blue machine. That's actually the 5 of Ublet. Massive problems for a couple of other cars there at the end of the rumble strip, which is kind of, again, breaking the field up. Ublet in the blue, currently in fifth place. 3 juniors ahead of him. Oh no, Ublet's got past Edwards, so it's now a battle between these two, just on the line there. That is the battle for fourth and fifth. Ublet in the blue. Zach Edwards, the junior, off the track at the moment in the multicoloured car, and that's not how you get back on the track then. He drops back like, slightly over-zealous chuck on back on the track by the marshal. Kind of almost pushed someone in. Let's drop back 1 to the purple 3. That's how Joel Suarez, Portuguese, I say veteran, he's just over 40, driver, running on the rumbles. Oh, it's all getting a bit kind of unnecessary behind him. Drop back again because these three are having a massive battle. Well, they were having a massive battle, and they've hit each other. And they hit each other again. There's a lot of hitting each other going on back there. I don't say it's deliberate. I think it's just kind of like that's what happens. And everyone gets a bit spaced out again. Not quite 4 minutes gone. That's a 6 of Edwards on the camera, and he's dropped down to 6th place, 7th place. So that's very unfortunate. No real surprise that Maxime Cook is looking like a second bump up, as well as he can avoid the problems he had in the fuel stop last time. Lost a huge amount of time. He's got a lot of pace. He's obviously completely in the wrong final for the speed he has. He's now, I think, moved into second place and got past Bagrov. It happens occasionally. People have terrible qualifying and end up several finals below out, and they have to work their way up. It doesn't always work. Often they have terrible finals because they've got reliability issues, whatever it is, and it will bite them in the backside. But let's find out. So, purple machine, that's Suarez, and behind him is the 7 of Cervantes. Currently neither of them are bumping up, but it's all there or thereabouts. And the 4's coming up, Ramirez. Ramirez has had quite a bit difficult time, to be honest. He's not had much luck in the start of the race, so he's now moved another place forward, Ramirez. I think he had a terrible start. I think he's probably got now he's made 2. What's going on right now? He's had the reverse curse come over. Brought him onto the screen. He's made 2 positions up just by doing that. So he'll now be. I think he's now sitting 5th and not quite bumping up yet. But you need to see what the gap is, because I think he's got a bit of pace. This guy, he's just not been able to show it so far. Mainly because he's been involved in an awful lot of coming together. I'm not saying they're his fault, other people's fault, but sometimes if you manage to make a carbon fibre car magnetic, it's probably an issue. Yep, goes for fuel. Let's take him through, Ash. Down. No, he's not. too serious. He hasn't got a fuel gun. That's cost him half a second. And away he goes. Right back into the thick of things, just ahead of the 7 and the 8, which is Cervantes and Fonseca. I think they've all now stopped. Still Iago de Inglesia from Maxime Cook, from Peter Bagrov, from Marcus Ulet. I should think that Maxime Cook is sitting nervously thinking about having to make a fuel stop. I think he may have made it actually, I'm not sure. Second and third close together, but fourth is a long way back. Suarez into fifth. As we follow these guys around, and that's going to be sixth place for Ramirez, I think. Or not. Okay, we need to move forward a little bit, Ash, if you can somehow. Like go forward a car, perhaps when you get to the loop round here. That's it. And now come down with the sixth. That's Edwards, who's currently in sixth. Has run as high as fourth. Zach Edwards. Half the race to go still. This is the last of the 15-minute finals. When we move up to the 164th, they will all be 20-minute finals, and that's a two-stopper, or I can stretch the fuel out and make it a one-stopper. We'll get to one more interesting. Just to remind you, it is Iglesias leading, Cook second, and he's dropped quite a bit off, and London Cook has stopped and Iglesias hasn't. Uberlet is third, Bagrov is fourth, so my guess is Uberlet and De Iglesias are going long. Certainly Uberlet's going long. Joel Suarez is in fifth. Early pit lane position there for the sixth car of Zach Edwards. He stops, he's out. That's going to drop him down a couple of positions. So he was following through the three of Suarez. Which he'll be pleased about. Martin Guzman appears to be out of the race in number 10. So these guys are quite a way back at the moment. Oh, Cook's dropped down to fourth. So another very long stop again. I'm on 111, which I assume is just a long pit stop. So there's something wrong with the refueling on that car. Not as catastrophically wrong as it was last time, but it means that De Iglesias now has got a 20-second lead. Nice air from Edwards in seventh. So we need to there's two cars at the bottom of the roller coaster, Ash. If you can just move to them now, blue and the purple, who I think are, they just been inside an accident. That's always useful. If we get to them and having the accident, so look, here we go. There they are, just on camera, and let's have an accident. Ping. He spoings them out to the side there. I assume that probably the guy driving the blue car is quite aggrieved at this point. No, I would be. I'm not sure that was Uberlex actually, I don't know who it was. Yeah, Ramirez now is very, very close. So this is the battle for fourth and fifth. You've got Uberlex in the blue. In fact, Zach Edwards has just gone past, and so is Ramirez. So this is the, I think Ramirez may have got a drive-through. Ramirez, so this is fourth and fifth. Uberlex in the 5, blue and white from Estonia, and then Zach Edwards in the, it's pink, blue, multicoloured, from the UK, looking to bump up. Currently it's Maxime Cook, Peter Bagdrov and De La Glazy who are bumping up. Edwards just dropping a tiny bit off Uberlet in this lap, but lots of time to go. So we've done the stops, and now it's about concentrating hard and seeing if you can run your best laps to try and get yourself up a final at the European Championships. Nice bit of cornering there. Everyone now kind of, obviously you've got to have your race face on now. You can't be doing anything other than maximum attack at this point, because if you're not qualifying, you're not going home. Well, you are going home, obviously, but you've got a day off tomorrow before you go home. You are going home, and it's all about pushing hard. And they go over the rumble strip. That gap has stayed pretty solidly the same. We went over last time with a gap of 1.245 seconds, perhaps minute. No, it is closer now. Hubert stumbled over those 2 hairpins. And Edwards now right on his tail with 3.5 minutes to go as they fight for the final bump up to the 128th. Maxime Cook's gone back into second ahead of Peter Bagrov. There's still a long, long way for De La Iglesias. He's going to win this one by over half a minute at the moment. And Iglesias has got a best time of 52.8, which is a second a bit faster than Maxime. So Iglesias also in the wrong final. Well, you're in the final you got into. You're in the final because you've done it, but it's not. But if you sat down before the event and said, what final should everybody be in, and let's look at it, it wouldn't be the final you put him in on his overall basic potential speed, but you get to the final you deserve. You know, if things go wrong, well, things go wrong, but you're in the final you deserve. 6th car dropping down the hill. Ooh, bit of a bounce. This is Edwards. It's fallen off 2.5 seconds from Uberlet. Now he's going to really need to try and make something to make that bump up. Where is that blue car? Long way ahead. Long, long way ahead. Uberlet really has put down some good laps. Cook and Bagrov are right together again. Uberlet's 8 seconds further back. Edwards here in 5th and not qualifying is 2 seconds back from there. And I'd say it's a bit further now. So, Zach, if you've got some pace, pull it out of your pocket at this point. At this point, just throw everything at it. Don't worry about it. If you crash now, well, you're not qualifying anyway. So you may as well crash and go out in a blaze of glory rather than leave anything in the lockup. Yeah, it's gone out to 4 seconds. It's got a little bit of basic ground speed advantage he's using. Oh, they'll go away with that one. Don't think he lost any time doing that. Now that's Uberlet ahead of him. He's gained this time, so there's been a little bit of a gain. So Edwards in traffic as well. So right, so the gain is now nothing like 4 seconds, more like 1.5 seconds. They're both in the same front. Oh, and he could see him and we could see him, and they just decide, oh, just a bit too greedy. But that's great. That's what you've got to do. You've got to really push at the end, and he pushed, and you could suddenly see his quarry. Now the problem he's got is it's now last lap, and he's a long way back. It's got 1 lap to go. There's a car, there's a runaway somewhere. I can hear it. I don't know which car it is. It's the runaway there. It's going all over the shop. It's upside down. It's the right way up. The car got it. I'm not sure who's the runaway. I think it's the 6 was a runaway. I think that was Edwards' car was a runaway. I'm not sure. No, it's got on the screen, isn't it? No, it could be the runaway, yeah. Oh, that car went straight on when it shouldn't have done. Is that Uberlet? So I think Edwards had a runaway, which is a bit unlucky because so the runaway is when the car loses radio connection, just runs on at full throttle. Some very unhappy people there. No, this is the 12 car of Jim Tensworth. We're the wrong machine, aren't we? Let them come over because it's all going to do what it's going to do. Bagrov's dropped off in the last lap quite badly. Uberlet finishes in 3rd. So all sorts of stuff went wrong there. Okay, so we had that runaway from the unfortunate Zach Edwards when things were going well. But you got a great performance by Ignacio de la Iglesia Blanco. He won by 1/2 minute. Maxime Cook becomes our first double bump upper. Yay! Uberlet gets in as well, and Peter Bagrov. And that is the 128th B. Next up, after this message, will be the 116th. Well. X-Ray, Nitro Electric, off-road or on-road, Formula or touring, buggy or truck, 10th or 8th. X-Ray's got you covered. Choose your favourite. Choose X-Ray, the world's most extensive lineup of professional racing cars only from X-Ray. And also thanks to our other sponsors, Hot Race Tyres. We spoke to Nicola Moroni yesterday, and S-Works. And of course, we spoke to Elliot a couple of hours ago, and to Rudog, and of course, InvisibleSpeed.net. We've been seeing these amusing videos from JQ. We did talk about JQ yesterday for a couple of hours. If it hadn't been for this massively condensed programme we're on, we would have spoken to many more people, but it's kind of like it caught us up. Now, it's going to be very exciting because we're going to have a brand new cameraman for this one. Are you cameramanning?
Indeed, I am.
It's very exciting having Frank on the camera. I notice he's not rushing over there, so obviously he thinks he's got it. For this week of fun, because Frank hasn't done the camera so far today. Okay, 1/16th A file. Oh no! Right. No, it's all. This is also 15 minutes. I think they nilled this one. Is it 15 minutes? I'm sure it's 20. Let me have a look. Have they just nudged that one down a bit to make things work better? No, it says. Yeah, they've gone for 15 minutes for the 64s. They've gone for 15 minutes for the 32s. Okay. In an attempt to save a bit of time, they've gone 15 minutes for the 64s and 32s, and we go 20 minutes for the 16s. So that's fair enough.
It does save a good chunk of time.
And so it saves now 25 minutes. So yeah, I mean, it's the actual length of the finals. I think is pretty flexible up to the semi-finals, which have to be a certain length. So that's good news. I think in many ways it makes it a bit easier for the drivers because it's just a single stop. You haven't got to get clever about fuel or anything. It's just one stop, and you just choose when to make it.
Fewer variables, especially in the pit stops.
Absolutely, we variable downed the whole thing. So these are 15 minutes. Which is good news for those in the event. Right. Next thing's next. I need to go and look at the stream, obviously. Quick reminder that we will be swapping streams, but not for about an hour. Hello from Australia, this is Big Guns. My dream job is those Marshalls. It's a long main, it's dusty, they go with the softer tyres, they grip, okay. Who did like the stream? Yes, like my stream. How long do the tyres last? Well, they need to make them 45 minutes, don't they, some of them? Monkey Magic.
I don't actually need Ash's radio because I'll use the headset.
You have to kind of do a kind of weird angle over there, won't you?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Okay, so let's get ready for. You're the wrong side of my. You're the wrong side of my screen. Your wire was draped. Right, so everyone go nicely. Be nice to Frank because Frank's a very, very good cameraman, but this is his first go. And though, in fairness, Frank, you did it last year.
Yeah.
So realistically, you just got to get the muscle memory back from last September.
Yeah.
Same layout. What we're going to say.
I am in a different position because you insisted on having Ricardo.
I need to be able to. I need to be able to hit him. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Sometimes it was literally, in fairness. Okay. Loki Smoke. Here we go. Righty. I have no idea what I'm saying. I've literally started 3 sentences and gone, what am I doing? I don't know.
Oh, you've done a Nick.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a warm-up. Don't worry, you're not missing anything.
Yeah. This is just me practicing.
This is Frank doing some practice. Live on air, Frank will practice.
With commentary.
No, you won't, because I'm going to read out the grid.
Well, like sub-co-commentary.
Sub-co-commentary, yeah. I suppose you can commentate whilst you're doing the camera work, which is worrying. Which is very, very worrying.
I'm,
If you start doing weird breathing as you concentrate, it's going to be even stranger. I will have to cut you off.
Multifaceted.
You're many things, Frank. Absolutely. That's possibly one of them. Ruben Olivares Munaz is in 1. Tom Sartell is a junior in 2. Artu Saijanen, is in 3 from Finland. Tim Krause from Germany is in 4. Patrick Bremstaller from Austria is 5. Ben Simpson, who's a junior from the UK, is in 6. Jeffrey Halcyon from the Netherlands is in 7. Gabriel Romani from Italy is in 8. Plamen Petrov from Bulgaria is in 9. Javier Leon Gonzalez from Spain is in 10. Jan Cruz is in 12 from Austria, and Mikko Saarinen from Finland is in 12. And don't forget that Petrov, Leon, Cruz and Saarinen all bumped up. Petrov was very quick, and there's nothing to think he can't do a double bump up, to be honest. He was very, very quick.
It's our lone Bulgarian.
He is our lone Bulgarian. I'm not used to the cameraman chipping in. All right. What happened is I go, get on car. I am on car 6. I'm on car 6.
You know it's going to happen.
I may have to mute you. I don't know. I'm leaving open at the moment, so let's find out. It's called stunt camera work. So the bright blue.
Should I do it on one foot?
Well, whatever turns you on. The bright blue car there is the one machine of Ruben Olivares Munoz. Last minute top. I don't really need it for this race with 15 minutes. And it's the 164th A side. Oh, Munoz was rolling back before he went forward, but I think he's okay. I mean, that wasn't he like? Well, there's no chance of a penalty. Just he may have lost some time. There they go. And it's okay. It's a clean start for the first two, which is Munoz and Tom Sartell. And those two are away and running down the roller coaster. And this is the 3, 4, and 5 behind them. Oh, Petrov. I think Petrov was already in third at that point. Now it's gone a bit wrong again.
So that's third.
Sorry, not Petrov. Not Petrov. Yes, Petrov.
Battle
yeah.
for fourth, right?
He was. Yeah, he's now actually in 5th. Yeah, you can't say battle for 4th. You can't tell me what's on the screen. I have to tell you what's happening. This doesn't work. It's like you got someone chipping in.
Yeah, but it is the battle for all it was.
Yes, I know. But what was it? Do you know what? I'm sorry, Frank. That's it. Frank's now been muted. I mean, I'm not saying wasn't actually telling me exactly what was going on, but I need to create my own story. Go me. So third, there's 4th up the road, which is the 7 and the 9. So the battle is between 4th at the moment. It's the 7 car of Jeffrey Halsema, and then the bump upper of Plamen Petrov on the all red machine, which will flick into view there as they go round the hoodie core down the roller coaster. Oh, and that's Petrov into 4th, but Halsema picks up and rolls it quite quickly, but he's only just lost the position. He hasn't lost too much time over the rumble strips. They drop down to the Contramar corner. And now through the second part of our camera coverage. There they go. Ooh, he's clipped the side of the track, and that's taken him right out of the chasing pack to Petrov, who is, as you can see, scored in 4th. Behind Javier Leon Gonzalez, who's just had a bit of a kind of a slap landing at the bottom of the roller coaster, but there they are, they're catching him up with Petrov. He's easy to spot Petrov. He's in a nice solid red car with a yellow wing. Now this mucking about. Oh, he's mucked about there because he's fallen over coming down the hill off the tile section. Not the end of the world. We're only a couple of minutes in. So as the race tries to sort itself out, certainly Tom Sartell sorted himself out. He's leading. He's leading now by a small amount from Ruben Alvarez. Just watching to my right-hand side as they go by. And then the third car comes up. And now we are with 5 and 6. And that's the 6th machine of Ben Simpson, who's in 6th. Just rolling, I think. Yeah, Ben Simpson's. Oh, that was an amazing self-marshalling there. But lost a bit of time. So 1 and 2, very close together. Then 3, then 4, and we were with 5. Bouncing along the rumble strip area. Okay, so they are trundling around now. Up the straight. So it's a chasing pack of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars who all aren't actually qualifying. Led by Ben, who just made another mistake, Ben Simpson. Sartell's away with Olivares. They're having a lovely time in the lead. And you've got 3rd, 4th and 5th. And we are just having a look at 5th here now, which is just coming over. This is Tim Kraus. I think that's changed it. I think this is Tim Kraus in 5th. Yep. So Kraus dropped into 5th place. 5 minutes of the 15 gone. Ooh. Tanks up the straight. So Kraus nice and tight around the first one, the hairpin. Big downhill drop. Can't see it on the camera into the hairpin with the hay bales from last year, which is a weird thing to call it, but there we go. And then round the hoodie. Flies down the straight. And the roller coaster is done. He's putting a really clean lap so far, but he's not gaining anything on the 10 of Gonzalez Leon or Syrogen. I think Syrogen actually got past Syjanin. Syjanin has got past into 3rd. Yep, so he's now 3rd Syjanin. 4th is Gonzalez Leon. 5th is Kraus. As you can see that, they're getting a little bit closer. Kraus didn't gain on either of them at that point. 1, 2. So the 4 car, slight bit of oversteer from the 0. Gonzalez Leon. You can just see now, you can see coming into shot every now and again. As we sweep through the switchback. Around the hoodie. The gaps. Oh, there's a mistake ahead of him. And now you're going to have to wait. Oh, and then there's a huge error off the side of the track there. I was watching the car ahead of him make an error as he made an error. He was already off by the time I saw him, but that's really blown it entirely there for Kraus, because Kraus had a goal. It was an open goal for Kraus to smack it past, and he didn't. So Kraus is going to have to live with that, because he had a chance. He went off there. I think the problem is you get distracted by someone else's accident. I know exactly what happened. He saw him crashing in his peripheral vision, and that absolutely put him off his stride down the roller coaster. And it's not the first time we've seen it happen this weekend. It's not the first time, and it's happening in some of the more nominally higher heats. It looks like Siren now is moving to 2nd place. He's gone past Olivares. So, huge forward motion for the Finnish driver. Up to 2nd. Tom Sartell still leading, sorry. Not seeing him because he's bumping up, and there's a mistake by the 0. The marshal's rushing out. Oh, she's gone the wrong way. She ran effectively the wrong way, and that kind of put off the driver. It wasn't her fault. She was just trying to go the safe way, in fairness to her. But the driver then tried to predict where she was going to go. He went wide on them, and he should have gone tight. But it didn't matter because he still got through. So now Tom has got past this one of Gonzalez Leon. Kraus should be scored in 4th. Gonzalez Leon, after accident, is scored in 5th. Pit stop, are we happy? Single stop. There they go. Down and out. He rolls through. And that's the 4 car of Kraus. Looks like the 4 and the 0 both pitches at the same time, and they are both battling for that final bump into the, where are we now? Into the 30 seconds. This should have been first thing in the morning on Saturday. For those of you just joining us, we are doing the entire event today. We are going all the way to the A-Main final. We will crown a European champion sometime after 8 o'clock this evening local time. Final due off at 5 to 8 local time, 5 to 7 UK, 5 to 9 in Greece. Other time zones are available. You have to work it out for yourself. Oh, that's a little bit. Was that a back mark or was that actually a? Oh yeah, the 0 stumbled, and Cruz went, no, I want to get through. So it's getting close. Looks like Bremstyle has started to make a move as well. So Cruz into 4th, then you got the 0, and you got the 11 now. Yeah, it's the 11 that's Kraus and Cruz. So Kraus is now in 4th, and Gonzalez and Cruz, let's get this one right, are battling on camera at the moment for 5 and 6th. That green and white car, that is Jan Cruz looking for a double bump up. At the moment, 1, 2, 3 and 4 in this heat are 1, 2, 3 and 4, but not in the other 4 bump ups, but not actually in that order. Sartell leads. Sargent is second. Olivares is starting in pole is third. Tim Kraus is fourth. And Kraus is 17 seconds behind third, so he's 9 seconds. Petrol stop 9 seconds behind third. Leon Gonzalez in fifth, coming up the hill now, and then behind him is he's not going. He's disappeared. So now the green car now of Jan Cruz, the 11 machine, green and white. That car bounces into fifth place, not bumping up, it's in fifth. 5 minutes to go. It's one of these. It's going to be a slow burn, or is it going to disappear into nothing, or are we going to see an exciting denouement to the 164th A-Fon? I always say they can't all be classics, but you never know which one's going to be. We've already had a last corner overtake for the final bump up. Oh, there's a Marshall race off there. But the Zeros had a really bad lap. So Leon Gonzalez has had a really, really bad lap. So he is not going to be able to get anywhere. These two getting closer together. Gonzalez dropped out of that one. It's now Cruz. Is it Cruz and Kraus? It is. This is going to take me a long time. So Kraus is the blue car and Cruz is the green and white car. And they're battling for fourth. It's the Kraus-Cruz battle. Kraus-Cruz. That's the gap, you can see it. It's on the screen. It's the length of the rumble strips. 4 minutes for Jan Cruz of Austria to catch up Tim Kraus of Germany. Some local beef there as well. Here they all go. Oh, now, can you get back on the track? Yes, you could, without losing too much time. In some areas where you can go off the track, if you get an easy lick back in again, you're fine. Now, interesting, you did lose some time, though. He's dropped way off. This is the 11 of Jan Cruz. He dropped way off Kraus. Now, coming up behind him, I think that's Bremstaller, who's not really featured in this one so far. So Bremstaller, is looking to pick up that fifth place. Patrick on the red and the blue and the red car. So this is a battle for fifth. It's not a battle for the bump up as of yet. Oh, and that little kind of slap there. It looks like Cruz is now more concerned with going down the field than going up the field. He's dropped 6 seconds off Tim Kraus. Referee telling them where they are, which is both not qualifying but having a battle. Because obviously it gets difficult at some point. The drivers don't really know. Whilst the drivers might know where they are, they don't know if someone coming up behind them or near them is a lap down or a lap ahead or on the same lap. There we go, getting closer. Looks like Bremstar's got a bit more pace now than Kraus. And to prove that, it goes at the inside of Kraus. So Bremstaller now claims fifth place for his own. However, he's quite a long way behind fourth. And he's only got 2 minutes to catch up, so he's got 2 laps back. Well, he might get 3 actually. Probably got 3 laps to do it with. Going down the hill. I don't think Cruz has given up on it yet, but the fact was he was 7 seconds behind Tim Kraus, so Bremstar needs to make up 7 seconds, or more likely he needs Kraus to make 7 seconds of mistakes. So Bremstar does appear to have a reasonable pace now, so he's only going to ruin whatever happened in the first 12 minutes of the race, which meant he was nowhere mentioned and wasn't even in the top 6 at one point, so he's obviously had a poor start and some struggles. Now he's got himself into a rhythm. So it was 7 seconds last time round. What was it this time round? It is 7 seconds, so he was 2 tenths slower. So yeah, he's going to need He's going to need a Kraus mistake. Kraus actually is getting quite close to Olivares. So just to remind you, it's Sartell from Sejanen. Olivares, who started well, has faded only a little bit. And he is now liable to lose, well, may lose third place to Kraus. Bremstal 7 seconds back. Needs someone ahead of him to make a massive mistake. So let's move forward one to that fourth place man Frank, because it's now down to him making a mistake as to whether we actually see a change in position, because you're not going to make 7 seconds back on this track in one lap. So he needs to keep it down. The wind's getting up. That's going to make it more tricky. As the wind gets up, it makes the cars more random in the air, less predictable. Once they get in the air, this is supposed to, most of the wind the wind's not quite the same as yesterday. It was running straight up the main straight yesterday. Now it's running across the straight by looks of the flags in front of me. So rather than running from the bottom of the hill to the top, it's now running across, and that's obviously going to present different issues when most of the jumping is done in that direction. So you're effectively jumping into a crosswind the whole time. About to say all Tim Kraus needs to do. Actually, hang on a second. There's been a problem. Siren has broken down. Siren has broken down. This means that Bremstaller and Kraus are getting into the final. Problem for Sirenen. He's just lost a huge amount of time. I don't know if he broke down or what, or he had a breakdown, but he's dropped out of the positions. And it's very bad luck from the last lap. Kraus and Bremstaller are going to be qualifying. Here they go. So it's Tom Sartell, it's Ruben Olivares, Tim Kraus and Patrick Bremstaller who qualify. Very, very unlucky for Artu Sanjan, who had a very long last lap. Must have been a problem, and that's not gone well for him. So you have to feel a bit sorry for the Finnish driver, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Stop scrolling, you wanna be Lewis Hamilton? Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed. You can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just, when you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you like slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
I would stop scrolling, but I'm actually doing a commentary. Thank you to InvisibleSpeed. Thank you to Rudog, S-Works, Hot Race and X-Ray. How are the Mugen drivers doing? Quite well, because they got the Kidditch brothers on there. My RCM for live timing, thank you. Where is this? Spain, Portugal, Monkey Magic. This is in Redovan in southern Spain, near Alicante. So we are quite southeast Spain. So just waiting for the next final. They kind of really just run. This is where 164th B. You've got Wesley Van Helmond in one, who's the European two-wheel drive championship in large-scale off-road. Nuno Casarabal in 2, Michael Lewis in 3, Iali Langoya, no, I'll do that again, Lan Oya, Finnish names, difficult for me, in 4, Joel Rosengren in 5, Philip Zwart in 6, Colin Meyer in 7, Tom Sumner in 8, and you've got Iago de la Iglesia Blanco in 9, Maxime Cook in 10, he's already done 2 bump ups, can he do 3, I'm not so sure, Marcus Uecht in 11, and Peter Bagrov in 12. Iago de la Iglesia Blanco in 9 had a huge amount of pace over everyone else in his final, so there has to be a reasonable chance, to be honest, that he will be able to perhaps have a bump up, so he's not out of place as far as pace is concerned. We've got several hours to go, and the headphones are already annoying my ears. It's going to be a long day. Yeah, so I know I keep saying, and probably a lot of you are very bored, but there's people joining us all the time, of course. The whole day is today. We're going all the way to the main final, which will be in about 5 hours and 45 minutes' time. I can see everyone around me going, oh, gosh, really? 5 hours and 45 minutes. But then we have a main final, we'll have a European champion. And then theoretically, we've got a lion as well tomorrow, which is well because we're not going back to the hotel about midnight. So Ash is back from his natural break. Was it good? I think I'm gonna make Frank commentate on the next one. I think you deserve a bit of Frank. What was the sound of Frank? A bit of Frank. To be frank. Why bad weather coming, Doug Breeze? I don't know why bad weather coming. It's weather. Why bad weather coming? Yes. Why dog pee on tree? Oh dear. Yeah, first 4 who bump up, Charles. Sorry, Doug. It's just the way you wrote it. It's just very funny. Yeah, there is a thunderstorm warning for the whole of tomorrow. Heavy rain. And whilst it's not a problem for the cars, as you can see, this track is built on a slope with a lot of natural surfaces. It'll be very, very dangerous for the marshals to actually take part in a very, very wet day. I like that somebody else has gone, why not? Why not? Why bad weather? Why not? So Ash is already stretching. He's got hours more to do. There's no point stretching now, mate. Just enjoy the compression. So Wesley Van Helmond in 1, Nukas Rebel in 2, Michael Lewis in 3, Iari Langoa in 4, Joe Rosengren in 5, Hipter White in 6, Colin Meyer in 7, Tom Sumner in 8, Iago de Lazy Blanco in 9, Maxim Cook in 10, Marcus Ubelet in 11, and Peter Bagrov is your number 12. 4 of them bumped up. Let's see what happens. We're here at the Euros, and they're off. And it looks like a relatively clean start. I'm watching on the screen this time rather than standing up. There they go. A little bit of chaos towards the back, but no one's severely upset by it. Oh, that's a nice move by the second place man. Absolute block pass there by, I think, Michael Lewis on Newcastle Rebel. That's if they went through in 1, 2 and 3. I'm just guessing, really, until I get a chance to see the numbers. But I'm pretty sure Wesley Van Helmond has gone off in the lead in the 1. He has. Second place is the 4, actually, did that good black pass with Langoya. Wasp now on the camera. I don't want to frighten you, Ash. Sitting there going, I could sting him. So they're going to come across the line and we'll get our first reordering of the first lap. And it is Wesley Van Helmond, Iardi Lanjoria, Nunakasi Rebel, Michael Lewis and Joel Roskin, your top 5. A little bit of a gap in the lead, and then the others are kind of 6 cars now streaking round. Some very nice we put some money into their paint jobs. There's a huge number of massively multicoloured cars in the top of the shop. Oh, bad news for the guy in 6th there, just traction rolled out of it. So there's 5 cars, 4 of them, as you can see, are all nailed together. That's Langoa, Casaribel, Lewis and Rosengren. Joel Rosengren from Sweden. Not sure where they've changed order. Just slightly ahead of them. Wesley Van Helmond from the Netherlands. That's certainly changed there because the blue and white car went through. I'm sure there's Michael Lewis or not. So yeah, so it's the 2 car of Newcastle Rebel, actually, it's the blue and white car. The Castle Rebel through into 2nd. And here's Michael Lewis 3rd. Langoy's up to 5th, so you guys had a bit of a problem. They're all right together. So there they go underneath me now. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and then 5th. So a little bit of drop back for the Finn in Langoa, but 2nd, 3rd and 4th are right together. That's 4th and 5th now, which is the 5 of Rosengren and Finland v Sweden. Swede leads at the moment. I'll tell you what, he's got an aerial tube, which is impressive. No one needs an aerial tube, so we don't have aerial tubes. Essentially, you can spot, which is an easy way of spotting your car at a distance. Third and 4th now threatening each other with a bit of a punch up. 3rd, 4th and 5th exit stage left. So Van Helmond still lead. Oh, a bit wide there. Lost a bit of time. Now the 2nd place man to get away. A little bit. So, Michael Lewis leading this one in the 3. That's the green and blue and yellow and orange. Basically, that's every single colour on the cell. He's got white wheels and a black wing. So there's just a different with a car with a massive pink rear end, who misses. That's Rosengren. And the more orangey car, which is behind them, is Langojo. They're trying to gain back on the Nuno Casterabao car, which has got a more of a blue look to it. And Wesley Van Helmond, who's leading this, is very, very green. Well, flory green, in fairness. Behind them, relatively calm. No one's been horrendously left behind. Incident to that Anglaise has made no progress at all, so perhaps false pace. I thought he had Maxime Cook as well, not really moving forward at the moment. But plenty of time. And it was a bit of a grungy start. But this is the battle at the moment. It's closest. Third and 4, he's nibbled him past. He's not going to like that, Lewis, is he? He got nibbled past there. Down the roller coaster. Oh, now that changes everything. Casterabell rolls out second and drops to 5th. So all these 3 cars now are a bit feeling smug because they're bumping up. Two, three, 4. Oh, a bit of a scud there. And up the inside, I think that's Lewis moving back into second. A mistake by Wesley Van Helmond as well. That's going to put everyone together. Oh dear, oh dear. And Lewis does move into second place. Van Helmond now much closer. You can just see him actually. And then they all clip each other, and that's bad news for one of the cars. That's pointing the wrong way for a second. But yeah, so Wesley Van Helmond is not very far ahead of Michael Lewis at the moment. A little bit of gap then, 3rd, 4th, and 5th come in this stream here. Nuno Casterabell in 3rd, and then it's Rosengren in 4th, and Langoria in 5th. Another lap in the books, and it's a big battle for 1st and 2nd, a big battle for 3rd and 4th. 1st and 2nd battle is Van Helmond and Lewis, but this is the 3rd and 4th battle with the 5th man. Now, actually, 6th and 7th are beginning to come along as well. And 6th and 7th is De Zwart and Ubelet. They're getting a bit closer. So it's just likely that this may get joined by everyone else and have an isotonic drink. I think Frank's noticed I'm fading in some way. I've got several litres of water, so that's good. I won't dehydrate doing this job. Not this week, anyway. So Van Helmond and Lewis Michael, still battling along. We're getting on the edge of where he might think about doing pit stops. It's quite an open, in a 15-minute race, it's a pretty open window. So 3 and 4 now. If 5th hasn't gone in for fuel, there's a trouble here. I think he may well have done. Just waiting for someone coming at the pit. No, from the pit stop. So there's been a problem for 5th place. But he was. No, Lango was in the stop. So he has taken the stop, Lango. So he's currently coming out quite nicely into free air. But he will be scored a long way back until these guys come in as well. 3rd place, Rosengren is pulling a little bit from Casterabell. Van Helmond has led the entire race. Made one mistake which took out a lot of his lead, but he's led the whole way. Michael Lewis is in 2nd. So it's the Netherlands, from the UK, from Sweden, from Finland. No, from Portugal, with Finland is in 5th, but have made the stop. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see pit stops now. Oh no, on the lap. Going a bit longer. No point pushing it too far, of course. You don't want to run out. And there's absolutely no advantage to be gained in this race because everyone's going to have to stop once. A bit of edginess there as we went round the corner. So this battle continues. Kind of wonder when someone's going to pick up a fuel stop. That looks like it. Yep, dives in. Rosengren on the 5. Quite late picking up the 3 there of Lewis. So Lewis has fallen behind Rosengren, it's a bit weird. It's very strange. Problem for Lewis, I think, on his pit stop. And that's dropped him down a bit. So Michael Lewis is going to be, from being quite confidently in second, is now going to be having a little bit of a scrapette because he had a very long stop. I'm not sure whether he's put down the flame to manage to get him going quickly again. But when they come over the line, we'll be seeing what's actually happening. This is Van Helmont, I think, isn't it? Is it Van Helmont at the front there? Yes, that's the leader being slightly hassled by the 5 of Rosengren, who, and Lewis is now going to be seeing he's falling down he's falling off that very long pit stop. 109, yeah, about 6 seconds longer than it needed to be. He's fallen into 5th and he's fallen out of the bump ups. So drop back 1, Ash, that's Nino Casarabello, who's currently in 3. And behind him is the Finn, Langioni. I'm really sorry, Lang Enoji. I need my Finnish pronunciation course, but actually that's worked out quite well because everyone is right back together again because Rosengren made a mistake. So Van Helmont has leapt off into the lead. Second place is Nuno Casarabello. Rosengren, I think, is in 4th. He is just ahead of Lewis. So drop back 1 more. It's those 2 there. Those 2 right at the back. That's the battle for 4th. Lewis and Rosengren, 4.5 minutes. Just over 5 minutes to go. It's all going on here, isn't it? That's the only way you can describe it. 64th B final. And the second now will be off for 30 seconds. 25 past 2. How long are we on air now for? That's 7 hours nearly, okay. Oh, that's not great. Spun 8. Now, was that Michael Lewis who fell on his back? It was. Oh dear, that second, what seems like the simplest part of the track, and he's fallen over. He's now got Zwart right with him. 5 and 6 are right together because 5 and 6 are 2 places which are not bumping up. Oops, just knocked off my isotonic drink. Luckily, the top was done up. Here we go. Okay, 3 minutes to go. Let's reposition him. Van Helmont's leading by about 2 seconds. Nuno Casarabello. He's a second ahead of Langora. Now they've all they had previous last lap got themselves a bit closer, but now of course Michael made that slight mistake. And so up the hill we are looking effective. Oh, who's stopping the fuel so late? That's the 4 car coming up for 13 minutes. Wow. That's amazing. Lange's car must be incredibly thirsty. He had to make 2 stops. Now, that changes everything because that sticks Michael Lewis back into second place. And the 9 car is ahead of the 4. So you need to move forward, Ash, to the blue car who's coming off the rumble strips now. As that is the car which I think is in 5th after the Finn had to make a second stop. That's a very thirsty car. Here we go. Underneath me goes Wesley Van Helmen in the lead. And then second and third right together, which is Castor-Rebel and Matthew Rosengren's got past Castor-Rebel in the last couple of corners. Then you've got Lewis, who's currently in final bump up. But this is the 6 car. And that is Phil de Zwart from Austria, who is the one who's trying to catch up Michael Lewis and get the final bump up. Looks like Max Cook's Euros has come to the end after 2 bump ups. Well done to the young man. 1:34 to go. Will Michael make a mistake, or can de Zwart catch up? Wesley Van Helmen, apart from one very minor error, has looked pretty impeachable in this one. Though, in fairness to Rosengren, he's got himself at a bit of their second win. He's challenging Van Helmen for the win. Not sure whether this will play into de Zwart or not. If the actual top 4 begin to condense, so 5th place, 6th place is having a bit of a run as well, which is Dylan Glazers, who was so fast in the his low and on his back. Who's that? That is the 7 car of. Oh, that's someone's not in it. That's a lapped car, I think. It just fell over. What was it? No, it wasn't. It was the 2 car, wasn't it? It was Nuno Castor-Rebel's fallen over. So this is now the car in 4th. So de Zwart is now 4th because Nuno Castor-Rebel fell over from 3rd place. So that 6 of de Zwart will be scored with 1 lap to go. He is scored in 4th. That's the man who holds the key to bumping up to the 1:30 seconds. Key, if you're going to unlock the lock though. In the end, this has been a really close race because Wesley Van Helmen is like half a corner ahead of this. The top few are covered by a few seconds. The first really close one we've had. 4th and 5th is quite close as well because if Ash stands out, you'll see that right behind him is that 2 car of Nuno Castor-Rebel who really wants to get it. It's the 2 bluish cars, one that's blue and white, one that's blue, white, yellow, and everything else that goes around the world. But Nuno Castor-Rebel, who rolled over 2 laps to go, but the top 5 are within 3 or 4 seconds. And it's going to be Wesley Van Helmen from Rosengren. And I think that's kind of roll it is. And they kind of, a little bit of a clever little sprint there. Lewis Michael 3rd. de Zwart is 4th. And Nuno Castor-Rebel couldn't actually make it in the end. So he's going to live to rue that error he made quite recently towards the end of the race. So that is the 1/64th B final. Now, we promised you a treat. And that treat will come up. Well, it's not really a treat, just to promise you something. After our word from the sponsors. Okay, now we are moving into the 1:30 seconds. Ash is doing calisthenics for some reason on the floor, and more importantly, Frank's doing the commentary. Frank's saying, am I? Put him on. You're commentating on this one.
Okay.
Sound more excited.
I'm ready to do whatever.
Right, okay. My lord, you sound very, very unimpressed by the whole thing.
Well,
right.
I did a 12-hour stream 3 weeks ago, so, I'm good.
I didn't say you weren't good. I just wanted more enthusiasm. It was never a good nor bad situation.
All right, so here I am. So thank you, Sven, for the encouragement when I was on operating camera. So now here I am commentating for everybody. So we got our marshals are out there. They've already been busy marshalling during the first lap of warm-up. So got a couple minutes left of warm-up. 3 minutes of warm-up for everybody, and I think only 2 minutes in between where there's officially no one out on track, but that does not include the cars coming in from the last bits of completing their last laps of the previous race. It could be up to a minute and a half, or even just a minute where there's no cars on track. So this is warm-up here in Spain. So let me just make sure that I know we've already just played an X-Ray advertisement for everybody, but our title sponsor is InvisibleSpeed.net. Make sure and check them out. There is a really cool special offer for this weekend only for everybody who's watching, and you can check that out in the links on the Facebook or YouTube channels, whatever you're watching this on, whether it's RC Racing TV or EFRA, the various EFRA channels. So they are our title sponsor. We're also supported by Rudog, S-Works, Hot Race Tires, and X-Ray, as I said. So make sure and check them out if you're looking for parts and bags and cars and for whatever you're racing and whatever your various proclivities are. Make sure and check them out and tell them that RC Racing TV and EFRA sent you, because that helps us get more sponsorship for the next event, which allows us to be here bringing you free over 12 hours of racing footage today from Alicante, Redovan, Alicante, Spain, where temperature's about 30, 31 at the moment Celsius. It's like 85, 86 degrees in old money Fahrenheit for any Americans that are watching. Got Ash on camera. Cars are about to be set down on the starting grid. Again, top four bump up. We will be paying attention to the 4th and 5th place cars mostly during the race, and they'll try to keep track of the leaders. The leaders being the top four, if we're following the 5th place and so on. So, and as usual, no follow requests, please. And they're off into the first corner. Everyone off the way fairly clean, but into the first jump. No drama, a little bit of drama for the very end. Number 0 car upside down, unfortunately, but the 1, 2, and 4 off around the Hootie corner. And then we have the 4th and 5th place battle already starting to shape up, but they're catching up to that leading trio over the rumble strip. So we'll stick with this pack. Oh, the leader clipped on the back end. There's a number 1 car of Rabulin. So it's a big, as Nick was saying, the first couple of rounds, the action is fairly wild. There's a big gap in skill set in the very, very bottom finals. And now it's really starting to tighten up. So these guys are a lot closer together than we were seeing in the early finals. Remember, we started the 1/256 finals, then the 1/28, then the 64th, so now we're into the 30 seconds. So you can see how we get down to the quarters and the semis if you follow the logic there. And again, all of the qualifying racers split up into an A group and a B group, and this is the 132nd final for the A group. That's why we call it the 132nd A. Okay, so, ooh, little bit of a grip roll there in the Contramore corner for that number 5, I think it is. Oh, and a big grip roll there, or was he touched? But we'll see how everything shapes out as they're finishing their second lap. 4, 2, 5, and 1. So the 5 is in third. So drop back to the number 1 and the 7. Whichever one is closer to this leading group. It looks like the 1 is, and then the 7's immediately behind them. So this group of racers all looking to try and keep. Ooh. Okay, so now we've had a shift of change. Someone went off there. So these group of cars, and I think there's a 4th car there and a 5th. So this is a very, very big group of tight. Look at all these cars. Oh, and off the track goes that. I can't even remember what number that was. That all white car. Was that Hazelwood? That's a 7. Freshly painted body yesterday. Oh, and the Arma. Sorry, not the Arma. The Agama goes over. That's Hazelwood losing loads of spaces there. You see him tumbling down the order. Now he's in 11th place. You see what happens there when you need marshalling. So let's see who is our 4th place. Is the number 1 or 8 is who we want to follow. So I think it's the 8 there. Yes, we're on the 8. So now we've got a little bit of a gap now. Hazelwood, unfortunately, running dead last. Running the, there's a car that's upside down who's, so at least he's not running dead last now. That, unfortunately, the blue car took ages to get marshaled. But this is our, number 8 is our 5th place racer. Just a corner ahead of him is 4th place of Rabulin. So we're on Scaramozino, Alessandro from Italy, as you can imagine. Little style jump there over the first of the doubles. Into the hay bale corner. So the slightest mistake, if we go just a little bit wide, the slightest mistake, all these cars behind them are going to instantly just be ahead. So cut out the style and just go for lap times. As I say, cut out the style. When the cars are turning in midair, the cars are steering. It actually helps with the aim of the landing. So it's not all about style, but sometimes it is. I always do a few little tricks here and there, but you see all those cars, all 4 of those cars behind them, just itching for Alessandro to make a mistake, and that is Tim Kraus, James Lepavot, Patrick Brenstaller, Tom Sartell. So all of these are familiar names if you've been watching the coverage so far. Some of them multiple bump ups. So I am following. This is our 8. The number 8 is our 5th place racer. 3rd and 4th are nose to tail pretty much. So if they tap each other, then Alessandro can be ahead of them. We'll scrap there in the Contramar. There's a lot of cars. There's about, 5 cars behind Alessandro. Obviously Hazelwood trying to make up his spots. He was running, I believe it was 4th or 5th early in the race. Made one mistake, needed a turn marshal, and that was it. He went down to 11th place, and he's worked himself up to 9th at the moment. Oh, and over goes Alessandro. Oh, no, sorry. Yes, that was Alessandro. That means number 6, who we're with here, is our 6th place racer. Well, was. And was that Alessandro going over again? So now we're out of sync here. So we are actually following our 4th place car. So if we drop back 1, I believe that's Tim Kraus, a familiar blue and white livery. So there's been a lot of shifting around already. We'll see the names and the car numbers move up and down on the timing to the right. You'll see that happen as these guys come over the timing and scoring loop. So Le Pavot still in 4th, but Tim Kraus, who we are with, car number 11, is our 5th place racer. And immediately, well, not immediately, but the next car behind him is John Hazelwood, looking to make him get back into position where he started the race. Well, where he was finishing the end of the oh, and there he goes. There goes Hazelwood. Let's go on the all-white car now. That's our 5th place racer. John from the UK. I believe he definitely heads up Nemo and Agama for the UK. I'm not sure if he's our top Agama racer. And I don't want to mention this every time we mention Agama, but just because I have mentioned that. I want to mention that Lee Martin, unfortunately, not here this weekend. It's family issues that he's stayed at home in the UK to support his family. And we have first pit action. Hazelwood getting pitted. Oh, and a big mistake. So he's lost a few seconds there. Let's stay with him and see where he finishes the lap. He was in third when he came in. But anyway, just to finish my thought, unfortunately we're not seeing Lee Martin here this weekend. And Hazelwood goes over again, and there goes all those cars. That's what I was saying. One mistake. That's exactly what happened to him earlier, but he actually got marshaled much, much faster. So this gaggle of cars here now, see, so he's already made up one spot. 3 more to work through. So who is this now? This is the, it's not the 7 because that's gone. That's number 1. Is that number 1? It is, wow. Rabulin, he's actually showing his red. Is he lapped? No, this is our 11th place racer. So drop back 1. He's lapped. Kraus, yes, okay, so this is who we should be focusing on still. Well, again, after Hazelwood's move up and then drop back once again. So Hazelwood, just off camera, just letting you know that he is working his way through the pack. And now he's 1 car behind Cruz because I think that was the number 6 who has just crashed. Couldn't tell. So Kraus, so the car he's coming up on is the number 1 of Rabulin, who is actually lapped. He had apparently a major issue that we missed. Oh, and he's gone over. There goes Hazelwood. Back into 5th. So here's our battle for 5th. So 6 minutes, plenty of time. I can tell you off camera that the 4th place racer is Westerlund, Lucas Westerlund, one of our junior racers. He's several seconds ahead of these 2. Well, I suppose just focus on John. The white car, the Agama, lay down shocks, much better aero. It's a completely different body shell design. I think it's a 2 mil polycarbonate body, which is a very, very, very thick body. There's no lightweight body here because when the cars go over, as we've seen John do, unfortunately, a couple times in this race, the impact goes directly on the front of the cockpit, so that very quickly wears through the corners of the cockpit. And so they have to run a very, very thick body. A little bit of Agama trivia for you. How thick is the body shell on the Agama car? The N1, I believe it's called. So Westerlund, Hazelwood, who we are on, and then Kraus, who made a mistake about a lap and a half ago. So that flash of blue and white that you can see just behind, sometimes off screen, you can see it just there. That is Tim Kraus. Oh, and there goes John again. Okay, there goes Kraus past him. And that is our 6th place. That is number 12, our 8th place racer of Bremstallen. So Scuddermoza is, Scuddermozino, sorry, Alessandro, has gone over again himself. So Kraus in the blue car is our 5th place racer. So the blue and white is our focus. The blue and white, 1 car forward. Almost said Zash. So these 3 cars actually are battling for 5th. The thing, what they need to do in this last 3 minutes and 45 seconds is not battle and just basically just focus and not take each other out, because then together they can work forward to catch the 4th place man of Westerland, the car 4. I'm just going to see if I can find him on track. Obviously one of the cars just ahead of them, but there are going to be lapped cars here and there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 seconds ahead of Kraus in this blue and white that we're following. So it's quite a gap. So once again, Tim Kraus here is hoping that Westerlund makes enough of a mistake. And I'll keep an eye on him separately, because in a minute or so we should move to him and just to see whether he is able to cross. Oh, and he does go over, but he lands on his wheels. He's fine, but he did lose a second or so there. And as Hazelwood and Brimstollen are having a little tussle at the end of the rumble strips. So again, we're on Tim Kraus, currently our 5th place man. Slower lap than predicted, than anticipated from the timing computer. That's why the numbers are going black and then eventually going blue. Blue is when they cross the line. So if we move 2 cars forward, Ash, to the pink and white car, just going through the Hootie section now, and then down the roller coaster. This is our 4th place racer, Lucas Westerlund, a junior racer, which means under 16, I believe, from Sweden. The car in between is our number 1 car, who is quick. He qualified first in this main, but he had an issue. Don't know what it was. Could have just... We did see a car get carried off by the marshals, so that was probably that car, the number 1 of Pierre Rabelin. And got restarted, and he's obviously not in anyone's way, but he's essentially a lap down from everybody. So this is Lucas from Sweden. So we're just watching. We're not hoping that anybody makes a mistake or anything, but we're watching him because if he does make a mistake, that could bring Kraus, Brimstollen, Scudder Mazzino, and Hazelwood all towards him. Tom Sartell, fortunately, or one of our bump-ups, not making it. And Olivares also, same issue. Crossing the line for start the final lap for Lucas. 30 seconds left in this one. These guys doing low 51, 51 and a half, 52 for most of them. 52 or so second laps. Oh, he does a little bit of a waggle there, but he lands it okay. Well, he didn't land it okay. He got away with it, I should say. He lost another second there or so. Is this just it is probably another lapped car or someone who thinks they're running low on fuel. Ignore that. Just someone running a bit slow. So there he goes, crossing the line to finish. That's 4th place for Westerlund. So the finishing order: Daniel Vega Frias, Alejandro Doris Anton, James Lidpavo, and Lucas Westerlund, our top junior racer in that race anyway. Tim Kraus just out of it by a few seconds. But that's all it takes. So, yeah, for almost exactly 4 seconds. So he did make up a couple due to those mistakes from Lucas, but that was it. So that is our 132nd A final. And I think is 1/8 A. No, sorry. 132nd B coming up. So there's the results for the race we just watched. Just confirming final results. Are you back?
Am I?
Are you back?
You never turned me off by the looks of it.
Well, I was too focused.
Ah, how was that?
Focus on the action.
Right, okay, where are we now on time? Right, so to do a quick warning, if you are watching on Facebook, at the end of this race, which is the 132nd B final, at the end of this race, we'll be stopping the stream and starting a new one because they only run for 8 hours and we're getting close to 8 hours. So there'll be a part 2 of the Facebook stream starting after this race. After this race, the Facebook streams will stop and there will be, as I said before, a second stream.
The track is open.
Ooh. Back in the wind a bit now, aren't we? What a little wind there appears to be. So getting ready now for the next final. Okay, so who do we have in this one? We have Mark. Oh, we got number 1 is Mark Deswart, and number 12 is Philip Deswart. So the Deswart brothers, I assume, are in this one together. So it's Mark Deswart in 1, Ivan Navarro in 2, Hugo Tavernon in 3, Saul Ordonez in 4, Maxime Noble in 5, Jerome Sarto in 5, Giovanni Camano in 7. Have I got one now? I'm going to start again. Mark Deswart in 1, Ivan Navarro in 2, Hugo Tavernon in 3, Saul Ordonez in 4, Maxime Noble in 5, Jerome Sartel in 6, Giovanni Camano in 7, Una Lempinen in 8, Wesley Van Helmond in 9, Joel Rosengren in 10, Michael Lewis in 11, and Philip Deswart in 12. Got there in the end. Always helps to get there in the end. Thanks to all of us. Hello to Joe Tiller Racing. Hello to Adrian RC. Hello to Gisa Fernandez. Eric Lycus Alarm. Okay. It's nice to have you all with us as we build up to the A final, which is still a long way away. Let me tell you that. As we are now only in the 132nd B. You've got the 16s, the 8s, the quarters, the semis, the last chance, the junior, the senior, and then we get the main final. Okay. Cars down. And we're away. And it's a reasonably clear cloud now, so it's going to take some of the excess heat out of things. Humidity up a little bit, of course. And it's the 1 from the 2. From the 3, wow, from the 4, wow, I got the first 4 off in order. So that's Deswart, Navarro, Tavernon, Ordonez. And the first 3 get towards the bottom of the roller coaster. And now start battling across the rumble strips. 1, 2, 3 still in order. Little gap to 4, and then the rest of the field sprints down around the Contra corner. This is now around the camera. Oh, some kerfuffle on the camera corner. Lots of kerfuffling on the camera corner. Oh, one of the early leaders has just been unceremoniously launched off. Right, so there they go. Zwart leads, Taven on second, Navarro third, Rosengren fourth. I think Ordner's got a bit of a ping out earlier. So 1, 2, 3, and there's our fourth place man in the yellow, blue and pink of Rosengren, number 10 car. That win was on Frank's mic. So Frank's been turned off. He's just producing interference. Okay, number 10 car now right behind. Settling down now. This is about the third and fourth between Navarro and Rosengren. So Rosengren obviously up, looking at a double bump up here. The Swede right on the tail of the two machine and Navarro. It's even Navarro, or Ivan Navarro. Big gap now to fifth, which I think is Ordnez, but I'm not going to put money on it. And it is actually the 4 of Ordnez. As this one settles down, 2.5 minutes down, 12.5 to go. This is the last of the... Whoa! The leader has rolled out. So that's the last of the 50-minute final. He's going to turn up again. There's 3 of them side by side because number 1 as well rolled out. So now second, third and fourth are right together. But Tavernon has a nice little lead. Everyone quite sensible. This is kind of a noticeably more sensible final than the last one I was saying. I think obviously Frank did the first of the 30-second final, so you move up, things get a little bit calmer. There's a little bit less unforced errors, a little bit less random changing. Though 1, 2, there's 6 cars that kind of got separated from the rest. So 1, 2, and 3 leading away, and they're going to cross the line right together any second now. There you go, Tavernon, Rosengren, and De Zwart, and then you've got Ordnez. 1, 2, and 3 right together. Yeah, we need to move one further forward. You're on the right one, sorry. That's fine, go there, go with the 3. No, I was unhelpfully directing you then. Won't be the first time. Or the last time. Hello, I'm Nick, I'm the unhelpful director. Up and over on the rumble strip, that is the... De Zwart machine in fourth. First 3, a little bit of a skid and 2-wheel moment for Tavernon there, and he's been kind of pegged back by the top 2. Fourth place De Zwart trying to get back to where he was. He was leading for a bit, then he rolled out. So he's just trying to get himself positioned to make some safety. But there is a weird 4.5 second gap between fourth and fifth. So at the moment, all these 4 are bumping. Reasonable crowd watching this one. Well, the crowd obviously of the people who come to the events. And everyone, I'm sure, will stay all the way today. Oh dear, very bad luck for car number, I'm looking back at the tail, but car number 8 supporter for Leon Penny. He's had a terrible bit of bad luck of marshalling and being hit twice. Anyway, the first 4 are now in 2 sections of 2, as Rosengren has dropped back towards De Zwart. So this is third and fourth. 5 minutes and 10 seconds have gone. Interesting to see what happens regarding fuel stops. But as well, not making a huge impression on Rosengren at the moment. In fact, he's actually kind of losing, but he has still got this nearly 4-second cushion to Ordonez behind him. And watching it now, I think it may have grown this lap. And Ordonez is massively ahead of the other Deswart, Philip. So, very strange break in the, fourth and fifth are now 6 seconds apart nearly. Little tank. Oh, that's not gone well. That's a big tank in the 3 car of Tavernon, who has dropped. I think Tavernon may have taken fuel, actually. Don't quote me on that. He might have had a very quick fuel, so he wasn't that far ahead. How far ahead was he? No, he wouldn't have. No, it wasn't far enough ahead. It must have been a mistake. So Tavernon's had an accident, which has kind of bridged that gap between himself and Ordonez. The 11 car of Michael Lewis is a lap down, so he's had some problems, and he's now kind of there or thereabouts in the leading pack, but he's not involved in it. 7 minutes gone, 8 to go. Now a lap completed for number 1, Deswart, who should now go to third because of Tavernon's issues. Is he looking for fuel? Yeah, looking at that kind of body language of car, it's thinking about fuel. Deswart A. Mugen Seiki, calling it the t-shirt of his pit crew. Out he goes with a slap land there, but it's okay. Rolling down the hill. Powers down the roller coaster. All behind him, there's a problem for Rosengren. This is good news. Rosengren has taken fuel and now had a problem. So they're all splitting up now. This is an opportunity for Ordonez and Philip Deswart, because obviously we're looking at Mark Deswart leading at the moment and Philip Deswart behind. So if you're looking at car 1, it's Mark Deswart. Looking at car 12, it's Philip Deswart. A little bit of confusion you get sometimes. But the important thing, as they come through for fuel, just whether they've actually sort of figured themselves out. Ivan Navarro now scored as the leader. Then you've got Mark Deswart. Then behind him is the 3 of Tavernon. And if you let those 2 go, and then we've got the 11. No, that's Michael Lewis's lap down. So the next one is the 4, in fact. It is Ordonez now, I think, has picked up the blue car of Ordonez. That is the 4th place man because of the problems that Rosengren had earlier. About a lap before he fell off the track. So Ordonez has got 4th. The wind picks up as it often does in the afternoon. Currently 3 o'clock here. Don't forget, if you're watching on Facebook, we'll be stopping the stream and starting a new one at the end of this lap. The end of this lap, we are stopping Facebook and starting a new one at the end of this race. Not in this lap, it would be ridiculous. At the end of this race, we're stopping. End of this lap, at the end of this race, because we have a maximum of 8 hours and we're at 7.5. Nicely landed. The car catching him up, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately for Michael Lewis, he's a lap down, so he's not actually involved. Wesley Van Helmond had a problem as well, so 2 of the 3 bump ups have had issues. Lewis also had a problem at some point. He's lost a lap and a half. There's a few who've kind of suffered. Jerome Sartell not going particularly well. So Ordonez, 5 behind and 6 ahead when he was last scored. Tavernon's had a slight issue which might make him a little bit closer. Yeah, it's 2.5 now from Ordonez to Tavernon. Where's Rosengren? He was 7 back last time. And now he is 7 behind. So the top 4 are a little bit away. I'm afraid Michael Lewis fans, that isn't him challenging behind before. He is actually, unfortunately, a couple of laps back due to some problems earlier in the race. So this is one of those ones that's not currently doing very much. It's a little bit kind of not sure what's happening. One lap's going to go by. Tavernon still third. Zwart still second. Still second. Let's see what we got through. That's going to be Tavernon going through. There's the other 2 drivers. So now third and fourth are right together, which is 3 and 4. So that's Tavernon right ahead of Ordonez. Tavernon in the purple and white, Ordonez in the blue. I'm quite sure who's ahead of both of them. I think it's Jerome Sartello's a lap down. Is my bet that is the white 6. Yes, so Sartell's ahead of them. He's a lap down. So third and fourth have come together. Rosengren is still 7 seconds back and doesn't appear to have gained anything. He's just coming down off the patio now as these two go round the camera hairpin. So car 1 just watched, not that fight. Navarro's got a 10-second lead now. 3 minutes to go. Mark Desvois a little bit further back, and good work, good driving by Sartell then. And he's experienced enough and been around long enough now. This isn't his day. Let him go. Obviously, multiple European A finalist. Probably putting his money on his performance in the senior final, the over 40s final later. So the wind gets up. It's a bit clouded over. This is pretty much standard for Redovan area. The plane heats up and it then gets the wind going. Big open area in front of us, all bordered by 3 sides by mountains or very, very big hills. So you get a look at a microclimate around here. The wind doesn't whip up. It's not quite as consistent. The gusts are as gusty as ever, but it's not quite as consistent as it has been the other days of the week. The reason we are going all the way through to this evening is because of a very, very poor weather forecast for tomorrow for rain and possibly very heavy rain. And there was an option just to go as far as the semi-finals and then hope for the best, but I think everyone kind of thought, well, you know, it's going to be difficult to get a championship run trying to dodge showers, which will probably happen. The track will dry very quickly in between showers, but I think everyone thought, well, this is the best chance of getting everything out in the dry, which everyone seems to want. It has given us this this fantastic festival of nitro racing today. Also a very long day, but a chance for you all to watch into the evening, which I'm sure you want. I mean, I'm sure you've got nothing else to do on a Friday evening. What else do you possibly have? Lempain, the 8 car, now has moved into 5th place, but he's gone past Rosengren. He's 12 seconds back. So this one really is a bit of a damp squib as far as excitement on the bump-ups are concerned. Mistake, though, that time by Ordonez, drops him a little bit further back behind Tavernon. So just to remind you, at the end of this race, we'll be turning off the Facebook streams, and then we'll start a new stream on Facebook. There will also be a new stream on YouTube soon, because not for the other reason than that the YouTubes, you can only archive them for 12 hours, and we would actually not be able to archive the main final, which would be a little bit of an issue. Now, there's a problem there for the 4 car. I don't know how much that's dropped him off. He seemed to have got a bit wayward when he was about to start his last lap. Lost him a couple of seconds. But Ordonez now will come round on his last lap. And we get through the 16th. It's the last of the 15-minute finals. It's now 20-minute finals. We might see some interesting strategies. Can anyone run 10 minutes here on this track? It's really hard to run 10 minutes here, by the way. No one did it in the world. So just the last few corners, and it's Ivan Navarro who gets up into the 16th. Maybe Mark Desvois has finished as well. Tavernon has finished, I think. No, it's actually Ordonez. Oh, Tavernon's gone distant. Tavernon's gone missing on the last lap. No, he's got lost a place. He's gone completely missing. He lost a place. So it is the 4 are Navarro, Ivan Navarro, Desvois, Ortiz, Tavernon, and Leipinen. So if you're watching on Facebook, we are going to be turning off Facebook in now. Interesting, it can't actually be. I've got to wait for a few seconds for that to come through on the voice, but I can actually turn it off. I'm not sure I'm not talking. I can still talk to the YouTube people. I'll stop talking, but then of course the YouTube people, that's fine. Anyway, right, so moving up to the 16th now. And it's going to be 20 minutes. Tom Roban in 1, Johannes Bertz in 2, Juan Esposito Bauer in 3, Juan Miguel Martinez in 4, David Todd in 5, Carlos Bertz in 6, Max Johansson in 7, Vincent Rutger in 8, then you've got Danny Vega, Alejandro Darras, James Lepavot and Lucas Westland who bumped up as well. Well, they remind them there's more minutes in this race. It's always important.
Not 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, there's a conversation going on in the chat. We always follow the bump up positions in the qualifying because that's what's interesting. It's once we get to finals, we're up the front, obviously, but it is the interesting part. We might end up doing a little bit of coverage at some point, but the key focus always for the bump ups is the people in the 1, 2, 3, 4 bump up positions. So it's really 4 and 5 is the key point. Right, now I need to turn back on Facebook, which is very exciting, isn't it? Look at me, I'm turning on Facebook.
Thank you. No, thank you. The chat is open.
Okay. Right, so we're just working around with streams and everything else. As I said, within the YouTube stream, we're going to need to transfer the YouTube streams as well at some point. Again, it runs too long. I've actually started part 2 now. You haven't got to go. The link to part 2 is actually available in the description. You want to move across. But we will be starting that relatively we're probably about an hour running both the streams. But if you want to join us on that one, there's none of you here at the moment. So hello to everybody on the all you who've done Finals Day Part 2. You're very trendy, I'd say. We will obviously be closing down Part 1 probably after the next 2 finals. So just so you got a chance to move across, the description is in the links. If you refresh, you can move across to Part 2 on YouTube. If you're on Facebook, we've started the new stream, so it's all going on, as they say. Down to the fact that this is a very long race, over 12 hours, so we have to do multiple streams to cover everything. Hope you bear with us, hope you understand. It's only a couple of buttons to press, it's not the end of the world really, is it? So, but you have the opportunity now. There's 2 whole streams going on at the moment for YouTube. We'll co-stream for about an hour. I'll keep changing to go to the other stream. The link is in the description of the first stream. But then we'll talk about racing when racing's happening. And then during these gaps, I go, no, you need to go to the other one. Go to the other one now. Just because otherwise there's various... The imperative really is it's about archiving everything else. Here we go. Just scrabbling around for a couple of marshals. Okay, here we go. Tom Robin, Nicholas Lambert, João Esposito, Miguel Martinez, David Todd, Carlos Huertas, Max Johnson, Rodrigo Vega. I've got too quickly. But anyway, because it's a 20-minute final, we'll probably get to talk about all of them before the end. And they're up and away. Oops. And they're up and away. And it is a cleared start for Tom Robin in the 1. In this 16th A final. Lambert second. And they, again, as you can see, every time you move up a level of final, it just gets a little bit cleaner and a little bit clearer, and everyone's a little bit more, what's the word for it, in order, I think you'd probably say. So, yeah, so they're going quite well. And already the first lap's coming undone. We're looking at second and third, I think, yep, which is the 4, I believe, from my little squint around the corner there. I think you're going to see that it's Martinez who's moved into second. Esparza is third. Johansson fourth. Lambert's fifth. And Duras is sixth. Nice break early on from Tom Robin, the Frenchman. And then it's two Spaniards, a Swede and a Dane. All side by side now, 3 and 4. And with a 7 thinking about it, that's Johansson with his Wangley aerial. Kind of tribute to 1980s and early 1990s cars on 40 megs or 27 megahertz, and now of course everyone's on the spread spectrum and don't need an aerial. Down they drop. And they all turn around the corner, break. Oh dear, that's gone off. And there's a couple of cars that have had a bit of a problem being put back in again. Cars Duaz and Huertas had a problem. So now the lead is Joan Esparza, from Spain. Got Manuel Martinez in second and Robin in third. Going up the hill in fourth place is the 11 now, so a double bump. That can't be. Yeah, James Le Pivot James Le Pivot has moved as well into fourth place. Was he fifth actually? Might be behind the 5 as well actually. It might be David Todd in fourth. And it's David Todd in fourth. Le Pivot we've got here is in fifth. There's Todd just ahead of him in that corner there. And it all settles down. So Le Pivot, the Guernsey man from the Channel Islands. And then a set of islands sort of just off France, but historically for some reason an English protectorate, or British protectorate. So as you see, these are 20-minute finals, not the previous 15. Pavot makes a little bit of mistakes. He's going to get away with that one. Landing that slip side down on the end of the roller coaster isn't the end of the world. You only lose a small amount of time. As long as you can keep the thing pointing in the right direction, you kind of lose momentum loss more than anything. 1, 2 and 3 slightly stretching a little bit. And we've lost someone there because Pavot's now in fifth. So I kind of think if someone's had a problem... Oh, yeah, Lambert's had a problem, that's so. So Esparza from Martinez, from Robin. There's Todd, and there's Le Pivot. Goes around 2.6 seconds behind. He's just ahead of Johansson, but he is running in fifth at the moment. But he's been caught up a little bit by the guys behind, the 7 and the 8 car, and also the 6. Johansson, Rougier, and Huertas, who's just a little bit further off. And there's a long gap to Westergaard. Top 3 squabbling, but as we said before, it's not really that important really, because if you come first, second, or third, second, and first, or second, third, and first, whatever it may be, it doesn't really matter. Pivot not really making much gains actually on David Todd. David Todd isn't making much of a gain on the top three either, to be honest. Just nip it forward one to Todd, who's just going down the roller coaster now, Ash. David Todd, not the most Spanish sounding of people, but he is a Spaniard. Five minutes down, 15 to go, and it's one of those chess races. Everyone's settling in. Only really Antonio Dallas who's completely out of it. Everyone else can still have the potential to get back up again with no major losses. Todd and the Pivot are kind of a little bit in no man's land. I think actually, in fairness to Todd, I think he might be slightly gaining on Tom Robin. Mistake just made by the 6 of Carlos Huertas, which is going to cost him. He's dropped back several seconds, had he marshalled. Quite laconic marshalling, to be honest, but it was effective. The Pivot a little bit closer, I think, to Todd. As Todd now comes onto camera corner, you'll see the Pivot in the background. There he is, much easier, a bit closer. That was 2.7 seconds. It's not that anymore. Car 2 has a problem there. Lambert's having an issue as well, so he's not had a great one. Nikolai Lambert's from Denmark. He was briefly up in the top 4, but that's kind of faded away, unfortunately. The Pivot gained about 1.4 seconds on Todd that time round. This one's now coming together, taking a while. Gap that time round. Todd was back out to 2.5 seconds again. So this one, they're trying very hard not to make this happen, aren't they? Between them, fuel stops are happening. After 6 minutes or so, 7 minutes or so for a lot of the stoppers, they are doing a 2-stop. And it's Martinez now who's just ahead of Le Pivot. Whereas the 5 here of Todd, I think he's staying in 5th. The Pivot hasn't stopped for fuel. And he's gained up a couple of positions. Now, if he can do 1 stop, he'll keep that gain. It'll be a real gain. Todd now will be scored 5th. Because Pivot's got past him, but hasn't stopped for fuel. Not a particularly long fuel run. If you get it right, you only lose about 4 or 5 seconds in stopping. Pivot goes in for a stop this time. He comes past me, but out in the lead now is Juan Manuel Martinez. In fact, Pivot has gone in for fuel. Waiting for him to exit, and he's a little bit behind Todd. Comes out pretty much where they were. The extra lap, not enough to mean you're going to save a stop. Quite a bit of gain by Johansson, 7 car. Max Johansson now getting closer to Pivot, but everyone's now very equidistant. So there's a couple of seconds from Martinez to Tom Robin in second. There's about a second half from Tom Robin to Esparza. There's a couple of seconds to David Todd. There's a second and a half or so to, or 2 seconds to the Pivot, and then there's another second back to Johansson. So everyone's now decided they're going to make this one a slow burn. It's all going to happen on the last lap. That's what I've decided. And it's going to be the most exciting race in the history of this is qualifying. This is qualifying finals. Effectively, you're trying to bump up, trying to get the top 4, do it as safely as possible. Yeah, Pivot lost about a second during that pit stop sequence. Oh, now let's tighten them up a bit because there's a mistake made by the 1 of Robin, which has put it 1. So that's put 2, 3, and 4 right together. Big lead now for Martinez. As Robin's made a mistake and they sweep round 1, 2, 3. That's the back man, that's fourth man, that's Todd, but they're the other two. You see, look, they're right together now, second, third, and fourth. Robin, Esparza, and Todd. Pivot, a little bit of a, just Pivot's made a mistake, and I think he may be actually, but yeah, Pivot's now having an argument with the car of Johansson for fifth. He's lost that, but there's a big gap. So these two bunch in second, third, and fourth. It's all very lovely. And they've also got a nice gap now to Johansson, who's picked up fifth place. This is going to be about a 6-second gap, I think. When it comes through, 5.5, 6. Waiting for it to tick through. Yep, 6.4. Oh, a mistake by our second place man, Tom Robin. He's rolled over. Luckily, he had that big lead because of the problems of the previous lap, but he's now stuck himself in no man's land. So Robin drops out of second into fourth. Loses about 3 seconds upside down. Just drop back to Robin, the number 1 car, Ash. There's Robin sweeping to the other camera. And there's a long gap which you can still to Johansson. And I think it was that Pivot Johansson went upside down there. That was another problem for Pivot. So not going his way in this phase of the final. We're over halfway through now. The 1/16th A final. Getting towards the sharp end of a race which still has another 5 hours to run an event. Ooh. So the sun is occluded by the clouds. Makes it a bit easier to see. It's not shining in your eyes. The heat's still there though. Still a warm old day. Track won't be super hot because it's not got sun baking it. Will have picked up some heat. The interesting thing is that means it may lose heat quicker at night because it hasn't got so much heat put into it during the day because the sun's not been shining on it. Second stops being thought of with 8 minutes to go. It's a very early second stop, to be honest. I mean, it might be just because you were in a position where you thought you could make it. Now it's actually Darras who's had a horrible final. Martinez leads by 9 seconds from Esparza now, from 3 from David Todd. Robin 4. Why would have done a pit stop for someone? I'm not sure anyway. Can't see the pit stops at the moment. I'll be able to see him a bit later when we take the sunshade down. Go to the pit lane. So Robin still in fourth place. Johansson is quite a way back in fairness. Danny Vega is now harassing Pivot for sixth place. With 7 minutes to go, this one's another one that's not really exploding into life just yet, but it's obviously, all about certain drivers getting themselves up another final. So Robin's got some ground speed, but he's made a couple of silly mistakes so far. I've been RC, we were doing RCGP last year, but Tom Robin was there, and we asked, was there anything, we asked the drivers anything the other drivers had got you'd like, and a number of people said Tom Robin's girlfriend, which was probably physically incorrect, but was a fact. I've no idea, obviously it could be different a year on, but that was very much a thing amongst the racing gods that Tom had, let's say he was punching, I think is the best way of putting it. Oh, who's that on the ground? So the car upside down. I don't know if it's a car that's in the top 4. I don't think it is. No, it's a 10 again. It's really Antonio Darras is just having a nightmare. So 6 minutes to go. Martinez has a massive lead over Esparza. Actually, Esparza's, there's a couple of little stops we're missing. There's a couple more fuel stops. Tom Robin. So David Todd has got past Robin, I think, during some pit stoppery. So Robin now chasing down Todd. So Todd's in 4th and Robin's in 5th. Johansson's again. I think Johansson hasn't stopped. Maybe being a one. Anyway, this is the battle for 4th and 5th. Coming towards us. Front car is Robin. Back car is Tom Robin. Five left. You should have made your final stop by now. But obviously there are tactics where you don't do that. You run long. You worry everyone else about what you're going to be doing. Both these cars settled in the middle. Robin not making an awful lot of impression on David Todd at the moment. He's actually a junior on Spaniard. They are now they're now 3rd and 4th. Johansson's gone into the pits. That's what happens. So they're 3rd and 4th now. Johansson went in the pits. These are both bumping up. Martinez, Esparza. So these two are 3rd and 4th, battling away. Johansson 6 seconds back. So the last thing they want to do is hit each other, because that would obviously slow both of them up. 3.5 minutes to go. Battling away. Gap up to 7.8. So it's pretty much obvious that these guys have the pace, along with Martinez and Esparza, to get themselves through this. It's only going to be some sort of error that's going to allow Max Johansson to make up the 7 seconds he's behind. But Robin having a good old battle with David Todd here. And perhaps it's the fact that they are having a kind of a battle that doesn't matter is helping to keep the concentration to go around the Contramar. And obviously, you think, oh, Nick, you have no problem with 20 minutes. Well, there's a danger of over-relaxing because you think you're bumping. So Martinez retains his lead. Esparza retains in 2nd. David Todd slightly quicker than the 2nd place man, car 3, but remains half a second ahead of Robin. Johansson stays a long way back in 6th. Johansson's really not gaining on them. So this is the only really interesting part of the battle. It might be because either one of those could actually drop the ball and end up not bumping up. 2 minutes 44 seconds to go of this, the 1/16th A. Next up, the 1/16th B. If you're watching on YouTube, if you can transfer across to part 2, there's a link in the description. That'll be great, because we'll be stopping this one. We'll be stopping part 1. We'll be stopping part 1 of YouTube after this race. Not this race, after the next race. After the next race, we're going to stop the YouTube, and you'll have a new YouTube go to. It's all very good. I'm confusing myself with part 1 to part 2, to be honest. Which is weird, really, because for Le Mans we do 3 parts, and it's even more confusing. Minute 32 to go. Todd dropped behind Robin in that lap, but no harm, no foul really, because Johansson was probably still going to be 9 seconds behind. Pivot, well, he was there or thereabouts for a bit, down in 6th. Obviously Martinez Martinez Guardo's put in a fantastic performance. 14 seconds ahead of his fellow Spaniard, Jean Esparza. Robin, the Frenchman, up into 3rd again, started 1st and 3rd. David Todd Makes it 3 Spaniards out of 4 who appear to be bumping with a minute to go. Good try by Max Johansson, but not really the ground speed to do it. Now, Miguel's times are pretty impressive. It will make you think he's got a pretty good chance of getting himself out of his 8th into the quarters as well. Depending on the start, because you can get very stymied and very scuppered if things don't go quite right at the start. Just a few more corners to go. Oh, a little bit of big air there for David Todd. As we come to the end of this, the 1/16 A. And Todd will be 4th, and he'll be a very, 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 very long way away from Johansson. They'll both bump. Johansson won't bump up. He will. He'll be joined by Jan Miguel Martins Guarda, who's already bumped up. Jonas Spazio Bow, Tom Roban, and David Todd. And that is your 1/16 A final A-side bump. Hello everybody on the news stream. Yes, I'll read comments on the news on the old win. So, just so you know, I need to get... I'm going to now tell you. The right thing.
Time is over. Race finished.
So if you are watching on the original YouTube stream on RC Racing TV, please look in the description. I might have to refresh it, look in the description below, because it hasn't been there the whole time. Refresh and look in the description below, and you'll have the link to part 2. Someone's asking when is Bruno going to race. He's be racing in the semi-final. I don't know which semi-final he's in. I think he's in semi-final A, but anyway. The semi-finals are on at... hang on. Hello to Joseph TLR Racing. How are you? Hello to Martin Pearson. They're on the new chat. The cool chat. The new chat. So just looking at the programme, the semi-finals are running officially at 5 to 6. And we are currently 3:30. So 2 hours 25 minutes to answer that question, or 2 hours 20 minutes actually, before he's on. Main final still at 17:55. Looking to see all you transfer across from the original YouTube stream to the new cool YouTube stream. But the cool guys at the new one. It's very important to realise that. Thank you everyone watching on Facebook. I think we've picked you all back up again for the second 8-hour stream on Facebook. But that will obviously won't be too much of a problem, because we'll still be there when it, you know what I'm talking about, it'll finish anyway. Lots of stuff going on. Just wait for this next 16th final to start. We're going to have Nacho Sanchez in 1, Jose Thomas Escudero in 2, Yudis Sicoldi in 3, so that's Spain, Austria, Eric Leik from Britain in 4, Pelle Clumsy from Denmark in 5, Max Mort from Finland in 6, Kevin Michaday in 7 from France, Iker Tellez from Spain in 8, Ivan Navarro in 9, Mark de Zwart from Austria in 10, Saul Ortez from Spain in 11, and Hugo Tavernon from France in 12. So don't forget that Tavernon, Ortez, de Zwart and Navarro have bumped up from the previous set of finals. So all you hanging around in part 2, in part 1, you need to go to part 2. Final is today, Chris Zico Clotti. We're going the whole way. The final is today. That is when the final, it'll be in about 4 hours' time. Approximately, it will start. Bad weather tomorrow means we're doing everything today. And Arsby just cracked a monster. Let's go back. Let's go Max, says Baz. Rooting for Eric Likes, says Jonathan Wolf. Now, we haven't got you all across yet. Ash is worryingly lying underneath on the ground with a hat over his head. It's not the thing you want to see from your cameraman. Main final 5-8. Thank you, Piga, for the kind words. Come on, people on the old YouTube stream, get across the new YouTube stream. I'm going to feel very upset when you all get unceremoniously kicked out in about 25 minutes. The link now is in the comments as well for the new stream. Also, I'm not going to mention it again once this race starts, and I'll mention it a lot because you'll be going, oh, I can't see what's going on. You've left me. I've been abandoned. So 30 seconds till we get going. We walked out. Just to remind you, it's Nacho Sanchez in 1, Jose Thomas Escudo in 2, Julius Sicoldi in 3, Eric Like in 4, Pele Clumsy in 5, Max Moore in 6, Kevin Michaudet in 7, Iker Tellez in 8, Ivan Navarro in 9, Mark Desbart in 10, Saul Ordonez in 11, and Hugo Taverneau in 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Spaniards, 2 Frenchmen, a Finland, a Dane, an Austrian, and a British driver in the mix. So this is the last of the 16s, and we're back on to the 8th after this. Back up to the 8th on this, and the 8th quarter semis, junior, last chance, senior, main final. That's the way it's going for the rest of the day. The wind picks up and starts blowing dust across the track, which is always a little bit irritating, I'm sure.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, release the 5.
And they're away. And that's 1 from 2, from 4, from 5, from 3. Ooh. That's bad news for one of the leaders who's gone from first to last because they couldn't actually. Who was it? Who first to last? Car 1 of Sanchez rolled at the end of the rumble strips and they couldn't because the cars were going past and Marshall couldn't get to him. She's actually gone from first to last. Terrible start for Sanchez. So real penalty of making a mistake on the first lap, isn't it? Not just the time, it's the traffic as well. And that one was a really difficult start for him. So who is the bigger winner? And it's car 2 that leads from 4. So Eric Like in second. Just about to lose that second. Up the inside into 5 of Pele Clumsy. So Like and Clumsy are now the 9 of Ivan Navarro on a double bump. So these three are battling for second, third and fourth. They're going on the roller coaster now. Like still scored second. I think the car looks odd. It's got no front shock tower because it's an Agama N1. Actually, Eric's managed to pull a little bit of a gap now on the Clumsy and Navarro. It's Pele. There they go. Oh! That is really not what you want to do. Just lost it there, didn't he? Lost it behind the timing bar, unfortunately. But he did hit the flagpole. So a couple of cars had problems. Sanchez is one of them. This is the second car to have an issue. That's Like now in second. So we need to drop back to the 3 cars headed by the blue car going around the Contramar corner now. We look again to see who's going to be bumping up to the 8th finals. And into 3rd now has gone the 11 car of Ordonez, so looking at a double bump. Then to Zwart, so there's 3, the 4, 5 and 6 are double bumpers. Eric Light's had some issues, dropped out, so it's a Scudero from Comsey, from Ciclodi, from Ordonez to Zwart, Navarro, Eric Light. Oh, that's a roll out from the 11. So Ordonez drops down. Who is that running in the 9 car? That is still Navarro. So Navarro, I think, may have, has he pinged up the 3rd now? Is he still in 4th? I think he's head of the 11th, so I think that, no, he's in 4th, I think. So it's Escudo, Comsey, Ciclodi, and I think that Zwart, Navarro, Ordonez, that's where we're at the moment, yeah. This is Navarro and Ordonez coming up the hill. Eric Like as well around about that whole thing, with the 1 car coming right through the field, so trying to recover from their bad start at Sanchez. Eric Like on screen at the moment. I'm not actually sure if he is 6th. I think there's been kind of a bit of a, I think he's not, I think he's 5th. Looking at the cars ahead of him, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, Eric Light now in 5th. The 1 car of Sanchez, who had an absolute nightmare start, has got a lot of pace in fairness, and I think he will come through. So there's been a slight error by the 10 of Deswart, and that's put Light right on his tail, so Navarro should get scored 3rd. He doesn't, so Navarro drops. Where's Navarro gone? That's weird, isn't it? So Navarro's had a problem, dropped right back out. And it now means that this is the 4th and 5th battle. Light's made a mistake, and he drops into 6th behind the 8 of Tellez, and that is Iker Tellez. So there's a bit of a lead for Escudero. Comsey's not, well, he's a lot further ahead than he was, so I wonder if there's been a fuel stop there in 2nd and 3rd. And the orange car just nipping down the line as what is bumping, and he's being chased quite hard by the green machine, which the lights a green machine of Tellez. So I think it's all rotating around these 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 positions. Tellez got Light, Sanchez, yeah. So it's really where Deswart is. There he is. Deswart is not very far ahead in the orange and white car of this green machine, and we've got Light. So you just move forward 1, Ash, because that's really where we're at with the 5th place of Iker Tellez. But there's the man that's just turned round the roller coaster, and then the bottom of the roller coaster, that's the guy in 4th, which is Mark Deswart from Austria, dropping down the hill. Still settling down. We haven't had the first fuel stops yet, and that obviously is a key point for things to go wrong, and also tactics to start playing in. Oh, a huge puff of smoke then, as the 3 of Julius Ciclodi makes a big mistake at the end of the double after the main straight. He's dropped right down. So Deswart now moves into 3rd, and Tellez moves into 4th. Max Mort's in 5th. I think Eric Light may have stopped for fuel unless he's had a problem off camera. So it's all changing around now, but we are just shy of 7 minutes in. It makes sense, really, if you were going to go a bit early if you can to get in some clear air for a couple of laps, because it's very, very tight out there. Apart from the Scudero, it's a long way ahead. Scudero from Comsey, from Deswart, yep. And then Tellez just behind as well. Max Moore, Sicoldi. This is the 8 car of Iker Tellez going through the pits. Seems to get a slight problem. They get lightly held up, possibly on the Mort car. Max kamikazes out the pits. Right, so the trainer cars now, the 8, the 1, the 0 and the 4. Sanchez really coming back strongly from a terrible first lap, and he's the second car in this train with the green and yellow wheels and the green into blue. Starting in pole, was absolutely last by this point of the track because he crashed on the corner, and then that meant he couldn't be marshalled because all the cars were piling through. But he's obviously realised he's got 20 minutes. He only has to get to 4th, and he's currently, I think he's running 5th. It's just waiting for the stagger to unwind on these pit stops. But that number 1 car has a lot of pace for this final. Yeah, he's moving to 5th now, so 4th and 5th. De Zwart, Eric Light into 6th, and then De Zwart, Mort. So De Zwart's sort of the loser, actually, of that set of pit stops. Surprised the cold is where he is. I think he may be trying to do it on one stop. 11:38 to go. Out in the lead is Escudero. Kumsey's also a long way ahead. For example, Kumsey now is going into camera corner just as these guys are coming up the hill to the patio, and they are in 3rd and 4th, 8 and 1. I'm not sure if Sicoldi's gone. I mean, I know I miscounted him, but I think he may have had a late pit stop. There's Kumsey. Next to around are these two, the 8 and the 1. Yep, Sicoldi had a late stop, right. So that puts Sanchez back into the bump up, puts Like into 1 off the bump up, puts Tellez comfortably in the bump up, but they are a long way away from the top 2. So very much the top 2 are away, Escudero and Kumsey. And then these guys, Ari Tellez, Jose Thomas Sanchez and Eric Like, if you can catch them up, are fighting for the final 2 bump up places. But we're not even at halfway yet at this 20 minutes 1/16 B final. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, the original stream will stop at the end of this race. You need to go to the news stream. There's a link in the description. There's a link in the comments as well. Have to do it because the stream's going to end up being more than 12 hours, and that causes problems. So we thought we'd break it and give you plenty of time to find the right one rather than do it right at the last minute.
So over the start finish line now, we have car 8, car 1 and car 4. You are 3, 4 and 5 positions. The race order after 10 minutes is car 2, 5, 8, 1, followed by 4, 10.
Sanchez continuing to put in some good time. Eric Light not too far off him either, so just widen out the camera a little bit, Ash, so we can see Eric behind. It's not far. There we are. Just so there's 3, 4, and there is 5. Escudero and Kumsey fans, don't worry. They're away and gone. A bit like Frank, he's away and gone at the moment. So good driving by Tellez. He's going to be under a lot of pressure for the last 5 or 6 laps. Nacho Sanchez in the 1. I'm not quite sure, how aggressive he needs to be. He's made up for the problem at the start. I mean, I think he'd probably prefer to get a bit of a safety cushion by getting past and into 3rd. Eric Light being dropped a little bit at this point. Not massively, just a little bit. Good old scrap here, isn't it? 3rd and 4th. These two running nose to tail, have been going for lap after lap. In the 16th B final, the F1 8th Off-Road Nitro Championship 2023, brought to you by EFRA, the European Federation of Radio Automobiles, the governing body who makes all of this happen, who organises it all and also support RC Racing TV to bring you this media coverage. I'd like to thank our presenting partner, InvisibleSpeed.net, and our series partners, X-Ray, Hot Race Tyres, S-Works and Rudog EU. Again, without those guys, it wouldn't, well, guys and girls, that wouldn't be possible either. It's a big team effort. Yep, there's 3 of us here in Spain, but it's a huge team effort of our sponsors, the organisers, and everyone. Oh, nice try by him. The sponsors, the organisers, and everyone else to get us here to prevent this coverage. And obviously, the flexibility that's being shown by the organisers to get this event away in the dry. That's why we're running here all the way through to the main final tonight. We will crown the European champion today, Friday. And we'll be very pleased to do so. And it's building up. The thing about the track is the track's in fantastic condition and he's just so solid. It's not wearing out. There's no wear. He's not getting crazy, not getting potholed. It's just a great circuit for consistent lappery. You don't have these massive bomb holes as it's getting a huge amount of use today. Just looking where Like is, he's dropped 3 seconds off these guys now. There is another pit stop though. There is one more element of danger. Ground speed wise, both these guys have probably got 3/4 to a second on Eric Like, so it's not going to stay that way. He's in fact only now 2 seconds home. Julius Sikoldy's coming back from that big error. Fuel stops will be soon. We're down to the last 6 minutes, and they're very actually now. Look at me, I'm Mystic Nick there with fuel stops soon. In, bang, gun, down, out. Fantastic stop. Really good stop there by the Sanchez team. Didn't lose hardly any time at all. Who's behind? He's behind Sikoldy. I mean, he's only lost about 5 seconds. Everyone else, I really don't think anyone is going to do 10 minutes. There's no real. The only time it might be worth trying it is in the last chance when it's a 10-minute race, and you might think you can scrape by if you aren't. Oh dear, that's a car not doing what it should do. I think it's a back marker as well. Scudero from Comsey. Ari Tellez is actually 14 seconds off. Obviously, currently out of sync is Sanchez. He will drop down a bit because he's made his stop, others haven't. Missing. No, Tellez is missing as well. Tellez has stayed missing. Tellez had a bad stop, a 103 stop. Sanchez has a 58 stop, so that's moved Tellez out. Zwart has moved into 5th. You can see what happens when it all unwinds. Eric Light behind Navarro. Behind Tellez. I think Eric Light's pit stop was particularly good either. So we're just really kind of waiting for this one to settle down now. So Sanchez is, I think, he scored 4th in the one. I think he was. He might be scored 3rd now. I'm not sure. He's 9/10 behind Sikoldy. I think he had to come into the pit. Let's find out. And they come round this time. No, that is Sikoldy. So it's Sikoldy in 3rd, right ahead of him. What is Sikoldy's running? He is running one stop. I don't know. Is the answer. I don't know. He's going to the pits now. Right. So that's Sikoldy's now out of that running. So Sanchez is going to go through, and Zwart will be the next one. So he dropped back 1, Ash, and that should be. It was a long gap. I mean, Zwart must have taken fuel as well. Then who is the next car along? That is, and it is actually still. The 3 car of Sikoldy. So despite stopping, he has now stayed in 4th place. But it's a long way. That was a long gap, wasn't it? Now, who's behind him is the question. Can you open it up? Let's look what's happening behind. Not a lot is the answer to that question. Now, is it going to be... Who is it going to be after? This is exciting now. Who is the person behind him? Who is behind Julius Sikoldy? There he is. I'm not sure it is. I'm going to stand up, tell you who it is. It's the 9 car of Ivan Navarro. So Ivan Navarro now battling with Sikoldy for this final bump up. Then you've got Zwart and you've got Like, and they're all pretty much there, but there or thereabouts. Very close when you get to this high level. There's the 3 of Sikoldy in 4th. Navarro, you can certainly see his quarry. Oh, and he's upside down and skidded away. So he's no longer in. Well, he is involved, but he's just in a couple of seconds. So, not the greatest chop off the back of the roller coaster, but now through has gone to Zwart again. So it is Mark de Zwart looking for a double bump up, who currently sits in 5th behind Sikoldy. So drop back 1, Ash. And that's de Zwart in your 5th place. Scudero, Comsey, Sanchez, Sicoldi, who's ahead, and these two battling for 5th at the moment. Zwart and Navarro. Up the hill. Oh, and off the track has gone Sicoldi, so it's going to be really, really close. Now, there it is. 4, 5, and 6 are very close together. 5 and 6 could be doing their own worst enemy here. They start getting each other's way. They're going to need to do the work together thing to try and catch back up with... fenced him. And now he's waiting because he knows he's going to get a penalty, and that is absolutely what's going to happen, because what happens there now is they've actually Eric Leik through into 5th. More problems behind there. It's all gone horribly wrong in one corner. Bit of bad luck for the pair of them, really. Zwart and Navarro, they got together, rolled off, and they were told to wait. It's a long marshal. Then one of them fell off, who I think was Zwart, and it's all kind of unraveled for them. Light goes through in 5th place, but a long way back, 6.8 seconds from the 3 car of Sicoldi. So that was a great... Sicoldi didn't do anything there. He just trolled around the track, and it all worked in his favour because what was happening behind him. Ivan Navarro looking to get past Eric Leik for 5th, but it's it's a bit. But then again, we have seen a couple of races where we've lost one of the top 4 in the last lap. So not through an accident, through a bit of a flaming or a problem. Escudero, 14 seconds ahead of Comsey 11 seconds Sanchez. Sanchez 10 seconds ahead of Sicoldi. Eric Leik makes a little minor mistake and bang through goes Navarro. Rumble section catching him out. Two very similar painted cars. Lucky one of them's got no shock absorbers to see. They are shock absorbers. They're laid down. There's a pair of them each end. League Armour N1. And Navarro now in 5th. The gap is 5 seconds. They're going to get one more, I think. So it's this and one more. So they're on the penultimate lap. What Julius Sicoldi does, in fairness to Sicoldi, has actually made mistakes before. We've seen him twice fall off at the end of the very top corner after the double following the main straight. Light dropping off a little bit from Navarro. You look there, then he's going through the frame. Sicoldi, and there is Navarro. You can see how long a gap it is. Last lap about to get underway. I think they will make it. It's going to be quite tight. They should make it. Yeah, they will. They've got 4 or 5 seconds. And they've actually closed up quite a bit there. So Navarro gained about a second, but Sicoldi has 5 seconds on him. Move forward one, Ash, because it's only a mistake now by the orange car of Sicoldi, just going up the hill again, that will affect things. That's it. So only him making a mistake now will throw it open to Navarro. Scudero, Comsey, Sanchez. Comsey's already finished, actually, and Sanchez. And therefore, Scudero is through. Comsey is through. Will Sanchez be through? Yep. And it's just now about Julius Sicoldi, from Austria, taking the line and breaking the hearts of Ivan Navarro, Eric Leik, and Mark Zwart, because that is the end of their competitive area. I don't know if Eric's actually a junior, so Eric might well be in the junior final, but for the rest of them, it's the end of their competitive element of the European Championship. Now, if you are watching on the original YouTube channel, original YouTube watchers, the stream is stopping. So you need to get off the original YouTube. I keep putting the link. The link is in the chat. The link is in everything else. The link is in the conversation, but the original YouTube stream will be stopping in about 30 seconds. So I'll let you hear this message, which is 30 seconds time before you get it, and then the original YouTube stream will stop. And you have a link of where you need to go. So the original stream is coming to an end. Don't know how many seconds I should leave it now. Oh, JQ's turned up. That's a bad sign for everybody. Hello, JQ. How are you? Where's the mic? Oh, he's having a sweetie first. Put your hat on. Hello, JQ. How are you?
I'm a bit disappointed.
Why are you a bit disappointed?
No course sales. That's why I had to come up and check.
Okay.
I have to pay Matt.
No, you
Don't
have
know
to pay
what
Matt.
to do now.
Well, the good news is you can pay Matt. Should we play one of your adverts?
Okay, let's do that.
I found both of them genuinely funny.
Okay, I haven't seen them. Let's see.
Stop scrolling, you nerd. Learn something new with Invisible